Greg, can you hear me? Greg? Testing, testing. Say it again, sorry? Okay, perfect. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Hello from Dubai. I'm Zara Jurett, and here we are, brand new season of the 2021 Asian Le Mans Series. As you can see behind me, everybody is getting ready in anticipation for race one. We are here at the Dubai Autodrome. Thankfully, it's a sunny afternoon, sorry. We're all super excited. I want to introduce you to our commentators, Graham Goodwin and Oliver Gavin, who are up there in the commentator box. Guys, take it away.
Thanks so much, Zara. It's great to be back with the Asian Le Mans Series. It's been a long wait, and there's a whole lot of new to talk about over the next 16 hours of racing over just 2 weekends. Let's get the first bit over first. New co-commentator this season, Ollie Gavin, motor racing legend. Delighted to have you here, Ollie. You've been trawling the paddock for the last few days. What have you been finding?
Oh, it's great to be here. It's super exciting. You know, there's 3 classes, 36 cars on the grid, over 100 drivers. There's plenty of action to come up in the next 4 hours. It's going to be great fun.
Just noticed, by the way, behind Zara, slight dramas maybe at G-Drive Racing with one of those cars. We'll get back to that at some point. Remember, 2 races here in Dubai, one today, one tomorrow, all of it live and free globally across a huge array of streaming and broadcast platforms. And then you've just got 1 more week to wait. We move on to Yas Marina for another 2 4-hour races. That's the season. Obviously, it's extraordinary times. Amazing job done by the Asian Le Mans Series that have brought together this revised timetable in very short order. So by Sunday next week, we will have that all done. Ollie, take us around.
Okay, 5.39 kilometres here at the Dubai Autodrome, 16 turns. Turn 1 is tricky downhill, a little bit bumpy. Got to be using a lot of curb at 1 and 2. But then it comes over a crest and then down into the sequence of 6 and 7. 7 is the lowest part of the racetrack. But then as you come through and into 9, that's the bank corner onto the back straight. Long back straight all the way up the hill. As you can then coming into 10. Critical braking point into 10. Bumpy, tricky, but an important part for action, I believe. And through 11, 12, another great overtaking opportunity. Then one of the trickiest corners on the track, turn 14, that's a double apex, and you've really got to be on your game there to make sure that you get good runoff, and then into 16, downhill braking before that final turn, and out over that exit curb. That could be an area where you get pinged for the dreaded track limits. But it's going to be a challenging racetrack, challenging conditions. You know, the temperature is rising all the time, so I feel we're in for a great race.
We've been around. Happily, you were driving for everybody's sake. But I think a couple of surprises here. One is a lot more gradient than people might imagine here at the Dubai Autodrome.
Yeah, and I think that's something that was highlighted when I did when I walked the track or ran the track. Maybe in Abu Dhabi you could come with me, Graham. Maybe we could run the track. It
wouldn't be fair to you.
Oh well, you know you'd beat me for sure. But yes, there is definitely some gradient there. That long stretch from 9 up to 10, and then through 11 and into 12. That's where you're really seeing that gradient change, and that could have an impact on the racing today. Absolutely.
Very technical track, lots of wide open spaces, but also it's going to be pretty tricky. Well, what we're going to see next is, we're going to see the silky skills of Sean Galel, the silky auditory skills of Oliver Gavin, as we take a fast lap around aboard the 28 Jota Racing Oreca.
Hi, I'm Oliver Gavin here at the Dubai Autodrome, and we're about to go on board the number 28 car with Sean Galil. Okay, coming out onto the pit straight here at the Dubai Autodrome, over the start-finish line, coming up into 6th gear, pit lane exit on the right-hand side, coming into turn 1, heavy brake zone downhill here, trying to make your way across the track, clipping that curb on the right, and then you're using some of the curb here also on the left, all the way over that, back uphill again. These fast sweepers, again over to the right-hand side of the track, just trying to set up this next series of corners coming down into 5 and 6, using a lot of curb, This is the lowest point on the track right here. You've got to cut back, getting all the way back over this curb on the apex, mindful of your exit, can be tricky there. And then coming through, and this is coming up to the banked corner, the most banked corner on the racetrack, making sure you've got to hit your apex late, and then using the road all the way out over the exit curb, up the longest straight on the track here, all the way up through the gears, going heavily uphill here. Now we're now trying to pick our brake point for turn 10, and then heavy on the brakes here into making sure that we're getting across to that apex curb again, using all the road on the exit, but then it's a fast sweeper to the left, all the way over that curb as well if you can, using all the road, and then another very heavy brake zone up here at the top of the hill. Try not to use too much of the curb there, and out and over that exit curb. And we're coming up through the gears again, making sure we're keeping the energy in the car, really working the track here. It's quite a tricky brake zone here. A little bit of a kink, and then you're hard into this brake zone. You want to get a late apex out of here because there's a fast couple of sweepers after this. You've got to make sure that you really work this speed into the next right-hander. Then pit lane entry on the right-hand side. You're over the crest here, and then onto the brakes. Final corner coming up, over this curb on the apex. Trying to keep it nice and tight, and then let the car run out, all the speed out onto the main pit straight here. I hope you enjoyed the lap. Stick with us for all the action this weekend at the Dubai Autodrome.
That's a pretty quick lap from Sean Galel. We've had plenty of track action testing earlier in the week. Slightly constrained period of free practice. We've had major fog difficulties early in the morning here. It's a very busy schedule, and then the rapid fire qualifying, which is qualifying for both races this weekend. We'll come to that just a little later. 22 degrees, so reasonably cool, with quite a cooling 13-kilometre-an-hour breeze coming in. 65% humidity. It's really very comfortable out there. Good for the guys in these kind of greenhouses of cars.
Absolutely, yeah. You're looking at that humidity, that percentage there, and that's really key. Yes, when the sun's out and the temperature's rising, you're really wanting that percentage to be low on the humidity, because it can get very toasty in these cars. So that's one of the things that drivers will be looking forward to.
You can see the UAE national flag just flying on the gantry there. Well, let's have a look at what happened yesterday with qualifying. Quick fire 15-minute sessions for each of the three classes. So we'll take a look at just who's going to be at the top of the grid in each of our three classes in the Asia Le Mans Series. Qualifying at the Dubai Autodrome at the start of the 2021 Asia Le Mans Series saw the cars out in a single qualifying session per class for the two races this weekend. 19 GT3 cars, a record grid in that class, and a record grid overall at 36 cars. The 93 Precoat Hairbeth car and the 99, the sister car in the thick of the action, would set pole position for the 99 car for Saturday's race, 93 for Sunday. LMP3 with 10 cars out on track, and immediately the CD Sport car of Adam Atiki, young French driver, was in the thick of things for the Spanish team, making their debut in Asia. 33 car up at the sharp end, until that United Autosports came into play. Duncan Tappy to the top of the times, before Wayne Boyd, the reigning European Le Mans Series champion, put his stamp on proceedings, setting pole for both races in a display of speed and consistency. P2 and 7 cars out on track. Sean Galel in the Jota Sport car, the 28. Nicky Thiem, the reigning WEC GTE Pro Drivers Champion, having his first run in LMP2 this weekend. He'd be third quickest. But the two G-Drive racing cars took control of the session. Chinese driver Yifei Ye in the 26, but young 17-year-old Argentinian Franco Colapinto in the 25. The young man would be on pole position for both Saturday and Sunday's races in his first ever run in a sports car. Fantastic result for G-Drive Racing and for Algarve Pro. Well, that sets things up very nicely indeed for this first 4-hour race. Remember, 4 races in very short order. I should correct myself, by the way. I said Saturday and Sunday at Yas Marina. It's Friday and Saturday, the races next weekend. But just over 3 minutes till we go racing. Grid is forming up nicely. There are the G-Drive Racing Auris 01s. These are Orica chassis, but are homologated as Auris. You can see the green Phoenix car just sitting behind, and the Jota car, the other green, actually the darker green 28 car on the right-hand side. 7 LMP2 cars here for this race, 10 LMP3s, 19 GT3 cars here. Could have been 21. We send our best wishes to our friends at Absolute Racing who couldn't make it here because of the ongoing travel difficulties and logistical difficulties, but nonetheless it is a record 36 car grid, a mighty effort from all concerned, the teams, the drivers, the sponsors, and indeed the race organisers here, and it is great to be able to say let's go racing again in the Asia Le Mans Series after what's been just too long. You wish you were here, or wish you were down there, Ollie?
Oh, well, no, it's great to be here, but yeah, it does get the butterflies going. You know, seeing all the cars forming up on the grid, and it is fantastic to see such a full grid here at the Dubai Autodrome. I think we've got 36 cars, but of those, 27 of those starters are going to be bronze drivers, which I think is really going to be a challenge. That turn one, lap one, dealing with all these cars with such a full grid, such a big grid here in these conditions, I think that's going to be a big challenge for all of the drivers and all of the teams to manage that situation. Yeah,
fans of the clash, that is not Joe Strummer in the car, that's Simon Trummer in the LMP2 car there, the Phoenix Racing car. Just looking at the Rinaldi car in the background there, I'm hoping that is waiting to be gridded and there's not a problem for that car, that the Marshall's just getting things sorted out.
Yeah, I think it's rather busy down there, isn't it?
It is rather.
And trying to sort of fit everybody in. And the 36-car grid, I think, has actually thrown up a few little issues out there trying to get everybody formed up in the right spot.
Yeah, if you're familiar with the Asia Le Mans series, there'll be some familiar cars, liveries and drivers there, but there'll be a lot of new. We're going to wait till race action to go through some of those, but just some of the highlights there. We've got the defending champions from Nielsen Racing back in LMP3 with a brand new livery to celebrate their 10th anniversary, and moving from Duquesne to Ligier chassis. This is Era Motorsports number 18 car, Carl Tilley, Dwight Merriman. Two of the drivers there, two of our three champions from, 2 or 3 weeks ago at Daytona in the Rolex 24. They won the LMP2 class there. Nicky Katzberg, your ex-teammate at Corvette Racing, of course, is here in the BMW, having won the GTLM class at Daytona.
Indeed.
A glittering array of stars, ex-Formula 1, WC World Champions, ELMS champions, Asia Le Mans Series champions. It's a fantastic grid. It's a very different looking grid, and it's a very exciting prospect that we're going to be able to see these guys not for 4, not for 8, not for 12, but for 16 hours of race action in just about 10 days.
Yeah, it's going to be extraordinary. We've got this 4-hour endurance race here this afternoon, and then we've got another one tomorrow.
Clock ticking down, and we're about to see these cars go under the green flag. And then after the formation lap, green flag lap if you like, we are going to be racing for the first time this season. 25 and 26. G-Drive Racing, these two cars prepared this year by Algar Pro Racing. There's the Phoenix car, Jota. There's the Racing Team India car and the Era Motorsport car. That's 6 of our 7 LMP2s going through the shots. And they stream away round the first bend, the final bend here. It does my heart good to see full grids, and we're seeing that around the world. World of Motorsports has basically taken a look at the pandemic and said, we're not having this. Nice. We're going to keep on racing. And great, by the way, to see the spirit with which this paddock has responded to what is still a quite interruptive COVID protocol, fully COVID as safe as anybody can be here. And so you will see an awful lot of pictures of team members there.
That's certainly one of the things that I picked up on being here in the paddock. The atmosphere is very positive. Everybody wants to get back racing. Everybody is delighted to be here. Everybody in the Asia Le Mans series has really worked their socks off over the last number of months to make this happen, and you've got to pat everybody on the back for making those sacrifices and being here and getting us back racing again. It's fantastic.
Yeah. And if you're one of those people that didn't quite make it, some of our organisation team, I know around the world, some of those teams and the drivers and the team members that haven't been able to travel, you're with us in spirit. We're thinking of you, and I'm sure you're watching with a great deal of interest, and we will all be back together before too much longer. For now, though, we are going to go racing very soon indeed as the cars stream around to take the rolling start here, running through that 36-car grid. The fact, I think this is going to be 4th page coming very soon. There we go. At the back of the grid, the number 66 car, that's the Rinaldi Racing car. It'll be your ex-teammate at the Spa 24 Hours, Patrick Kahala, actually taking the start from that. And in fact, Nicky Katzberg's car ahead. It might be just the Oliver Gavin effect that the two cars at the back are both featuring drivers you've driven with, Ollie.
Yes, well, hopefully they start making their way forward. It's going to be 4 hours of intense racing, but I'm sure that Patrick and Nicky will be working extremely hard to make progress.
One of the other things about this season, that is the incredibly constrained calendar we've actually got here, condensed calendar rather. Two circuits rather, that have never seen this form of mixed class racing before. Notably there, the bright yellow car, we'll talk about the Ginetta later, making its world competition debut, the new Ginetta LMP3. but it's going to be interesting to see how these cars race, both at the Dubai Autodrome and at Yas Marina circuits. Very different form of racing to that which you will have seen in other international events that are broadcast worldwide. Whatever you think about those circuits, it's a different experience when you've effectively got 3 races on the same circuit, Ollie.
Yes, I think it's going to be fantastic to see how it all develops. And, you know, this multi-class racing is exciting, it's interesting, it's something that everybody can get their teeth into. And we've got here, for this start, we've got a number of relatively inexperienced drivers starting the race. So that could end up with some action at turn 1 or on the first couple of laps. And you might just see some drivers there. I think there's a couple of platinum drivers who are starting in the GT category, and they're certainly going to be making, you know, progress and their way forward in these opening laps and trying to put their mark on it. Leading car now bringing the field under control. Eduardo Freitas again, our race director this season, of course. Likes it neat and tidy there. And at first sight, the Euro International number 11 car, the Ligier, that's in the order in LMP2s. The car's safety car peels off. Cars come down to the final turn. This field will be under the control of John Falb, who starts the number 25 car, well-known bronze driver. Watch the lights, watch them red, red, red. Long hold, and we go racing for the first time in 2021. It's a great start by the 2 G-Drive cars, but right in the wheel tracks of the front row. Sean Galel moves to the inside of the 28 car and is going to take the lead into the first turn. Jota go forward, a bit of a twitch though through the turn, he's off the track and followed off by the G-Drive Racing car. It's going to be the Phoenix car that goes to the lead. So Phoenix Racing in the hands of Simon Trummer goes from 4th to the lead, courtesy of a bit of wheel-to-wheel action for the cars ahead. A bit of a late braking manoeuvre from Sean Galel proved to be too late, and Simon Trummer has pulled away here, has got a gap over both front row cars and indeed his second row counterparts. And the Phoenix Racing car, their debut, remember, in LMP2 racing, is away and clear. Big gaggle though of GT cars at the back there. Yeah, certainly that start, you know, you could see that the Jota car was coming down the inside. He maybe got a bit of sand on his tyres and he just ran wide, and that opened the door there for the Phoenix car. And you know, Simon Trummer was showed his level of experience there, just guiding the car through the first couple of turns. 18 car there, weaving away, I think looking to trying to get a bit of heat in the tyres. We'll talk about that a little later, but fending off close attention to the Racing Team India car. But it's 4 cars getting away a little here. Sean Galel settles back into 3rd position. It is work out which of the 2 G-Drive cars it is that's emerged in 2nd place there. Yeah, again, that's something we can talk about later when 28 it is though. 28 it is though in 3rd position between the 2 orange cars. But for me, Trummer is holding a gap here. Yeah, I think that most probably the team got on the radio and sort of said, okay, look, we need to just take a breath here. 4 hours of racing. I don't think we need to go too hard, and certainly with Sean Galil in the Jota car. He just needs to settle in, get into a rhythm, and that's important for these first few laps. Get everything up to temperature, all the pressure's up, get into your rhythm, get a nice smooth way of driving the car, not stressing too much. So as they come over the line, it is the 5 Phoenix Racing car ahead of the 26 in the hands of René Binder, Austrian driver in the second of the G-Drive Racing cars, still tussling away in the GT3s with 1 or 2 of the cars running wide, side by side down the main start-finish straight. G-Drive Racing's 25 drops back from the pole position to 4th as a result of that melee. In LMP3, it is the United Autosport 1-2, 23 from 3, Rory Penton and Andrew Bentley in that, with Julian Andlau having had a rocket ship start in the GPX Racing Porsche. He's up right amongst the lead cars in LMP3. Yeah, he's most probably relying on his experience here. This is a local team, GPX, and they won here, I believe, at the Dubai 24 Hours. So I think Julian's using that experience, you know, understanding what to do on the first lap here is super important. So the GT battle, with the exception of Andlar, who has got, 5 LMP3 cars between himself and Maxime Martin, the other major professional name that's been scything through the field. He's running second in the Garage 59 number 88, Aston Martin. So in GT, it is Andlar from Maxime Martin, Ralph Byrne, Liam Talbot and Giancarlo Fisichella. But at the moment, Simon Trummer came across the line with about 2-second advantage and is pulling away here from René Binder. Sean Galel is right in there behind Binder with John Falb hanging on there too. But this is Trummer trying to do what he can to extend the advantage he
rather grabbed as the 3 cars ahead of him got themselves in a bit of a tiz.
Yes, they did. Yes, he did. And you know, I think he's just showing his experience and his speed as well. Just being able to just stretch out that gap, and that's exactly what his team would want him to do. So, yep, you know, we're in this process of now seeing how the race develops and seeing how everybody's getting everything up to temperature and pressure, and you know, pushing on and getting into that rhythm. That's a really key part.
Yeah, extending that lead almost 3 seconds to the good now, the Phoenix Racing team. That'll be great news for them as they embark on this LMP2 and, for that matter, LMP3 adventure for the first time for the Moser family-owned team based at the Nürburgring in Germany. Ex-DTM team, and with big success in DTM and in GT racing.
And they've got Nicky team in that car as well, and you know, I know that he is really focused on having a strong result over this series, and you know, today we could start off with that victory. He'll be delighted.
And remember, fastest laps in this race will be the lap record for these respective classes, with the possible exception of GT3. 1:48.795 is the lap last time around for Simon Trummer. That's the fastest lap out there in the LMP2 class. And he is extending that lead. The lead 4 dropping the ERA car at the moment. Racing Team India struggling to keep with that. That's Naveen Rao. He's the reigning IMSA LMP3 champion for the IMSA Prototype Challenge from last year. His teammate Matt Bell here, albeit in a P3 car. Rory Penton and Andrew Bentley are extending their lead in LMP3. And behind them, it is the RLRM Sport car on the hands of Max Anratti, American driver, 3rd. Jan-Erik Sluten has had a great start in the Phoenix Racing number 4 Ligier. He runs 4th. Tony Wells, another good start in the Nielsen Racing number 9. He runs 5th. Here, though, is our GT class winner, as you quite rightly say. He is from GPX Racing, GPX Racing, based right here at the circuit in the new Techno Park on the lead down, by the way, on the inside to turn 1. They come here as the reigning champions of the other big endurance race here at Dubai. Into the garage, we'll come to that in a moment. 24 Hours of Dubai, the same 3 drivers, part of a 4-driver crew in that car. It's front bodywork off the pretty little Ginetta, brand new car. They've been having some problems with just new car niggles here. Yeah. ARC Bratislava.
Looking around where maybe the reservoirs are for the brake system, and maybe clutch as well, or maybe a front suspension issue. Yes, didn't pick that out exactly what's going on there, but yes, the Porsche, the number 40 Porsche here is showing its class, and it's certainly got a nice healthy lead over the rest of the field in GT.
So not only have the advantage in this phase of the race of the local knowledge, the huge amount of track time they've had, albeit on different tyres, of course. We're here with Michelin tyres on all 3 classes, but also the fact that the man behind the wheel is a bona fide Porsche factory driver, one of 16 factory drivers in this field across the LMP2, LMP3 and the GT field. So at the moment, that pendulum swinging his way, but remember, they've got to put the less experienced drivers. I say that, but in the case of GPX Racing, the other 2 drivers who come are Axel Jeffries, who I believe is a circuit instructor here in the Gulf, and none other than, well, if anything, he's a bit of a legend, isn't he? It's Ferte. Alan Ferte is to come in that car as well.
Masses of experience.
62 years old now, right. Still very, very quick. Indeed. And in terms of his heritage in this sport, if that's not a name you're familiar with, amongst Alan's CV, a spell as a factory driver for Jaguar in Group C days.
It's extraordinary, yeah. He has got a huge amount of experience to call on. And I'm sure that maybe Alan will be getting in next. You know, maybe their strategy is to get a little bit of a lead and then put Alan in next.
Into LMP3. This is Rory Penton, Finnish driver. We saw him in the Age of Le Mans series with a one-off effort for Graf Racing last year at Sepang and did extraordinarily well. He's been picked up by the multi-title winning United Autosports team and getting away here.
Yes, certainly. The United have been mighty in these 2 days of number of days of practice, and in qualifying yesterday they were the class of the field, and they certainly look like they've got everything figured out with this car and the tyre and the track. You know, and they're just slowly working away, building up a nice gap and a nice lead.
Keep an eye on Rory Penton. I'll just tell you that the gap for the lead is coming down under 2 seconds now. Both Rennie Binder and Sean Gillale into the 147s. Gillale now the fastest man on track with a 147.5. And already we're getting to the stage where the lead cars are getting into traffic. That is the Kessel racing car in the car guide colours that is about to be lapped by our race leader. Gaggle of GTs with a couple of very pretty Aston Martins and an equally pretty Kessel Racing Ferrari. 7 Ferraris here, 5 Aston Martins in a grid in GT, as we've got another pit call. It's another LMP3s, and that is DKR Engineering Duquesne, the 4 times Michelin Le Mans Cup title winning squad from Luxembourg. Headed up by a man you know well from his Corvette days, Kendi.
Yep, and yeah, that's a blow for them. I think they had high hopes for that new car, and then and this series, yeah, that's a real blow to be in the pit box so early.
And this is the thing: 4 races in quick succession. A lot of cars here that coming into it. Some of the pundits, myself included, would say, yeah, that's a class favourite. That's a class favourite. One really bad result, and you're in real trouble.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's not what anybody wants, being in the pit box at this stage in the race. Only 10 minutes in, and it's going to be a tough one.
So just 10 minutes in, and 3 hours and 50 minutes to go, of course. Phoenix Racing lead the way, 1.7 seconds as they crossed the line last time. And, behind, chasing down the lead car, is the number 26 car, the G-Drive Racing car. Rennie Binder, then Jean Galel, then John Falb. Andreas Laskaratos it is aboard, the Greek driver aboard the Era Racing car. So that is the new colour scheme for Nielsen Racing, the gold to signify their 10th anniversary under that team name. Number 9, this is the defending LMP3 champions, Tony Wells starting the car. We'll see young Colin Noble later. Team had a few problems through practice and qualifying, Ollie. I know they were waiting for a couple of spares for the other car, certainly, but it does seem they've been struggling in the lead up to this, not the kind of pace we'd expect. Should say, by the way, they've switched back to Ligier after a year away with Norma.
Yeah, so the Rob Barth car was, so we had
so we have a slight difficulty at the moment. We've lost timing here at Dubai Autodrome, so we'll play Say What You See. That's the RLRM Sport car, another team, by the way, with title-winning form back in the European Le Mans Series, as running wide Jan-Erik Slooten in the Phoenix car, having run up the field the start, seems to be beginning to struggle. He's under pressure now from the number 8 car. That's the sister Nielsen Racing car that has Matt Bell on the driving squad, but that's Rodrigo Salas aboard that car at the moment.
Yeah, the Matt Bell car, I was just having some messages earlier on about what was happening there with him, and they had a problem in qualifying with the shift lights. It was certainly not what they wanted, losing about a second over a straight line. And then I think they've also got a steering rack issue with that car, which I think they've got fixed. They're waiting for some parts from Ligier, and I think that they've arrived. So fingers crossed that will be making some progress through the race today.
Yeah, certainly the body language of that car appears to they can certainly fight now.
Yeah,
which did not look to be the case a little earlier in the weekend.
Yeah, during qualifying, Matt was struggling with all kinds of things. He was getting a huge amount of track limits violations, which is not his style.
No, absolutely not.
And he just doesn't get done for that sort of stuff. So you knew there's a bit of a red flag there, so just had a quick chat with him, and he's cleared up a bit of the confusion, let's say.
Excellent. Through we go. We're keeping with this battle as the 2 Nielsen Racing cars look to move in and rather beat up the IRONFORCE Ring Police liveried Phoenix Racing car. There is the GT leader ahead of this pack. That is a mark of the progress that has been made by Julien Andlauer. Excellent stuff from him to this point. But the LMP3 car's beginning to get onto terms with that. That's a good example, isn't it? A well-driven GT car against the LMP3s in the hands of, in the case of some of these guys, pretty experienced non-professional drivers, and he's a match for that.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's doing a first-class job. The P3 GT balance is, in terms of performance and speed. It's right there. We saw that at Daytona a few weeks ago, and we're seeing it again here, where there's a good mix.
Well, we're watching this. I mean, maybe it's a great time to actually talk about it. You were there in a GT3 car for the very first time, Ollie. The way they generate these similar lap times is very different. Where are the strengths and weaknesses of those two packages around this circuit, around Daytona, between the GT3s and LMP3?
Well, the LMP3 will be that little bit lighter. Its weight distribution will be a little bit better for a race car, but it maybe doesn't have quite as much power, and also the tyre that car is on maybe is not quite as good. It's a slightly harder tyre that the LMP3 is on compared to the GT car. So, and also the braking performance of a GT3 car with the ABS system, is pretty phenomenal. So, there's lots of different parts of the racetrack that you're going to see the GT3 car just that little bit quicker, but the LMP3 car, once you get the pro drivers in it, you should see quite a big difference in overall lap time.
Here's the number 2 United Autosports car. That car running a little way down the field, in fact way down the field at the moment, back in 34th position at the number 2 car, but beginning to recover that position. We saw in the background there the returning champions in GT, Hub Auto Corsa, but that car, a very different model indeed from the Ferrari they took the championship with last year, back here, but with a Mercedes-AMG GT3, just the grey number 1 car in the background.
Okay, so we're looking at the cars coming up the main back straight here into turn 10. This part of the racetrack is it is a little bit bumpy, certainly as you're coming into this turn 10 section here, and you might be seeing a number of the P2 cars and the P cars moving off of that racing line so that they're not into the bumps. This is a tricky section of the racetrack, and we're going to see how things develop during the race today. And as the temperature, as the sun drops down and the track temperature falls away, we'll have to see how the lap times decrease and how the performance seems to come from these cars. We're going to have to see how they're going to look at using their tyre allocation as well. Right now the LMP2 cars have 14 tyres to work with through the race.
Big lock-up, by the way, for the LMP3 car on the back of shot here. I've got a bit of timing back, so I'll see what I can do to grab some of this back here. Sean Gelael now, by the way, is up into second position in the Jota car, now 2.3 seconds back, so he's gone by Rennie Binder, but he's still 2.5 seconds back from a flying Simon Trummer. It's a great effort here from the Swiss driver. So it's Trummer from Gelael, Binder and Falb. Then Andres Lascaratus is running in 5th position. John Corbett and Naveen Rao has dropped back behind the 2 LMP2 AM entered cars. That's the Era Motorsport car and the Euro International car. Still Rory Penton from Andrew Bentley, 1st and 2nd in LMP3. Then we get to Julian Andlauer, the GT class leader, Max Hanratty and Jan-Erik Sluter, despite that kind of rather running wide moment, hangs on in there too. And Rodrigo Salas and Tony Wells are the 5th and 6th place cars in LMP3. Maxime Martin holds 2nd in GT, ahead of Ralph Byrne in the Precott Herbert 99 car. That's going to be the black Porsche you see out there. Giancarlo Fisichella, yes, that Giancarlo Fisichella in the 54 car. That is the full WC crew, but this time, of course, the GT3 Ferrari. And then multiple title-winning non-professional driver, Australian Liam Talbot, is aboard that number 1 Hub Auto Corsa AMG at the moment, ahead of Brendan Arieb in the Inception Racing McLaren 720S GT3. Another car, by the way, making its debut in an ACO Rules race this weekend. So it's all happening, and we're seeing now the leading pack, and this is giving Sean Gelael an opportunity to get right back with the Phoenix car. That's not 2.4 seconds anymore. If he can keep this together, it's going to be more or less on the back end of the Phoenix car as they complete this lap, but also making hay through traffic is the 3rd place car. It is Rennie Binder coming through in 3rd place. So from 2.5 seconds, we're down to 0.5 seconds for the leading trio. So it's getting exciting stuff here at the moment. It's half a second is the gap. Well, it's visual between Trummer in the leading number 5 Phoenix Racing car. That's the green and black car. More traffic ahead, so more opportunities here.
This is a key point here, is how you work the traffic. how you're then going to find your way through that GT traffic and getting that pass done.
That's Fisichella, and Fisichella went for the Apex Solar car coming. I think gave him just enough room.
I think he was rather surprised, Giancarlo was there.
And Giancarlo not making it easy either for Sean Galale. And there's a little bit more of an edge, but immediately into further traffic, this time with an LMP3 car struggling to get by a GT car ahead. That's the 3 races on one track factor coming in. That's why we love this form of racing so very, very much.
Yeah, it's tough when you see those sort of situations, but you just have to get through them, lose as little time as possible, and move forward.
So 3 hours and 40 minutes to go. Plenty more of this to come. So Drummer it is, still ahead of Galale. There's the number 1 car, with the McLaren tucked in behind.
It's unusual to see a little puff of smoke there as a lock-up from the ABS system on the Mercedes. You don't often see that. That's maybe part of the situation there with the bumps on the way into turn 10.
The long back straight. There's the bumps. You can see the cars begin to porpoise just a little.
Yep. 2
Ferraris, one big boy BMW, the 34 car that one is. That car in the hands at the moment of Jonathan Miller from the US.
Yeah, we're only 20 minutes in here and you're starting to see cars squirming and moving around on their tyres. And these cars can go for as long as an hour and 20 minutes on a tank of fuel. So, yeah, they've got to be mindful here.
51 car ahead of that little group, by the way. That's the AF Corsa car. Negri aboard. That's running 9th in the GT class, ahead of Manuel Lauk in the 66 Rinaldi car. Then Jonathan Miller, as we said, and Johnny Lawson. Delightful to see him back in ACO Rules Racing, previous GT class winner in the Formula Racing team in the European Le Mans Series. Also flew high in the FIGT Nations Cup nearby here in Bahrain just a couple of years ago, but back and looking on the hunt again for a Le Mans 24 Hours place. Should remind anybody that's not been up to date with this, of course it's the Asian Le Mans Series, it's part of the Asian Le Mans, sorry, the Le Mans family, and there are not only championship titles up for grabs here, but also automatic entries, automatic invitations rather, to the Le Mans 24 Hours. One will go the way of the winning team in LMP2, as we see the Euro International number 11 Ligier, the deep blue car with the fluorescent orange fittings on the windscreen with a white shape band. So 1 to LMP2, 1 to LMP3. The leading team or the winning team in LMP3 will get to go to Le Mans in an LMP2 car, and no fewer than 4 to the GT class. Down they come, and here they go, fanning out again. The BMW with the Aero Motorsport car blasting by. First opportunity we've had 2 in the Asian Le Mans Series to see a whole lot of new. We said the new versions of the LMP3 car made their debuts in Europe last year. It's the first time we've had those cars in Asia. We've also got the new levels of performance for LMP2, with 30 kilowatts less than we saw them before, as with the ACO's technical team prepare for the debut in international competition of the new hypercar class, the top class. Makes its debut in the WEC later this year with the Toyotas, the Glickenhaus, and then in a couple of years' time we've got the LMDHs to come as they gain that side by side. That was almost contact there with the lead car. He's in a hurry, and that's why it's a touch. It's a touch. And that was Sean Galale, and there was a further touch as the number 5 car went backwards, clipped the car that had already hit him. So the Phoenix car is going to get moving, but there's definitely damage on the 5 car, and there was bodywork flying there, Oliver. Yeah,
it was a rather opportunistic move there, coming down the inside the Jota car, and it looked like that was that sort of incident was going to happen. Big damage to the
right rear of the Phoenix car. That's going to need a new rear clip at the very least.
Yeah, let's see if we get a replay of that. But it's certainly that classic situation where you've got a number of classes all together on a particular section of track, and the 2 cars just didn't go into one. And
for starters, that's going to put Rennie Binder into the lead of this race.
Yes.
So the G-Drive Racing car goes ahead And I think we may see some intervention here, because that is shedding carbon fibre bits in a couple of places of the track. The rear wing is broken. The rear clip is hanging off at the right-hand side of the car. He's just got to be careful here. There's no further damage. I'd be surprised, frankly, if there wasn't. There was two fairly hefty hits.
It was.
Rear wing is gone, I think.
Yeah, it could be. It could just be bodywork. And these rear sections are quite quick to replace on these P2 cars. So they might not lose that much time here, but it's whether there's a intervention here by Eduardo. And
the key here is not just what damage to the cars. Let's have another look at that incident at the end of the main straight, as down pit lane come both the cars involved. 28 car with Sean Galale is down. Let's have another look at what happened in the lead up to a double impact there between the 28 and the number 5.
Fueling.
As they always would do.
Yeah, exactly. And then he's trying to assess it, trying to look.
So Jota, sorry, apologies, Ollie. Jota readying that car for whatever attention is going to be needed. They'll take a good look over that.
They may just bring it straight in the box.
So Dolly's ready. It's the rear. It's the rear.
Yeah, it's fast replacement rear wing.
Let's have another look at what happened there at the end of the main straight. Impact between Sean Galale and the number 5 Phoenix car.
Turn 5 and 6, wasn't it, that we saw the incident?
It's a similar repair going to be needed, isn't it, for the number 5 car?
Not going to bring it in the box. These long extension pieces they have to try and undo that rear deck and that rear wing assembly.
And they're struggling to get
they
that
are. Maybe
off.
That's damaged. And this may also be the first time that Phoenix have tried to do this in race conditions.
Now this car, I believe, is a car from High Class Racing, and there's a number of members, experienced members of the High Class Racing LMP2 team here to assist, including their race engineer.
Okay.
But you're right, still in racing conditions with the blood flowing.
Exactly, pressure's on, trying to make sure you've got it absolutely right, all located properly.
So
here we go.
So let's have a look and see exactly what happened here. Ollie, take us through this.
Okay, so the Jota car's coming down the inside. He's just got on the curb and then he's clipped the rear of the Phoenix car. And then as the Phoenix car has spun, it's then just caught the Jota car. I mean, it was a very opportunistic move there, and really not one that was really on. Yeah. And it's a classic racing example, and just 25 minutes into the race.
Yeah, double impact, and oddly right rear to right rear eventually.
Yeah.
With those two cars, similar damage, at least in the second impact. Remains to be seen whether or not there's damage that might play a part with either car, either on the front of the Jota car or to the side of the Phoenix car. But either way, my guess would be that the Moses won't be very happy with that.
No, I think Sean's blood was up, and a little bit like turn 1. He just over-egged it a little bit and went for something that was maybe not quite there.
So where does that leave us as we come back to action, as we join the Humboldt Corsa AMG and the Inception Racing car from Optimum Motorsports, the McLaren here? And that battle at the moment is for 18th position overall and 5th in GT. It means we've got Rennie Binder and John Falb. It's Auris G-Drive Racing 1-2, 26 from 25. That gap is 10 seconds now. Way back from that, 25, 26 seconds back, is the Ligier running in 3rd position, with John Corbett having gone by Andreas Lascaratos in the Aero Motorsport number 18. And hanging on in there, just 5 seconds back from that pair, Naveen Rao in the number 64 Racing Team India car is hanging in there. United Autosports still 1-2, still those same two cars, as we see the CD Sport car, number 33. Has been very quick this weekend, but that car's got damage to the right rear. That has got the legality panel flapping. That car will need to pit.
Yeah, it's had some contact somewhere.
What we mean by the legality panel, we often refer to as the cheese, is a kind of wedge-shaped element to the rear bodywork on the LMP3 cars. I'm trying to look to see whether it might have some front-end damage as well. Something that's odd looking about the front of the Ligier, but certainly there's been contact to the right rear of that car. That car in the hands at the moment of Nick Adcock, experienced British racer, lives and works in South Africa, multiple South African endurance champion, and returning with us to the Asian Le Mans Series.
Yeah, it's just a little bit loose. It looks like it's had some contact with someone. That's so easy to happen. You know, as you're trying to file in behind somebody, or you're trying to look to make a pass on someone else as you're taking the racing line into a corner, it only just takes a tiny little touch and that is dislodged.
Yeah, so Nick making his way through GT traffic, he goes ahead the number 1 car. That is a pass for overall position, by the way. That is a pass for 18th position from Nick Adcock. And might well be that he dropped down the order behind those GT cars as a result of whatever incident has left him with that damage. They'll try and fix that, I'm sure, in the first pit stop.
He's got front end damage as well, hasn't he?
It's not the easiest element to fix.
Yeah, he's missing one of the dive planes off the right side of the nose.
So he's been the battles in the wars already.
Yeah.
But he's managing to make good lap times here and pulling away from this GT3 battle. Now behind him, it's now a 3-car battle, by the way, because David Perel, also, by the way, South African, lives in South Africa. That's because he's South African. Indeed.
That's a good point.
It's a yes, and well made, I thought. There you go. But as we approach the end of the first half hour, it's not lacking drama.
No.
It's much of it, Phoenix Racing.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's a number of rather stressed team managers on the pit wall. They're looking at what their cars have got into, how their drivers are using their machinery, how they're using up the machinery. You know, it's a 4-hour endurance race, number of drivers in the car. You really need to be saving the car for that last hour of the race, so that your fastest and most experienced driver then can take the battle to whoever they've got in front of them or behind them. And that's sometimes the hardest thing to do, is to not get drawn into the race with that car that's just directly around you. And that only comes through experience and good team management and good race management. And just comes from experience and knowledge and understanding of the series that you're racing in.
Absolutely.
But that's what makes the racing exciting.
It does, and you know, the endurance racing, as we say often on these broadcasts and elsewhere, when talking about middle-class racing, anything can happen, and it probably will. And usually in the last 20 minutes, when you're least expecting it, Ollie now having a flashback to his entire career as to what's actually got on with that one. We'll drag over those calls at some point in the future.
Yeah.
A bit of a twitch there for Brendan Aribi. Runs wide in the McLaren. That's given David Perel an opportunity to go not just alongside, but by the McLaren. He takes that position.
Yeah. The Ferrari there is missing its right wing mirror.
It is indeed.
It's falling off, so he's had contact as well. So we're number of cars who have had contact here. Well, I think we're going to have a bit of a replay here.
This is the start of the race. You watch the lights go out and the racing begins for the first of 4 hours, for 4 4-hour races. And this was where Sean Gillel went for his first look at trying to take the lead. A little bit over ambitious from Sean, missed his braking point just a tad.
Yep.
Ran wide, did he not? Almost contact there, but just a little bit too much speed.
Just lost the rear.
Yep. And Wiggle, that let the Phoenix car through. Sean actually rejoined in 3rd position, made his way back up to 2nd before the incident we've seen at the end of that main straight, the back straight rather. So now we wait and see just exactly how this pans out. With those cars back on track, by the way, now, Rennie Binder leads. He's got 12 seconds worth of advantage over John Falb, who has 30 seconds now over the pair of entered car, the 11, the 18, which are running just together at just half a second apart. Catching them now, Naveen Rao is still trying to catch them. He's 7 seconds back from that pair. Then we've got the Jota car, managed to get out the pits quicker than the car that I'm afraid I'm going to say he hit. The sixth place car, the 28 car, is now 36 seconds back from Naveen Rao, and where Simon Trummer 2 positions back and a further 35 seconds down on that. And it's a matter now of just exactly how did race control see that sequence of events.
Yeah, I think Simon's been a little bit hard done by there, and the Phoenix boys. You know, he was pretty much where he should have been, and the Jota car stuck his nose in and turned the pair of them around.
They still have, though, remember, the Mad Viking to come. So Nicky T will be with us shortly.
I'm sure he's getting himself warmed up in the back of the garage.
Slapping himself about a bit. Great to see his dad here as well. Absolute legend, Kurt Team.
He is.
And back with racing. This is the number 9 car, Tony Wells in the number 9 Nielsen Racing car. That car running well up the order, 12th overall, 5th in what is proving to be a pretty hotly contested LMP3 class behind the lead car, Rory Penttinen, and the Nielsen Racing car, he is closing in a little at the moment on Jan-Erik Sluten in the number 4 Phoenix Racing Ligier. This is Julian Andlauer. He goes side by side with Naveen Rao as the American residing, Indian licensed IMSA Prototype Challenge champion makes his way by safely. Andlauer still leads in GT, and his advantage over Maxime Martin is, let's have a quick look at that, just under 15 seconds. So it's been a heck of an opening stint from Julian Andlauer.
It has, he's driven extremely well.
Yeah, albeit that Maxime Martin did have to make his way through much of the pack to get to second place.
Talking to a number of people in the paddock here, everybody had their money on the Porsche doing very well this weekend, and these guys know the place inside out, GPX.
Yep.
And you know, after winning here in the Dubai 24 Hours, I think that they were real hot favourites. Yep. So let's see how the race unfolds for them, but yeah, very, very strong.
But remember, we've also got 2 other races at a different track in just under a week's time. Zandler powers round that heavily banked turn, going towards the end of the lap. There is our battle between the 2.
The Giannetta's back out on track.
The is actually back on track, and
see if we can find out what that problem was and what they had to fix.
Lost 8 laps to that issue, and Miro Konopka, the stalwart team principal at ARC Bratislava, starting his 6th consecutive season here in the Asian Le Mans Series. Gentleman driver, but ARC Bratislava is the Auto Racing Club Bratislava, a proud Slovakian team. A bit of Ginetta factory support. We've got a drive-through penalty coming through, and that is for car 44. That is the ARC Bratislava car. I haven't at the moment got a full explanation as to why. But we'll bring you that when we get it. But Ginetta is going to be dealt a drive-through penalty. The Duquesne car, by the way, still in the garage.
Car 44 was it for a jump start?
Wow. Overly keen, Miro Konopka. We often say that Miro is heroic, maybe a little bit too heroic this time. There goes the car guy, car with Kessel Racing. And that car about to be lapped, by the way, in the first 40 minutes by the GT class leader. That will be, I'm sure, Kimura-san, the team owner. Another very passionate non-professional racer. Winners of the GT class 2 seasons ago. They went to Le Mans as a result of that. They've had a bit of fun and games with the WEC.
This is a key point here for Julian to get by him cleanly. Yeah, the tyres are really starting to go off now, and yeah, you're seeing parts of the racetrack being used that don't normally get used. And
he's defending. Julian just wants to get by and do so without incident.
And that's, again, a key part of racing, is just being able to make that pass, execute it well, cleanly, don't risk your car, plenty of time.
So tucks back in the very bright yellow, and it looks very good, by the way, with the Kessel red highlights on that car. The number 27 car. Sorry, it's not the 27 car, it's the other one. It's the
57.
Car guy. It's the 57 car. That car running in 33rd position.
So the 44 car is going to have to come in for a drive-through.
A nice lingering look at the Ginetta before that car comes in for its drive-through penalty. This is the 3rd of the new breed of LMP3s that's been seen in competition. We've got lots and lots of Ligiers.
Yeah, this car is a lovely looking car, and I think it's got great potential, but it just seems to me that it's just a bit new, a bit fresh.
I think you're right.
Just a little bit too soon for it.
But the upside here is that this team is going to get an awful lot of track time in a short period of time.
Without a doubt.
If they decide what they're going to do is go competitive testing, that might be a good investment in the future. Miro Konopka, by the way, will be in the WC for a full season with his other LMP car. The LMP2 Ligier accepted as a full season LMP2 entry. 2 of these Ginettas, by the way. The other car is here. They both turned up, by the way, with street plates, with number plates for Slovakia. So if you're in Bratislava and looking for notable Uber, give them a call.
Yeah.
Might be pretty good over the cobbles. This is, by the way, the number 93 Prickert Herberth car. Klaus Bachler going well in qualifying and actually on pole position for the second race here in Dubai, the 93. The blue and red Carrera liveried car. Carrera in this case, by the way, is the Carrera slot car brand, owned amongst his business portfolio by the gentleman driver Stefan Gurik, who's part of the driver lineup here. Very attractive looking car, looks great in the sunshine here.
It's a lovely looking car.
And that car I think will go well here, the 93 car at the moment, out there in the pack. And who is in the car at the moment?
It's Stefan Gurik.
It is Stefan. Okay, lovely gentleman, very, very enthusiastic again about his sports car racing.
He's just going about his business and just clicking off the laps, making sure that he's keeping it clean. Made
his debut at the Le Mans 24 Hours in 2020 in a Ferrari after a full season in the European Le Mans Series. Races as well in the 24H Series, and also has a spectacular GT2 Porsche 935 in the same colour scheme.
And just in front of him is Osvaldo Negri, an old friend of mine. We've met many years ago when I first started single-seater racing, and we were training with the same person, and Oz was doing Formula 3 at the time. But Oz has had a fantastic career in IMSA and through all of the racing in America.
Great to see that
highly experienced.
Sports not only a supreme level of talent, but also the same hair colour as me. It's great to see that.
Yes, indeed.
But he's always a cheerful guy in the pits in the paddock with his...
Always got a smile on his face.
Absolutely. Francesco Piavanetti, his regular co-driver, back again. They're joined in this car, by the way, by none other than 2017 world champion Alessandro Pierguidi. Here comes Sean Galel after that bit of a hiccup and a whoopsie and a watch this space, what happens next.
Yes,
but, he's now, as they begin to see pit stops from some of the P2 cars, by the way, the two AM cars in. So I think we're going to see him move forward and up into fourth position, running sixth at the moment. He'll be doing what he can to just fend off the adrenaline after that incident, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think that there may well be a delay in the... If there is a penalty to come, it may well be delayed. We've only just seen a penalty for the start, jump start for the 44 car, so maybe that will come in a few laps' time.
OLRM Sports Ligier just flashing the lights to warn the Aston Martin ahead. I'm here. Aston Martin driver, I think, was saying, well, you're not close enough yet.
Yep.
Follow my leader, and away they go. But remarkably similar pace over the lap from these cars when they get clear air.
Yeah, I think we're seeing quite a lot of tyre degradation here. I think talking to one of the lads in the paddock earlier, so we're seeing as much as a 3-second drop in lap time from new tyre to used tyre.
The 15 car, OLRM Sports, I say previous ELMS title winners in this class. The effort that launched Job van Utrecht on his way, and there's fluid being added to...
Yeah, that's unusual. This early in the race.
That is the 25 car with John Falb. That must be a bit of a worry.
Yeah, it's usually oil they're adding in that.
We did see, didn't we, one of the Aris with the rear deck off before the start.
Yeah, they most probably be working on something. And it may just be a precautionary thing, although they've seen pressures dropping in the... Usually it's a gearbox, gearbox oil that they're adding.
So a couple of unusual and odd.
It could be engine oil as well, but it's yes, that's never a good sign. Only 40 minutes into the race that you're adding that sort of fluid.
Well, they've done that around the regular pit stops. That's not a pit stop out of sequence, but it will have been a longer pit stop for John Falb. And in, by the way, comes the leader at the moment, 26 car on pit lane. That pit stop, by the way, just looking to see if we can pick up a time for that.
Here we go.
It was 1 minute and 12 seconds on pit lane, so compared to about a 10-second delay. Here is the lead car.
Yeah.
No driver change at the moment.
No, just fuel.
So they're comfortable with the conditions right now. This is Rennie Binder. And rather gifted that lead back, weren't they? But that's part of the game, stay out of trouble, particularly in these early races in a compressed season.
Yeah, you've got to be mindful of that. You know, that'd be one of the key things that every team manager will be trying to force home to all of his drivers is that, you know, we've got very short space of time here between all of these races, and this championship will be won or lost between everybody's behaviour and how they interact together on track, and also how they treat their machinery over these 4-hour races. It's super important.
Yeah, Konopka there having a bit of a moment, wasn't he? That was back end almost got away from him. Got it back though, and happily.
I think it just highlights the grip level out there. It's not very high at all.
Also seen, by the way, that's the Phoenix Racing car catching rapidly now the Euro International Ligier. That gap down to 5 seconds at the start of that lap. That moment from Miro Konopka will have helped the cause of the Phoenix car.
Yep.
So it's not going to be 5 seconds now, as long as Simon Trummer can actually get by the Ginetta, the 18 car. This is the Aero Motorsport car on pit lane.
Looks like they're having a driver change there. Full service.
45 minutes in, they're in that window, waiting for the car to fire.
Struggling to find first gear, it looks like.
And that's not happening for them at the
No,
moment.
it's not.
This team, by the way, at Le Mans last year, traumatic time for them, big incident for Dwight Merriman, the exit of the Porsche curves, that put him out of the race.
I'm surprised nobody's at the door right now. Not sure.
This has been technical assistance here from the Jota Sport guys.
That's a very unusual pit stop.
Yep, so that's trouble there for the 18 now. So that's Andreas Lascaratas brought the car in, but that was a driver change. It's a pit stop now, headed towards 2 minutes.
Maybe wouldn't fire.
Rennie Binder came in from the lead. Comes round now and leads this race.
On track now.
Okay, 24 laps completed for the number 26 car. And he's going to have a very big lead at this point. Racing Team India, by the way, in for the second time right now, so there must have been a problem in their earlier pit stop, the 64 car. Flash the lights to 26, and that is the Aero Motorsport car ahead. And trying not to be lapped here, I think. Who's in the Aero car now? That is now Dwight Merriman, with a big commitment from this crew. Looks to me like the 63 car
is back in again.
Coming out.
Oh,
no, I don't think they've been.
No, maybe they haven't.
No, they haven't. So this will be, well, an extended test with these guys at this stage, and that's not what they were hoping for.
Well, no, but at this point in the race, you're thinking, okay, get the car back out and let's see if we can pick up some spots, because you just never know who's going to have an incident, who's going to drop out. You know, you've got to get back out there and just start going.
In a short season, the car 28, by the way, is going to get a drive-through for that contact with car number 5. So Sean Galale has been dealt that penalty. That will cost him.
Indeed.
Wait till the post-pit stop winds out here, but DKR Engineering back into it. I guess the point here, with 10 cars in the class, they're well within the 70% mark as the 64 car goes by the number 4 at the end of the main straight, is if your nearest competitor has a DNF rather than a delay, that can make a big difference.
It can, it's huge. Huge difference.
So the number 4 car there, spectacular livery for that car.
The Phoenix car.
That's the car with the ring police IRONFORCE Racing.
But they've dropped down to 2 drivers, haven't they? Because,
they have, absolutely right.
I think Vincent he's got bad back.
He hurt his back. So hopefully we'll see him back for either race 2 or back in at Yas Marina. So we've got 2 cars that we were due to see with 3 main crews, 3 driver crews. Now with 2, the other one is the Euro International car. Is Milacek pulling out of that car.
Jean-Eric Sluton in that machine. And they're working away well. Up P3 in class. Doing a solid job.
So it's kind of settling in, isn't it? We've got we're at the end of the first pit stop cycle for the LMP2s. Try and catch up with what happened there with the Racing Team India car, but they're shown as having had 2 pit stops. At the moment, Rennie Binder it is that leads Sean Galale, but Sean owes us now that drive-through for that the penalty for the contact with the number 5, the Phoenix Racing car. Third is John Falb. He stayed aboard the number 25 car, and that will, I think, be enough to pop him back up into second position. Simon Trummer he's what, just about 54 seconds back from the leader, but will, of course, close back up on Sean Galale, at least, as a result of that pending drive-through.
Yeah.
But not an immediate threat to the G-Drive cars. In LMP3, Rory Penttinen, 6th overall at the moment, with a couple of problems for the LMP2 cars. He's got 12 seconds over teammate, 13 seconds over teammate Andrew Bentley. That's the 23 and the number 3 United cars. GT, still Julien Landauer, and still about 16 seconds to the good from Maxime Martin.
Oh, we've got a spin now. Got a spin.
That is the Ligier, that's the 11 car.
Yeah.
High-nosed car, very distinctive.
He's now driven right off into the runoff, and he's going to have an awful lot of sand on his tyres. And it's a very fine sand here as well.
It is.
Yeah, which could take some time to clean up.
It's Australian John Corbett in that car. And has picked up some damage as well. There's something on the front of that car.
Yeah, he's had a stop, hasn't he? And he's continued.
If you look at the front splitter of that car,
yeah,
there is something that's been picked up by the 11 car.
So I've just got some info on the Ginetta at the start of the race. They were having some braking issues, and that's the reason why they pulled him for that stop. Okay, so it's the 11. Is it a dive plane?
There was something sitting 90 degrees to the front splitter, and I wonder if that's either blown back or blown off now. But after that spin, there was debris of some description on that front splitter. It's gone now. But is he missing a dive? He's not missing a dive plane, is he?
No.
So he's picked up some debris somewhere that's now hopefully somewhere staged right or staged left rather than wedged somewhere in the car. But as he recovered from that spin,
I didn't see whether they changed tyres on that car and whether he was on fresh tyres when he came out, or.
Well, they had a driver change in that car, so we'll see. Anyway, John Corbett continues.
No, he was in from the start. John was. That's what it's saying here.
Oh, apologies. It was the Era Motorsport car. Apologies, that had the driver change, wasn't it? That car has changed, of course, to Dwight Merriman. My apologies. A miscue there. Moves to the left, then to the right of the Aston Martin, heading down the main straight towards us. The station car in the foreground. Yet another Asia Le Mans Series race-winning team, by the way, that we'll be seeing in the WC later this season. And slow exit from the corner there, almost rear-ended by the Aston again.
Yeah, he doesn't look completely up to speed as John Corbett, and he might be battling a little bit with that car.
So D-station car, good-looking livery on that one. The number 77 car.
Yes,
Japanese entered.
He's not making the progress that you would have thought in a P2 car, so he may still have some problems. Maybe it was something that caused him to spin, and he's still trying to deal with it. But it's a possibility that the team are talking him through something. And there's a little bit of a misunderstanding there between the Aston and the P2 car, number 11 car, but no harm.
So he's through now and away as one of the Garage 59 cars closes in as a result of that overtake on the 77. He's going to take that position, I think.
Yeah, the 77 somewhat gifted him that opportunity by being rather cautious and opening the door for the number 11 car. Again, this is all about existing on track, multiple classes all together, trying to look after your machinery but not lose too much time. The D-station number 77 car is losing time right now.
Right, and that car is actually being lapped by Maxime Martin, it was.
Okay.
So a Aston Martin factory driver in the 88 car going by to lap the similar number 77 D-station in the hands of its gentleman driver right now.
Yeah, you can see that by the way that he's driving the 77 around the track that he's not really hitting any apex, he's not really using all of the road, he's somewhat just driving the car in the middle of the track, and you can sort of see that the tyre is somewhat used up. He's not using all the road on the exit.
Yep.
And the curb there. and so that's the reason why Maxine's managed to gap him so quickly.
Sean Galil, by the way, has taken that drive through, so we got back to a position where we got the 26 under 25, now 1-2, but 35 seconds apart. So the various machinations already in this race. We saw on those cars, it was the John Falk car, of course, that needed that top of a fluid. That's pulled the car back away from the leader. 10 seconds back is the Jota car of Sean Galil. 9 seconds back from that, and I'm sure pretty pumped up, is Simon Trummer.
Yeah.
So the top four 55 seconds apart right now, but those gaps beginning to compress again.
Yeah, I think Simon will just be wise just to keep doing his laps, take a breath, don't get too pumped up about the situation right now. Still 3 hours to go. He'll be getting out of the car sometime pretty shortly, and there'll be other teammates getting in who can take the fight to the Jota car. And
slow lap time last time around for the LMP3 leader, 2:03 from that. That's brought the lead back to under 4 seconds. So let's wait and see if that was traffic only, or whether or not there's maybe an issue looming for the number 23 car. We'll keep an eye on those. In fact, looking at the timing and scoring, he's just been passed by Dwight Merriman, so that might well have been a bit of a tussle between the lead LMP3 car and the number 18 LMP2
incident between number 7 and number 34. Turn 10 under investigation.
So that's the McLaren and the 34 Vonderhurst BMW. That's Jonathan Miller and Brendan Ariba. We see the number 26 car. That is our race leader, dealing well with traffic. Rennie Binder driving well here.
He is. He's just reeling off the laps. 35 seconds in the lead,
making no mistakes.
Exactly.
And that's at the moment, as we've seen from everybody else, I think it feels in LMP2, has been the winning formula.
Indeed. Just being smart about your racing, just doing the basics well.
Remember, 2 good drivers to come in this car. Yifei, the Chinese single-seater racer, and Ferdinand Habsburg as well.
Yeah.
Very experienced.
G-Drive will be pretty happy with their position right now with that car.
There is the 23 car, certainly well up to speed. And ahead, 2 cars ahead, you can see the light blue Era Motorsport car. I suspect that was just whatever battle it was for between the two. Bit of a lock up there for the number 3 car. That is Andrew Bentley.
It sounds like somebody's just gone off.
Doesn't it?
Yep.
And that's
and there we are. It's hard to say.
Is that Sean Galil?
It could well be.
I think it is.
I think it's, yeah.
Sean Galil with another incident. So dusty it is on the infield there. So Sean Galil has had a bit of a moment at the end of the main straights on the apex of that turn. The 28 car recovers, but that is going to give further sucker to Simon Trummer. Is that Trummer ahead? Trummer's ahead.
Yep. Yep.
Maybe that's what it was. We've got the number 89 Garage 59 car on pit road.
Yep.
Together with the number 9 Nielsen car in for a stop. So this is
Michael Benham getting out.
It's sort of on schedule for the LMP3 car. It certainly isn't for the Aston Martin, though we see another Aston coming in. That's the 77 car. So this will be, I'm sure, tactical.
Yeah, minimum drive time.
Yes.
So I've got Michael out. And who's this? This is the D station car.
And as
77.
As the D station car came by the Nielsen pit, there was some rapid action underway there. A couple of mechanics running back into the garage. There might be an issue there for the number 9 car.
I didn't see who was running to the 77 car, or to the D station car, and who was going to be getting in next. Could be Tom Gamble.
Tom, I'm sure, will make sure that car goes rapidly.
Yeah, he is a rising star within motorsport, in British motorsport and international motorsport. He's got a great opportunity later on in the year, I believe, with United.
In the LMP2.
Yeah.
So LMP3 last year, champion.
Yeah.
LMP3 this year will be looking to defend the championship won last year by United. Utterly dominated that with first and second in the LMP2 championship in Europe, and winning the LMP3 championship as well. Here comes the number 11 Euro International car. This car running 5th now in the hands of John Corbett.
Yeah, he's see if he's got himself back up to speed again, because he was struggling for those few laps. He had that off, didn't he? At turn 10.
155 last time around for him. 156 for the chasing Dwight Merriman. Sean Galil, by the way, confirmed down in 4th. And gradually, Simon Trommer is taking time out of the leader. It's 53 seconds now, 13 seconds back from John Falb, and that's a gap to watch. He was just about 3 seconds quicker last time around, so John Falb is certainly within reach in this stint for the Phoenix Racing car.
I think the Phoenix car is running well. It looks like it's got strong race pace. Maybe didn't have the ultimate pace in qualifying against the G-Drive cars, but it's, you know, it's solid.
The happiest part, I guess, about that incident from earlier with Sean Galel is there does not appear to be anything that's causing major ongoing issues for the 5.
Yeah, and it's usually in those sorts of situations when you see them have that sort of contact, just nose to rear wing, and that rear sort of cheese wedge position or part of the car, and you know that there's not going to be anything too structural. Yep,
some of the GT cars and the P3 cars now making their way down pit road. We've got the Oman Racing with TF car, Ahmed Al Hati. Great to see Oman appearing on the list of flags on the Asian Le Mans Series this year. Also in the 51AF course car with Osvaldo Negri on pit lane. The Formula Racing car from Johnny Larson. They're in 2. Castle Racing with Francesco Zolo. And John Hartshorn in the TF Sport car, number 95. John and his regular driving partner, Harley Hancock, will be joining the European Le Mans Series as well. That's what
driver change going on here on the United car.
That is the United
23.
So that is both the cars. That's 23 and 3, nose to tail in pit lane. So we come to the end of the first hour in just 30 seconds time.
Again, that'll be a minimum drive time thing.
And remember, for the pit stops here, for all classes with the exception of LMP2, but including LMP2 AM, a mandatory 3 110-second stops. So 110 seconds mandatory on pit lane. In answer to the question why, because generally speaking, the assumption is that some of the teams we'll see in competition here will be perhaps less experienced at the discipline of endurance racing. Take the panic out of it when you've got fuel involved on pit lane. Let these guys learn their trade.
The sister car's just in front. They'll be counting down. They'll have a stopwatch inside the car, maybe even taped to on the steering wheel, and the driver will be told when to leave or at what point he can leave. They'll have timed it. They'll have worked it out. Very choreographed. The man standing at the front there with the board with the lollipop, counting them down. He'll be advised on when he can let them go.
A couple of cars, by the way, as we watch this, getting warnings for track limits or must respect track limits. One of them is Henry Volkenhurst in the Volkenhurst Motorsport BMW. The other is Giancarlo Fisichella.
Giancarlo Fisichella.
I know, Giancarlo Fisichella has been brought to the attention of race control. That's never ever happened before. That's out comes the 23. Sorry, Giancarlo, we love you dearly.
Yeah.
But out comes Rory Penton. Stellar first stint from him.
Indeed.
This will be impressed Richard Dean down at United Autosports. Away he goes.
I didn't see whether they did a full service on the 23 or not, but they did on the sister car. It looks by the way the car's driving that he might have taken new tyres.
They would have done, I'm sure. So how many? It's 10 tyres.
It's only 10 tyres, and so that's the thing.
So did they take 2 or did they take 4?
Or none.
Or none. So around he goes, and it'll be interesting to see how his pace compares in this second stint for Rory Penton. We can bring you some of that as we get deeper in.
Okay.
Well, the first of 16 hours of race action for the Asian Le Mans Series. It's been fast and it's been furious. The pack of LMP3 and GT3 cars tussling away as Julian Andlauer got well away in the GPX Racing Porsche to build a commanding lead in the opening stint of this race. The number 40 car based here at the Dubai Autodrome, and Andlauer is well ahead of the field after a stint that just took him well clear of some of the carnage behind. The number 4 car, Phoenix Racing, making their debut in LMP3, but dominating the going has been a pair of United Autosports cars that have been the class of the field, in particular Rory Penton in the number 23 car, just emerged from his first pit stop after building a substantial lead in the LMP2 overall class. The number 25 car starting the race in the hands of John Falb. The number 28 car in the hands of Sean Galale just lost second place after a bit of a spin. for the number 28 Jota car, competing here under their own flag for the first time, but leading the race as we get into hour 2. Rennie Binder in the number 26 G-Drive Racing Aris. Back to live action, Ollie, and here is the number 1 car. This is the defending GT champion. We've had a close look at that car, the AMG GT3.
Yes, it's being run by Hub Auto. Good operation, very strong. This is brand new Mercedes AMG. They've got a good lineup.
Absolutely. GT car with a big V8 up front. You're probably not familiar with those.
No, it's a strong machine. This is the Mercedes AMG was they won the GTD class at Daytona.
Absolutely, first ever title at Daytona in the 24-hour race by any Mercedes car, which is remarkable.
It is.
But not only did they win it, first and second, and a dominant display, I thought, and now hunting down the BMW that lies ahead, at least on the road of that car, although that is a car that's coming round to lap. So it's been a good opening stint from Liam Talbot.
Yeah.
Remember, the non-professional driver. Out comes the number 4 car, the Phoenix Racing car, with the, should we call it pop art?
Yeah.
I like pop art, that's a good phrase.
Yeah.
With the automotive culture following on social media and on YouTube. That
Leo Weiss behind the wheel there.
There's Leo Weiss, part of the family that is behind the Wochenspiegel team. That's well known for racing in GT3, Nürburgring and elsewhere.
He's getting himself going.
And we're yet to see just exactly where we're going to see them racing in LMP3. We're promised a campaign by that team. Will it be the Michelin Le Mans Cup? Will it be emerging elsewhere? But great to see Leo and that team there. In comes the 35 BMW.
Making a driver change.
Yeah, this is the GT Am effort. 2 BMWs here. Nicky Katzberg we'll see later in the 34 car.
Is it Henry Volkenhurst getting out of the car? And I'm sure who's going in. Didn't recognise the helmet. Oh,
almost fell over the
yeah.
tyre, but stalks away. Tall form of Henry Volkenhurst. Something about the he doesn't seem very happy, does he?
He's forgotten something. Oh, here we go. Insert.
Yes.
Seat insert. He might need that later.
Absolutely. No aerodynamic advantage of leaving that on the top of the car. The 35 car is going to be released, waiting for time now.
Ah, yes, this is what we were waiting for.
As that's a G-Drive pit stop. Who was that? That was John Falbin again. Now that was the car that had the fluid added.
Right.
So that car is in again, and that's early.
Yes, it is.
So
the 25 car.
The 25 car it was on pit lane.
It's only 12 laps he did in that last stint.
Yeah, that's not good news for the 25 crew.
No.
Out comes John Falb. Slots in ahead of the car we saw the last time around coming out, the number 4 Phoenix Racing car. Now that will cost him that position. I should say, by the way,
driver change.
Unseen by me, Simon Trummer is ahead of Sean Galale.
Yes, because Sean had the spin at turn 6, turn 7.
Apologies. Yes. So, but Phoenix Racing, by the way, are gradually catching the leader. It's come down from about 55, 56 seconds to 51. So he's making some progress, just nibbling away at that.
88 car.
88 car on pit road.
Maxime Martin.
So, Aston Martin factory driver, I'm sure, will stay ahead.
He is just jumping out, and it will be Maxime.
Well, Maxine is out, and that's who else is aboard that car?
Alexander West, possibly.
And Valentin Haase-Klotz, who is, by the way, the newest addition to the Aston Martin Racing factory driver roster. He's the winner of their development scheme this year, French driver.
Be likely it'll be Alexander West getting in the car now.
Like before in the Asian Le Mans Series, an LMP2 car in years past, shared a Ligier. Oh, there's a spin there for the number 8 car.
Yeah.
That is the Nielsen Racing car with Rodrigo Salas aboard. And
he's just actually had a stop.
Right. So, could that be just cold tyres, cold air tyres?
It's busy in spots.
Isn't it just? So, we get a yellow flag at that turn whilst he recovers, but he has recovered it back to the track. So those yellow flags, I'm sure, will be withdrawn. As we see the sister car, that's the number 9 car. Hands of Tony Wells in the first stint on this car. And where is that car in the order? It is now still Tony Wells. He's in 19th position overall. Tony in 5th place still in in LMP3, but well in the fight for 3rd, 4th, 5th.
There's Julian and Lauer. He's still clicking off the laps. Very strong. This opening stint.
Remember, you know, these cars will go longer on fuel. Jumps off the curb there, a bit of a puff of dust from the rear wheel of the car, but he's up actually at the moment with pit stops still to come for the GT cars. Julien is in 8th position and moving up as I speak into 2nd. Ralph Byrne in the number 99 Bricot Herberth car we've actually not seen a close shot of yet. United Autosports 10th overall in the 23 car with Rory Penttinen.
It was Alexander West who jumped into the 88 car, taking over from Maxime Martin.
As the Phoenix Racing Orica just goes up the inside of the GT leader. Lots of traffic down this back straight.
Yep.
Gives us an opportunity here, if we stick with this shot, to watch the relative pace in a straight line between the P3 car there and the GT3 cars ahead. It's almost identical, isn't it?
It is. Also, Hub also having a pit stop here, and this will be a chance for a driver change. So this will be Gomez getting in the car, I believe.
I'd have thought that would be right. So Marcos Gomez, if it is ex-stock car champion.
Yep.
Back in his home, Brazil.
Yep. Liam's out the car and
helping.
Yep.
The large grille area on this car marks out the Evo version of this Mercedes AMG. Loved by the particular gentleman drivers who drive these cars. Very easy car to get the performance out of.
Every time you follow a car like this, it does look easy to drive. It does lots of things nicely and well. It's got good even power delivery. Always seems to have good traction. They've worked it well.
Fastest lap of the race, by the way, last time around went to a new driver aboard the 25 Colt. So that was a driver change that stopped for the 25. It's Rui Pinto Andrade who gets aboard the car. Portuguese driver, one of a number of new faces at G-Drive Racing this weekend, as the team moves to decide just who's going to drive which of their 2 cars in the LMS.
And here we're seeing something that does happen. The P3 car going a little bit slowly here, maybe just out of the pits. It's being passed by GT cars, and yes, the car guy, Ferrari, had to take avoiding action. He's now got sand on his tyres.
And that's because we've got the 2 pro drivers aboard this car. Tom Gamble we saw climbing aboard the 77. What we haven't seen is Mikkel Jensen climbing aboard the car. A couple of things to say about young Mikkel. I mean, supremely talented.
Yes.
He's really having a crack here. But we will be seeing him aboard a Peugeot next season, 2022.
Exciting times.
Got up the inside.
Yep, looks like he's going to make the move.
He does. And
D-Station's not giving it up.
Oh, he's going to have to, but that was a tiny margin, wasn't it?
It was.
The other thing
They're racing hard here.
It is that we have described this as the 2021 Asia Le Mans Series. He's going to have a look at the inside here. It's not there, though, is he?
No.
It is actually the 2020-2021 Asia Le Mans Series. That's where we started before the pandemic had its say. And as such, that means that an important element of the regulations comes into play, which is why Mikkel is in this car. Because last year, 2020, Mikkel Jensen was a silver-ranked driver on the FIA driver gradings.
And it's been frozen.
He retains that for this series only, which means, to all intents and purposes, he is for this series a silver-ranked driver, and that was one heck of a call from Car Guy to be able to get him in that car alongside another top pro in Com Ledegar.
Yes.
So it'd be interesting to see just how well he makes progress here. And he's pulling away from the Aston Martin, so clearly at the moment the Ferrari better package in this, as we get the number 8 car closing right in on Tom Gamble.
Yep.
So will be Nielsen Racing, who were somewhat tortured last year in European Le Mans Series by United Autosports, included Tom Gamble, just going, hello, we're here,
yep,
we're back. And Tom was getting a piece of, I guess, the medicine he doled out to Nielsen last year at the LMS. He's getting his head around this circuit, this car, the condition of the track at the moment. It does not look to be a high grip surface.
No, it certainly doesn't. No, and Tom just needs to settle down and just get his eye in, get into his rhythm. and not get too flustered. But you know, he'll get there. It's all good.
Just to note, elsewhere in the field, as we see the number 54 car continue on its merry way. That is Thomas Fleur is now aboard that car. Driver changes have been underway. Notable driver change aboard the Jota car. Stoffel van Dorn joins the race. Ex-Formula 1 driver, of course, and also ex-LMP1 driver in the WEC for S&P Racing with some success. The 26 car, though, moves on.
So Stoffel will do this middle section of the race. I think he can do 1.5 hours of driving.
Yep.
And then it'll be Sean Galil to be in again to finish.
It's going to be interesting to see. We've got a lot of new faces this season, not just in Asia but elsewhere in LMP2, as the motor racing world aligns around what we know is coming. No doubt in my mind that that's why we're seeing Sean Galil and Stoffel van Dorn, as well as Nicky Thiem. We'll be seeing Kelvin van der Linde at Yas Marina, for instance. We'll see Tom Blomqvist in the Jota car there. It's going to be interesting to see just how well the raw speed we know these guys have got adapts to this machinery. It doesn't always come easily.
No.
Great example of that, and Davidson stepping out of the Toyota LMP1 hybrid, just readapting to an LMP2 car. Just took a bit of time. He's now a force to be reckoned with, but in the early races it was not easy to adapt there. Side by side there, that's the Ginetta just seeing the G-Drive car late. Just a bit of a check up there from the leader as he just made sure that the Ginetta had seen him. He had, he's through and clear and carries straight on through. This is beginning to feel to me like it's very much going the way of G-Drive Racing. They're just running this trouble-free. Matthias Kaiser, by the way, has taken over the Phoenix Racing car in their latest pit stop. And he's got a mighty, mighty lead in this race. They've only had the one pit stop, and in that...
Oh, we had a bit of action there with Ferrari off. You got to see the number.
It's the 51.
Yeah.
Yeah. The one with the two numbers,
yeah.
Two number 51s, the heritage number on the door and the regulatory number, the orange-backed number. These classes pretty easy to pick out here in the Asia Le Mans series, but it is orange-back numbers for the GT cars, purple-back numbers for the LMP2 cars, blue-back numbers, of course, for the LMP2s. Only 3 of the 7 runners in LMP2 have just had the one stop. That includes the leader. They are now, would you believe, over 2 minutes ahead.
Yes.
But owes a pit stop.
Right.
So DKR, good to see them back out and running, and by the look of things, running at pace. That's good to see. They'll fancy a bit of a battle. 8 laps back, by the way, from the Ginetta. They're the only 2 cars, by the way, that are not Ligier chassis here, and Duquesne, I think, will be disappointed with the lack of take-up for their chassis in 2021 after the first year in this new formula of LMP3 in Europe last year.
So we've got the car guy making some progress. The Kessel car with Mikkel Jensen. He's closing down on the Aston Martin of number 89.
Yuki Wikamoto, racing last year in Italy in the number 89 Garage 59 car. Silver rank driver, that's going to be interesting to see how he makes progress. But Mikkel Jensen fired up here, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
So let's keep an eye on that one through this stint. So Mikkel at the moment 14th in that 19 car class, but making progress and making progress rapidly. And there's other cars within reach here.
Yeah, he just needs to be aware that it's the start of his stint and he's got a long way to go on those tyres. We do see a large amount of drop-off.
So, well, formulating about what might be the kind of pace we'd see from Stoffel van Dorn. Well, the answer is he's just set the fastest lap of the race, so pretty good.
Yes.
1:47.017. I think we'd have expected to see pace from the Belgian. But pace it is. He's now 2.5 seconds back from John Corbett. Was 3 seconds quicker last time. So I think we'll be up to 3rd by the time we see the Jota car through once again. Again, the car's fanning out 3 wide and 3 different classes there in the middle of the shots. GT to the inside, LMP3 in the middle, and a G-Drive car going through and taking both under power. So this 30 kilowatt reduction in power for the LMP2s. Bit of dust, or was that smoke from the rear of the G-Drive cars? He makes his way by the Ginetta. Does not, the reduction in power doesn't seem to be having a dramatic effect on their ability to deal with traffic. I was talking to a couple of drivers who actually said the way in which these cars are presented now, in some ways, actually suits their driving style better. You're losing the power at the top end of the rev range, but actually the tractability is very good. So round the
that
outside.
punch that you need off the corner.
Yep.
That's what just
absolutely
highlighted there.
Boom. As the race just conspires to throw most of the cars into the same corner at the same time.
Yep.
Stoffel van Dorn coming down around to complete the lap. Across the line to complete 42 laps comes Rennie Binder. He is a lap ahead now of the field, but as I say, is on a different strategy and a pit stop out of sequence with the rest of the major runners. Jota Car does indeed come through in third position. Van Dorn with a 150.344 in traffic, taking another second out of Rui Pinto de Andrade in second place, 4 seconds back from that. So the Jota man looking good to get at least the position in reasonably short order, but has got quite a way to make up. BMW gets out of that lot. Yeah. But has left the door open for the Aston Martin there to come through.
Is it Ollie Hancock in that car?
I think that might well be Ollie. That's a TF Sport car, isn't it?
Yep.
Ollie's taken over from John Hartshorn.
Yep.
Prep for this pair for the European Le Mans Series to come in a GTE version of the Aston Martin.
Yeah, Ollie was. I saw him earlier on in the weekend, and he seems excited about what's going to be happening for him this year.
Yes,
always positive.
Ligier versus Ginetta. The P2 car making its way past its sister P3 car as the BMW and Ferrari get together.
Yeah, the BMW is falling back. It's got a very slow lap.
It's not been very convincing so far for the M6. We did say that the team was saying this was not a circuit well suited to its undoubted talents. The Phoenix car comes through there. Matthias Kaiser aboard that car and looking to get onto terms with John Corbett ahead and catching rapidly. So
yeah, that's the
55 car, by the way. We pointed this out a little earlier. They must make a repair to the right-hand mirror at the next stop. And my guess would be, and it is a guess, they'll repair a door on that car. We've seen that before. There's the 99 car, by the way. We've not had much opportunity, just tucked in behind Van Dorn, the number 99 Precoat Herbeth car, third position in GT. Alex West, by the way, doing a good job of maintaining second place in the Garage 59 car, team he co-owns with Andrew Cocody and not my uncle, Chris Goodwin. Through goes Van Dorn, and still good speed here for the Belgian.
Yeah.
5 seconds back now as he deals with all the traffic in the world by the look of it.
It's very busy up this straight into turn 10.
But there is the second place car in front of that gaggle of 4 cars. So it's going to be the traffic, that gap, plus whatever else Andrade can actually pass is the effective gap here. 2 cars passed in one fell swoop there by Van Dorn.
I think Mikkel Jensen has just made another place up there in the Kessel car.
I think you're right. And as I say, he's got other cars up ahead of him within handfuls of seconds, and his pace is excellent right now.
Yeah, he's driving well.
Man of no little talent, previous BMW junior driver. I've had on very good authority, he was offered a Ferrari GT factory deal, which he turned down.
Maybe you can see into the future.
No, I'm waiting for Peugeot. They'll call me in 3 years.
Yeah.
And indeed they did. Good luck to him.
Indeed.
It is great to see a major factory effort investing in young talent. And he most certainly is a talent. Here comes the TKR car by the Garage 59 cars with the Nielsen Racing the brake car also looking to make that move. It's an intriguing bunch, this, isn't it? It's an oddity of world sports car racing. There are few, if any, major series across the world that actually have the same mix of cars.
Yes, it is. It is unusual, and it's great to see. You know, you're seeing some, you're seeing a tricky track, you know, low grip, with a good mix of different cars and classes, and the drivers are working hard. They really are trying to keep the car, the tyre, manage the stint length, and it's aggressive conditions out there.
The key thing I think to watch here from Mikkel Jensen is where is the GPX car on track here, because what he's working more than anything else, I think, here is not just the gap to the cars ahead, it's looking to unlap himself.
Yes.
Because we saw Kimura-san being passed by Julian Andlauer. That is a situation that Mikkel Jensen will be keen to reverse, I'm absolutely certain.
Yeah.
As we see the Picard Herbeth 99 car and the Phoenix car side by side, the number 5 car making its way through, 4th position now. So that place has gone to Matthias Kaiser ahead of John Corbett. The 5 car is now 15 seconds back from Stoffel van Dorn, not lapping quite as quickly at the moment. But Van Dorn within 2.5 seconds now of the second place G-Drive car.
Yeah, we'll have to see how we can close that gap down.
Radically different strategies to do with driver time in play here, though. That's going to come back into play.
Jensen just needs to be a little bit careful there with his track limits on the exit of 16. Speaking to Eduardo earlier on before the start of the race, he was saying, you know, that's something they're really going to be on.
I wonder whether or not we're going to hear, just looking at the back of the DKR car, which had its pit lane flashing lights on the back.
Right. Yeah, that was unusual.
That's
maybe it's just
rather odd.
Electrical issue.
Yeah, maybe so, but that won't be something that I think race control are going to be smiling on. This is the Racing Team India car.
Yep.
We've not really had a close look at this effort, and it's great to see them here. Narain Karthikeyan got bored apparently in lockdown and came up with this idea. Well done, Narain. Has led a test session so far this week and has got alongside him in this team the talents of young Arjun Maini. With a Maini family outing here this week with his younger brother Kush in the F3 Asia Championship, and Naveen Rao we've already spoken about, the reigning IMSA champion. Away goes the 64 car. That car brought in by Naveen Rao.
Of course, there's no minimum time for their pit stops in P2, is there?
No, only for the AM, the 2 AM cars. It's not one of those, and they can do this as a full professional team.
That's what confused me earlier on. We were watching the Era car because that's an AM entry, isn't it?
Which is why they were waiting.
Yes.
Which I'd completely forgotten as well. So I'll take that one for the team. So almost at the end of the first 90 minutes, out goes the number 64 car. That is Arjun Maini.
Yep.
Young Indian driver we've seen already in LMP2 competition, knows the Orica package well. That car, though, is under investigation for pit lane speed, and I have to tell you, the hit rate of investigation versus penalty when that comes up is about 100%.
Yeah.
They're not guessing, are they?
No. It is a very definite science.
Indeed. So the 64 car out in the hands of Arjun Maini, being closed down, by the way, by one of the pair of G-Drive cars. We're giving a little bit of friendly advice to Roman Rusinov at G-Drive Racing, who is here but not racing. He's observing, I think making some selections for 2021 that we were going to be struggling to tell these two cars apart. And we are indeed struggling to tell these two cars apart. One of them I know has got some sponsor logos on the front, the other one doesn't. But Arjun will not be keen to let that orange and black car by. Cracking new livery, I think, by the way, on the G-Drive cars. You know, it is a spectacular look. And
just trying to pick out, is it the 25 or is it the 26? Let's see.
26 is in that sector.
It's
so
the 26, yeah. It's the 26 car.
So it is indeed Rennie Binder.
He's had a very good stint. He's pitting. He's pitting this lap.
That is. So one of the interesting parts that will wind out here as we get deeper into this race is we have got the LMP2 cars on very different strategies. So it's going to come down to who might need a splash at the end of this race if we stay green, and we've been I can't believe I'm saying it. We've been green from the start. Q chaos somewhere out there.
The 64 car has to have its team manager go immediately to race control, which is never a good sign.
It's not tea and biscuits, is it?
Definitely not.
So 26 car.
So Rene is out. Is that Hatzberg going in?
That looked like it might be Mr. Hatzberg. Was that? Oh, I think he's certainly taller than Yifei.
Yeah, I think it was Hatzberg.
And Ferdinand Hatzberg.
Right now, it's their race to lose. We'll throw that out there now, Graham.
Absolutely. This is going to be an important pit stop in terms of the rhythm of things. We'll now see where things actually stand.
He's getting a full service, new tyres. They're struggling with the right rear though. No problem with that. And he's gone for another gun.
Now 23, Ferdinand.
No, it's all good.
So, and I know there was a particular audience for this. I mean, obviously with his DTM career, but Ferdinand, Zvonimir, Mariah, Baltus, Keith, Michael, Otto, Antal, Banner, Leonard von Habsburg-Lothringen is his name, which makes for a hell of a name badge at conferences.
Let's get it all on one badge.
You probably can. It also means that the budget for the team for the vinyls for the name on the car is one of the principal issues. But really,
oh, it's Yifei after all of that.
He's got a very short name.
After you've just looked all that up.
But Yifei out there, and
what do we know?
Absolutely. But Yifei. We'll clip that one for later.
Yeah.
But Yifei out on track, Chinese ex-Formula driver. And
something's going on at turn 14 with double yellow. We haven't seen it.
Nielsen Racing car is overdue, and overdue by a chunk of time. That's the number 8 car in the hands of Rodrigo Gonzalez. So we should be able to see what's going on there sooner rather than later. But Yifei, good to see him in an LMP car, and another man clearly looking at what's going on in the future, and his management team.
Indeed, and his management team are
the Yarni family, and it was great to see Neil Yarni, and that's another one off.
And is that one of the United
cars? Which one is that?
3. Is it the 3 car?
See if we can get a tight shot on that one. That is the 3 car. Well done. So the number 3 car, and that car is in the hands of James Maguire. Jim Maguire has just got aboard that car. So Jim, another highly enthusiastic gentleman driver, just a little bit perhaps too much enthusiasm there. No harm, no foul.
No, but has he just got in the car? Let me see.
He's not been long in the car.
No, he's been in the car for 14 laps. So
okay. So the 8 car, by the way, has made it back to the pits, whatever the issue was for the 8. He has made it back, albeit after a very slow lap, and that clearly lost about a minute on track, and whatever it's now going to take. There's still a double yellow at turn 14, so is there still debris there?
Maybe that cheese wedge has finally fallen off the 33 car.
But 8 it was that was certainly very late through. We've not seen that car. As down the main straight, another gaggle of 4 cars, and the Ligier dives to the right to avoid Mikkel Jensen.
Yeah, he's aggressive.
He is, isn't he? He's well, yes. That looks to me like that's the 99 car that's caught him back up again.
Yeah.
So it's not paying off at the moment for Mikkel.
And the pre-cut
Porsche come through.
Yeah, we just dived away from that shot. That was looking. There
comes the 3 car.
Yeah, after his spin.
So he's
Mr. Maguire.
He's back underway. There's the car that I think was looking to avoid the melee.
Yeah, he had the spin, didn't he? At turn 10 or was it 12? He had the spin at earlier on in his stint.
99, by the way, has made his way back.
Oh no, it's not John anymore.
Neil Muston.
Yeah, Neil Muston's now
Australian driver.
Yeah.
So the 99 car has made its way back past Mikkel Jensen. Has he overdone it on the tyres, maybe?
He's
and it's still in 14th position, by the way. looking to get onto terms with the 89 car that's now the car ahead of the Preco car. So he's been lapped again by the 99. He got by Alfa Renard. It's 3 cars wide here, and they do go into one. 26 car goes through Yifei. 30 seconds ahead. 2 Aston Martins tussling away.
The D station car.
So the lead gap is about 33 seconds between the 2 G-Drive cars. The Jota car now under 4 seconds back from Andrade, but holding that gap. It's a good run here from the Portuguese driver. Another, lest we forget, another debutant. We're going to go down to the pit lane though. Zara has got G-Drive Racing to talk to us.
I just want to ask him right now, it's hot. I don't know how he's been driving for 1.5 hours. How are you feeling?
Yeah, that was quite a good run for me. I had good pace out there, start went well. I mean, it was a bit tricky in turn 1 in the beginning. I was P2 then from the first lap on. Then I tried just to manage the gap. I was once a bit unlucky with traffic when the Jota car passed us. But after that I tried to keep it constant and safe. So the 2 cars crashed in front of me. So and then after there was like a 35 laps left in the stint, and yeah, I tried to push but still keep it safe, and yeah, I'm quite happy with the performance, and let's see what the other 2 drivers do now, and should be quite a good result.
Awesome. Thanks so much for your time, and hey, have a good rest or good luck later on as well. Thanks, Graham. We're going to give it back to you guys up in the commentator box.
Thank you very much indeed. That was Rennie Binder from the 26 car after what I think we both agree was a controlled drive.
Yeah,
carnage around, but he kept it all together and drove away.
He did. He drove exceptionally well and just kept his head. Did a solid job, brought the car back exactly as he was given it as he started the race. And now he's got Yifei in the car. I mean, they really are in the box seat now for this race.
And we saw just in the background was starting another round of P2 pit stops. And in fact, the other car, the 25 car, is on pit road now. Cedes second place as a result of that. Remember, the Jota car slightly off sequence here, courtesy of a drive-through, some other dramas, etc. But Stoffel van Dorn now 33 seconds off the lead, rather than the 25 car being in that position.
Yeah, I think that 25 car's got a problem. I mean, it's doing stints of around about 12 to 16 laps. Yeah, I think it's that much probably that oil issue, or that issue that they were looking at the start, even before the start, even before they went out to the grid. I had the rear deck off. Yeah,
also on pit road at the moment is the number 18 Era Motorsport car. Dwight Merriman brings that car in. That feels like it's closer to its kind of pit stop cycle. How many laps for Dwight? I think it's 24. 24 it is on that sequence for Dwight Merriman. DKR on track still after that long delay for the team. Just looking there, as we saw the lead GT car go through the shots, that is the second place car. It's driven away again from the car here. There, that is Mikkel Jensen, not third, 14th, was trying and at times succeeding to unlap himself. He's dropping back now though from the 99 car, and is the full length of pit straight as the number 18 car emerges from pit lane with Carl Tilley now at the lane, at the wheel. Full length of pit stop straight behind the number 40 car leading the class. So effectively, he's a lap and the length of the pit straight off the lead.
Right. Yeah, we got. You're seeing a lot of degradation here with the GT runners. You see Mikkel Jensen there, just as he went into turn 9, he's laying down black rubber as he's turning the car into the corner, which is. It's going to flash the surface of the tyre. It's going to reduce the grip level of that Michelin. And just trying to keep it underneath you here for that stint, which is likely to be around about an hour and 15 minutes. Yep. That's tough.
So we've got LMP3 car going by GT Aston Martin as that move is completed without drama. The overall running, Yifei leads Stoffel van Dorn. It's 35.9 seconds after a good lap there around last summer from the Chinese driver. So Chinese versus Belgian versus Matthias Kaiser. Third position in the Phoenix Racing car again now. He's 29 seconds back from Van Dorn, but 1 minute and 5 off the lead. So he's dropped back a little in the overall running there. Yifei's pace beginning to tell. Fourth position now after that slightly early stop for, well, not slightly, early stop for the 25 G-Drive Racing car. They're beginning to struggle, it looks, with that car.
Yeah, I think they're managing something there, aren't they?
Yep, and moving down to LMP3, it's this car in the hands of Rory Penttinen, the 23 United Autosports car that's led more or less since the start, but has just come out from his outlap. So Rory Penttinen is leading the way in LMP3, and a big lead now for him, ahead of Leo Weiss now in the Phoenix Racing car. Now I'm guessing that must be a car that we're expecting to see pit, because that car was certainly not that close until remarkably recently.
Well, Leo's done 17 laps in this stint.
Right, so he is due in, at the moment running second for the Phoenix Racing car. Then we've got Jim Maguire's dropped back a little from the second place. RLRM Sport running in a strong fourth position, Bashar Mandini.
Axel Jeffries there leading GT. He is maintaining that lead. A very strong performance from this team and this driver lineup, the GPX Racing car.
Again, that very different line through, that sweeping left-hander. Not many people following their...
You would have thought that every single team would have got video of this car and this team here. They're based here, they've just won the Dubai 24 Hours here, and they're the class of the field. And these guys are doing an excellent job.
Looking very, very professional indeed. Also, by the way, on the team's winning CV, 2018, I think it was 2018, 2019, I'm losing track of years with this pandemic, at Spa 24 Hours, and the first big result indeed for GP Extreme, and their facility here, packed with goodies. Certainly, when you're able to come back and visit Dubai as a race fan, you are welcome in their race shop, and it's literally a shop, and more or less everything in there is for sale. The unique Mackie Formula One car is amongst the fabulous collection of goodies in their units here. But that is the 40 car, and of Axel Jeffries, making his way towards halfway in just under 20 minutes, and that's flown by.
Sure has.
So at the moment, Yifei, by the way, going quicker than he's been going before in the mid-47s, and is not just holding, he's pulling away from Stoffel van Dorn. Big tussle here, 3 LMP3 Ligiers and the G-Drive Racing car. Need to get through without drama. Busy out there, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, when it's this section of the track is one of the hardest points to navigate with all of this traffic.
That is a battle for position, by the way. That is the number 3 car, Jim Maguire, fending off the 15, the RLR M Sport car. That is for third position. Tony Wells also in there. That is 3 cars battling for third position in LMP3. So we'll stick with this if we can, please, Mr. Director Sir Imam, because this could get very interesting. Tony Wells, the gold-nosed car, the orange and black RLR car in the middle, at the front United Autosports, and 3 title-winning teams here. United Autosports, we've already talked about, multiple titles in a stellar 2020. RRM Sports, previous ELMS LMP3 champions, and Nielsen Racing are reigning Asian Le Mans Series champions. So 2 European Le Mans Series champions versus an Asian Le Mans Series champion. And good for the home team. Up the inside goes Tony Wells to take that position. And he's now going to try to latch on to the rear of Jim Maguire and see whether or not Nielsen Racing, after a trying 2020 in Europe, might start to put smiles back on faces.
Yeah, these are all bronze drivers battling against one another, and what's brought these guys together is that traffic. Trying to deal with that traffic and not getting held up or getting held up, bunching them together, and then it's how they deal with it. how they process it.
You were talking earlier in the week about the number 11 car finds the grip on the inside there, kicks up the dust, but takes the position, or takes the track position. About the mindset of a gentleman driver in mixed class racing, as Tony Wells is taking that place. That's been a great lap from Tony.
Yeah. Up
the inside, he goes up into third position. There's a big lock up there from the CD Sport car. That's the 33 car. It's been one of the form cars this weekend. That's Adam Atiki. He's been the form driver this weekend. He's already, by the way, up in the 15 car and looking to get through and get into that battle for third place.
Yeah, he's a bit wounded, that 33 though, isn't it? He's missing a dive plane off the nose and he's missing that cheese wedge off the back.
Yeah.
And that's certainly going to be hurting his, maybe not outright single lap speed, but over a stint.
Yeah, lock up ahead of him.
And it's likely that right front lock up that he had into turn 10 was down to missing a dive plane off the right front corner.
I would say is this, if you're looking at two aggressive dogs and one's got a few chunks out of him, it's probably more angry and probably more able to fight. And it looks at the moment like Adam Atiki is certainly taking the fight to the cars ahead of him. And it's going to be for Tony Wells to do what he can do to get out of this fight the best way possible by finding pace and drawing out the gap. But Atiki is going by the United Autosports car. He goes up into fourth position.
Yeah, Adam Atiki's, his average over this stint, which is 23 laps, is some 3 seconds a lap faster than the guys in front. He shouldn't take long before he's past Jimmy Maguire and even on to Tony Wells.
Yeah, Tony Wells, he's right with him almost. The two LMP2 cars passing Tony didn't help his campaign. He's done a good job to pull away from Jim Maguire, but I don't think he's going to have much in the glove box to resist Adam Atiki, who is closing rapidly. Another emerging talent coming to LMP3 racing. Round that turn they go.
Yeah, he's driving solidly. Yeah,
he is, isn't he? He's taking chunks out of that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to sort of see what they do here at the stop for Adam in the 33 car, whether they decide to give him fresh tyres, keep him in, or just change two, because the LMP3 cars only allowed 10 tyres for the whole race. So he's got to be mindful on how he's using his tyres and equipment and his resources, and that's what so much of endurance racing is all about. How do you use those resources?
But the other part of one of the other factors in endurance racing that makes this so intriguing is Adam Atiki is the quickest driver in this car. Tony Wells isn't the quickest driver in the other car because Colin Noble is still to come.
Yeah. And
as that plays out with a different strategy, up the inside he goes, neatly done. Tony saw him coming.
Gave him the room.
Absolutely. There's no reason at this stage to chop the nose off that car. It's a long race. It's a short but long season. If you see my rating.
Absolutely.
Here.
Yeah. Still 2 hours and 14 minutes to go, and there's plenty of racing that's going to happen.
And now Tony will do what he's been trained to do, which is just learn the lessons of the quicker car ahead, do what you can to hang on in there, make Colin Noble's job as easy as possible.
Yeah.
Keep the gap to an absolute minimum, and the way he needs to do that is by staying cool, staying calm, staying consistent, staying within his limits, and just keep the gap down if he possibly can. Adam Atiki, meanwhile, will be on full house attack mode,
all out,
and will be doing what he can to extend that lead. I think I just saw a car off track ahead of these two, just briefly, but it's an odd circuit, this. From certain views you can see cars going in two different directions at once with the perspective. A stream of cars down the back straight. Sorry, Ollie.
Certainly, yeah, the 9 car of Colin Noble and Tony Wells, they're in a pretty good spot. I think that they just need to keep sort of digging away and working away at it. And when Colin does get in, I think they'll be in with a pretty good shot, certainly of a podium. I'm not sure whether they're going to have the outright speeds to challenge the 23 car, or the United car.
51 car just looked good with those kind of heritage numbers on it. That car, they ran the same kind of idea at Le Mans last year.
Yep.
And just looking up the inside, that is the 97. That's the Oman backed car, TF Sports. I think that's right.
Yes, it is.
And 97 car. In the thick of things there.
Thomas Canning's in that car.
Tom Canning is a young man and looks younger. Damn him. first met Tom driving a little Toyota GT86 GT4 car in the British GT Championship, and looked remarkably young. Not so much that you would question his age when he was trying to be served something in the newsagents, but you question his age as to where his mum was at that point. Genuinely, he just looked like a babe in arms, but by God, he could drive that car.
Sure can.
So Tom Canning, another young man, I'm sure, with a big future in endurance racing.
There's Mikkel Jensen again. He's let me see how far he's progress he's managed to make.
He's falling back, I think, for the 99 car. So he passed the 99 to unlap himself in the second place car in the class, but was then reeled back in, repassed. So he's now lapped by the first and second place cars in class. Has dropped back, I think, from the 99.
Yeah, he's 12th.
Yeah, he's 12th. So making progress up through the field. He was 15th when he got in the car. Just looking to see what that lead gap is now in the GT class. It is 40 seconds.
40 seconds.
So GPX car, Axel Jeffries picking up where Julian Andlauer left off. That's been pretty mighty. Also, by the way, big kudos to Yifei, who is holding Stoffel van Dorn. That gap is now pretty stable at 36.6 seconds now.
Yep.
So he's done well to hold the absolutely undoubted talent that is Stoffel van Dorn.
Yeah, this is sort of Jota's card that they were playing here, hoping that Stoffel was going to be able to make some serious inroads into that 26 car, but it's just not happening.
It's going to be a 5-second stop and go penalty, by the way, for spinning in the pit lane for car 64. And we don't know whether or not that was Naveen Rao coming in or Arjun Maini going out.
The team manager's been up to have a chat with.
That'll have been an interesting conversation.
Yes.
But,
it's taken that long for him to have a chat with Eduardo.
Get a word in edgeways, sort of thing, really. But two G-Drive racing cars on the same bit of track, albeit laps apart now, with the
two Astons fighting away there.
So two Astons, two G-Drive cars. It's the 88 car there with, is that the 70? No, it's not the 77. That's the 95, I think.
Yeah.
That's the TF car on the outside, rather, inside the previous turn. The 88. And
it's Alexander West.
Yep, that's not for position. So Alexander West, third position.
So that's the teammate to Maxime Martin.
Yep, and Alexander West will have his mirrors, peeled on his mirrors with Rino Mastronardi, a very rapid bronze driver, and there he is in the red Ferrari behind.
That was the car that was missing the wing mirror, wasn't it? 55, was. Yeah.
So we need to keep an eye on that. That will have a slightly extended stop, and Alexander will be made aware of the fact that that place could be retaken if he loses it in a pit stop, because it will be. Well, actually, no. Thinking about it, of course, if you can do it in 110 seconds.
Yep. Yep. Giorgio Roda was given a track limits warning at turn 16. He's pushing hard, trying to make up some time there. Kessel entry.
Keeping an eye just on how the ebb and flow of this is going as we get closer and closer to the halfway mark. These drivers, these teams, we finding out a lot about why their life is going to be for the next week or so.
Yep. Yeah, and it's, you know, they'll be learning a huge amount just from this one race, this constant running, the stints. They'll be looking at all the averages. They'll be, when the tyres come off, the Michelin engineers will be sitting there examining them. They'll be looking at their fuel consumption. They'll be just looking at what all their estimates were for coming here, and then actually what the numbers are. So the engineers will be crunching those, and they'll be trying to make adjustments for future pit stops and what pressures they can run in the tyres, how they're adjusting them with the track temperature coming down.
Yep.
You know, all these things that every team will just be sitting there crunching the numbers, and the backroom staff will be really working that very, very hard right now, making sure that they've got the car, tyre, fuel, everything to an optimum for these last 2 hours.
And oddly, I mean, this format, I think, plays well for the gentleman drivers. They can basically deliver against lessons they've learned in this race tomorrow.
Exactly. So they'll be able to go back, sleep on all of this, big debrief tonight, sitting there working it through, and then even in the morning, working all the numbers through, really going through some stuff, so that they can come back and they get a second bite of the cherry here tomorrow afternoon, and see if they can make it work and improve their performance. Looks like the bit of back and forth here, and the Hub Auto cars up the inside. Mr. Gomez taking the 55 car.
That's for position.
Yeah.
That's been a 3-car battle for position, including the number 2 United Autosports LMP2, which took that position on that lap. But that is the number 1 car going by the 55 car for what is 4th position in GT.
Yeah, so that was Mastronardi.
Yep.
was trying to get by the Alexander West car.
But what we hadn't seen is the number 1 car was catching both.
And so by him trying to lunge through into turn 15, he then had to back off and get out of it, and then the Gomez car, the Hub Auto car, managed to get by.
As we see emerging from pit lane any moment now, the number 64 car, there she is, and that was their stop-go.
Stop-go, yeah.
So the 64 car, another learning point there. That will be, I'm sure, part of the wash-up later.
Debrief.
But the point arose about these learning points and the ability to activate those so very soon. That came from a really interesting conversation with Richard Lietz, long-time Porsche factory driver.
Yeah.
After the LMS were forced into a position through the pandemic to abandon their plans to go to Barcelona and go back to Paul Ricard for a second time, and we had a conversation about how good or bad that was for the man that Ricard is supporting in the LMS. That's Hollywood actor Michael Fassbender.
Okay.
Which Ricard's position was, it's absolutely ideal for him because it shows him against a yardstick he can remember and can understand just how much he's learned between those 2 races. Here, the lessons are going to be delivered even quicker.
Exactly. Just a little bit more info on the leading tussle between FAA and Stoffel van Dorn. Their average
trouble.
Oh.
I think there's trouble out turn 13 somewhere. 63 is off the track. That was the DCAR engineering car. But it looked to me that...
Oh, they've had a troubled race.
Yes, they have. But I think that was just a lock-up for the Ginetta. But the DCAR car with yellow flags there is stopped off at turn 13.
Right. Yeah, so with the FAA and Stoffel van Dorn, yeah, the average is there. FAA's got an average of 149.24 and Stoffel's got an average of 148.9, so they're pretty much punch for punch there. Yeah. Not making much progress, Stoffel isn't, and G-Drive will be very, very pleased with that.
Indeed. This is the Ginetta, still making its way through. Miro Konopka's been in that car from the very start and will complete his stint at around the 2-hour mark. We've still got Charlie Robertson and Chloe to come, Belgian driver. And
it doesn't look very happy, that car.
It doesn't, does it?
No. Huge amount of understeer there through turn 1.
Work to do for ARC Bratislava and Ginetta. They've got the pretty bit right. It's a pretty little package. That the thing now needs to become a race car.
You can have the ugliest car in the world. You just want it to be fast. That's all any driver or team owner is bothered about. It can be super ugly. You just want it to be fast.
Absolutely. 3 GT cars together, and this is Alexander West.
That battle's still going on, isn't it? Raging.
So those 3 cars within just over a second, and as we've got another battle, and this is a battle between the 2 LMP2 AM cars, but they are on different laps. Neil Muston is aboard the Euro International Ligier. Neil has been a regular contender here in the Asian Le Mans Series in a variety of machinery, often LMP3, but on occasion LMP2 cars. Carl Tilley, the other of the Rolex 24 winning drivers from LMP2.
Hub Auto car's got a problem, I think. It's just pitting. It came off of turn 14 very slowly.
Right.
There's a whole gaggle of cars coming in. Is there something they know?
Full course yellow, that's why.
That's the reason why.
We've not seen that on screen, but full course yellow.
Right.
It's going to get hectic down in pit lane now.
It is.
Apologies we missed that visual cue on the timing screen. It's too small on our timing screen. But in come, well, lots. In comes Euro International, in comes Aero Motorsports. In comes United Autosport's number 2 car. The one Hub Auto car certainly does as well. That's why we still have the turn. Rinaldi's 55 car. The number 7 McLaren in there as well. The 97 Aston Martin.
I mean, you're all going to take it if you can.
Absolutely.
And it's great for Hub Auto. They hit it straight away.
There is a DKR car, stopped at turn 13.
Yeah, Candy won't be happy.
They've had a horrible time so far in these first 2 hours.
Maybe the two issues are linked, I don't know. We'll try and do some digging into that and see what we can find out.
Of course, we'll be able to bring you that back either during this race or indeed the latest tomorrow. And if you are listening in, please do join us again tomorrow. We're looking forward to this kind of rapid fire season. Hope you are too. There's not a lot of other motorsport around right now, so we're hoping there'll be some new friends in the Asian Le Mans Series family. Full course yellow it is while they recover that car, so it will be at least until that car is recovered to a place of safety.
It shouldn't be too long.
I'd have thought not. We've not seen any debris resulting in that, whether or not that was just a mechanical. Into the garage meanwhile goes the Ginetta.
Maybe they're still trying to fix the braking issues that the Ginetta had. Maybe that's been part of the problem they've had throughout the race.
This is the point at which if you electively can do that, you would, because you can lose less time on track through that. In is, by the way, the leader in GT right there, centre frame, just behind the McLaren, red and black car. The Gulf liveried number 40 car from GPX Racing, team owned by Fred Fatien. And long-time gentleman racer himself in a variety of machinery, including LMP2 in the Le Mans Series and others, WC and others in fact. Car up on the jacks, and there will be a new set of Michelin tyres for the 40. It's been a great race from them so far.
G-Drive car.
That is the leader. Jota, by the way, in and out as we look at the 26 car.
Taking fuel here.
Yeah.
I don't see any tyres ready.
How long is he into his stint there, Ollie, in the number 26?
Number 26, he's 16 laps in.
So there you go. He's just basically topping it up and giving themselves breathing space and an ability to choose strategy.
Exactly,
34 car here. This is the more rapid of the 2 BMWs. It's a reasonable way up the order. It's up into 8th position. Chandler Hull.
Maybe Mr. Katzberg could be getting in that
machine. Could be. So Chandler Hull
told me he was going to be getting in with about 2 hours to go. So maybe he's... Or maybe he's still sitting in the garage having a coffee. You never know.
Is he that kind of guy?
Yeah, very much so.
Sit down, have a coffee, relax.
Yeah.
There comes the 26 car. No problem here if you're just joining us. This is under full course yellow, so it's exactly the way it should be. Good opportunity to have a good luck, by the way. That's a dramatic new livery, really. Same colours, but I think very eye-catching, the 2021 livery for G-Drive Racing.
Here we go.
Now in the hands of Algarve Pro Racing as their service provider. 2 cars now committed to the European Le Mans Series, and happily, Sam and Stuart Cox, double title winners in the Asian Le Mans Series LMP2, by the way, are committing a car under their own name as well. They've got 3 here as well. They're helping the Racing Team India squad. As
23 cars up on the jacks.
Absolutely. So that's
one of their time stops.
Absolutely. So remember, for every class other than LMP2, and that includes, by the way, LMP2 AM, if this includes 3 mandatory 110-second stops, and little doubt that if that works within the strategy window, they'll be using one of those right now.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's time to use it.
It's almost bang on schedule, by the way, for LMP3, so it's a good time for LMP3 to be getting this full course yellow. You missed that moment. That was the recovery of the number 63 DKR engineering car on the tow.
On the 23, I'm sure they'd have a driver change now. Rory's been in the car. Here we go.
Is
Mr. Maldonado.
Maldonado,
the brother of
Pastor Maldonado.
Indeed.
And that, by the way, is Pastor as a first name, not as a rank in the church. And by the way, Pastor Maldonado, what a super bloke he is. We had him
I don't know him personally, but take your word for it.
He most certainly is. He's a lovely chap, and we had him for a while in the FIWC. And despite all the kind of flack that flies around Formula One personalities, etc., a man that clearly absolutely loves his motorsport. He was a delight in that season, and I hope and expect younger Bruv has got the same gene pool and the same attitude to life. He's going to be part of the United setup in the European Le Mans Series to come, and this is a big part of his learning curve in terms of the difference.
I'm sure Richard's had a chat with him, just reminding him it's not a contact sport.
Yeah, Richard Dean is that kind of laconic, how can you put this, guiding hand?
Yeah.
I think that's a guiding hand rather than slapping hand. But Richard Dean, the team principal at United Autosport, what series of achievements that team has got, based in Yorkshire, in the United Kingdom, of course. They're here with 3 LMP3 cars, something like 50 staff. So, yeah, that was brilliant news. Thank you very much, UK government, earlier in the week for United Autosports and the rest of us. We'll see you soon. 40 car here. Did you tell him my voice? I'm not very happy about it. There you go. There's the GPX racing car.
You're not looking forward to those 10 days in the Travelodge at Heathrow Airport?
Oh, really? No.
It's not the top of my list.
And with one of the Nielsen racing cars tucked behind, I'm waiting for a call from Eduardo Freitas that we can go back to green flag racing. But almost exactly halfway, by the way, before we got into that.
Yeah.
So
I think we're can't be too far away now from going back to green.
So first 2 hours of this race and of the season, and it's been a hectic one. There we go with the GT cars, LMP3 cars in the mix, and it's been close with those classes throughout. That was Mikkel Jensen looking to get a pass in on the number 77 car, running off track as a result. That allowed the number 99 car to retake the laps advantage on the 57. Precut Herberth running in second position in GT. But this car, the number 40 GPX Racing Porsche 911 GT3R, now in the hands of Axel Jeffrey, has absolutely dominated from the off after a spectacular opening stint from Julian Andlar. In LMP3, the number 8 car, the number 9 car, I apologise, of the Nielsen Racing team, and the number 4 car from Phoenix Racing have been in the mix as the pit stops ebbed and flowed in what's been a spectacular and colourful display from LMP3. But the 23 United Autosports car, Rory Penton started the car, now in the hands of Manuel Maldonado, is in a very strong position indeed. In LMP2 and leading the race after a clash between the Jota Sport car, these two cars in fact that cost both time, were in a lead battle, but it is the 26 car of G-Drive Racing, now in the hands of Yifei Ye, the Chinese driver, that leads the race comfortably. Back to the 26 car on track with Yifei Ye, and we'll see how this pans out when we get to green flag running. But for me, his response, Ollie Gavin, to a big name, ex-Formula 1 driver in a very well-prepared car,
absolutely,
has been, I think, very good indeed.
It has.
We've gone back to green flag racing, an hour and 54 minutes to go.
Yeah, Yifei Ye has risen to the challenge, and he has fully delivered, and that's all G-Drive were asking for from him, was to make sure that he was fast, consistent, and he was not making any mistakes, having any contact. And he's
a steady 22 degrees here, by the way. Wind has picked up just a bit. It's from 11 kilometres an hour at the start of the race to about 18 now, so a nice cooling breeze, if anything. Yeah,
you can see he's just battling a little bit here, Yifei Ye, just getting the tyres back up to temperature. These full course periods, the yellow periods, are challenging for a driver to get everything going again, and you've had really hot racing tyres and you're asked to drive around very, very slowly under that caution period, and you pick up all of the rubbish, all the pickup, all the sand. As much as you try and drive around online, you always end up with discarded bits of rubber on your tyres, and it can just take a little time just to get going again. It's at that point you just need to be smart, cool, just get your tyres up to temperature, don't rush it, just try and get going again. They've got a nice lead, no needs to panic at all. And
I do wonder whether in that last pit stop Jota took tyres. We saw that the 26 didn't. It was a longer pit stop for Jota. Let's drop them a little bit back there.
Right.
But, just waiting for both cars to come through onto the same. But it's 2 minutes and 55 seconds is the gap. And I don't think we've seen more than one pit stop for Stoffel van Dorn. So how has that car fallen back that far?
Let me just have a look here.
So we're going to have a quick look at the magic box we have in the commentary booth here. But at the moment, Yifei Ye with a mighty lead in fact over a lap lead on Stoffel van Dorn. Is that because of when and where the full course yellow came out?
It's possible, yeah. It was perfect timing maybe for the G-Drive car and not so much for Stoffel.
I wonder whether or not, Stoffel we saw pit under yellow, so it wasn't that. He came in very early under yellow. But either way, we've got now a lap lead for the G-Drive racing car, the 26 car of Yifei over Stoffel van Dorn. Almost 3 minutes as the Car 11's team manager, that's your international, called to race control. Manuel Maldonado, meanwhile, has a 90-second lead over the Phoenix Racing number 4 car in the hands now of Leo Weiss, with Adam Atiki and now Colin Noble has stepped aboard the Nielsen Racing car. They're the top 4. In GT, Axel Jeffries, as we said, with a good lead over Robert Renaud. It's a Porsche 1-2. In 3rd position on the outlap now was, until that pit stop, Valentin Haseklot in the number 88 Garage 59. That falls back as a result of that pit stop. But Marcos Gomez, Brazilian driver, now up into 3rd position in that Hobauto Racing Mercedes-AMG that's just been there and thereabouts throughout. Ollie Milroy up into 4th in the McLaren, the Inception Racing McLaren. And what's going to come into play here as we get deeper into this race is just who has burned what of their professional driver time.
Yeah.
So it's not really giving us very many clues as to...
No,
They did have a penalty, we know that, but that's not cost him a lap.
No.
So I'm struggling to work out just how that car is... Well, it's a minute and 45 seconds down. It's almost a full lap.
Yes, it is.
Something odd there.
There's something you miss here.
And I'm struggling to work out exactly how that's worked out. So we'll leave that for the moment. We'll come back to that as and when we can. The Jota car, the only thing I'm thinking is, did we see the Jota car come in at the full course yellow, or did he actually pit under green? That's the only thing I can possibly think, is he came in under green, and therefore the maximum advantage has been drawn by the lead car from pitting under yellow.
Yeah.
No other explanation as to how he's lost a minute.
Yep.
So we will see. 1 hour and 15 minutes to go. And Yifei now then with almost a lap lead, and this is the point where pace could matter. Yifei, we've seen at various parts of this race, has got pace equal to or better than Stoffel van Dorn. If Stoffel, though, has actually got some new tyres underneath him, that could go the other way. But if Ye can get the hammer down and put a lap on the Jota car, that could be game over.
Yeah, could well be. Yeah.
Meantime, behind Stoffel van Dorn, Matthias Kaiser in the Phoenix Racing car, still with Nicky Team to come, remember, in that car, is 40 seconds back, with Rui Pinto d'Andrade a further 30 seconds back, but with the, well, mercurial talents, and it has to be said, yet to be completely fully proven talents of Franco Colapinto in that 25 car. That's going to be interesting to see just how that one plays out. Racing Team India into 5th place, but some way back after the troubles for that car.
The GPX team here.
Yeah. Just
going over their data, looking at everything that they use to work out what's what within the car, all the telemetry.
So their gap, by the way, in GT is now 35 seconds. We'll keep an eye on that one. They still have their less quick driver still to come. Alan Ferté not yet in the car.
Yeah, he's still to, which is the only thing against them right now.
Completely right. So that remains to be seen. What pace
the minimum drive time
Monsieur Ferté has got. The answer is plenty. It's whether or not he can maintain that over the length of time he's going to be required to be in this car. The Ginetta, by the way, back out of the garage and back out on track.
So Alan Ferté would have to drive a minimum of 55 minutes.
Okay, so we're going to see him come what may within the next hour.
Yep.
Bit of a drift wide there from the 51 car. But now in the hands of one Alessandro Pierguidi, sometime world champion of this parish.
It's Missing a wing mirror on the right side. They seem to be falling off Ferraris today.
Yeah, it's a feature.
Yeah.
Again, these cars, great shot that the cars come
beautiful.
down.
It's funny that when you're in the car, that can have a really sort of disturbing effect on how you drive it, because you're so used to being able to see out of a particular mirror, and when it's gone,
yep.
It's almost like you've lost a bit of a limb, you know, because you're using it, particularly when you're the slowest class on the track. You know, you're needing and you're relying on all those different systems, whether you've got a rear view camera or whether you're using the wing mirrors or what it is, or even someone spotting for you. But when you lose one of those resources, then you are then feeling a little bit vulnerable and bare.
It's a bit about the kind of the visibility you've got in one of these GT cars. It's not great, is it?
No,
these P2 cars come up very quickly.
They do, but in the GT cars now, they've got lots of different systems which have been developed over really the last 10 years. And you know, my team, my ex-team at Corvette Racing were leading the way for a long time with rear view camera systems, radar systems. After many years of dealing with P cars coming up behind us and us dealing with traffic, and so that was something that was a great development. And then Bosch took it on and then started selling that on to lots of other GT manufacturers, and nearly all of these cars, GT cars, I'm sure they've got those systems in there.
Interesting moment here as Arjun Maini tries to make his way past the number 3 United Autosports car, and he's very keen indeed not to allow the 25 car to put another lap on him.
Yeah, another lap on him.
Put a lap on him.
Yeah.
Is the United Autosports Brains Trust. Laser focus on what's going on there with their cars. And the 23 car still leading the way in LMP3. About 1 minute and 18 seconds up the road from Leo Weiss in the Phoenix Racing car. That's a good run, by the way, from the Phoenix car.
Solid, really solid.
And that's the car that's down to 2 drivers, isn't it? With the problem for
Vincent, I think it is.
Yes, Kolb with a back problem
issue
there. Hopefully that's going to be fixed in time for one of the later races in the season, as it gets very crowded there. Mikkel Jensen forced to the inside with the Ginetta checking up behind. I think he was rather surprised by the braking point, the GT car ahead. Still 3 wide with the LMP, that's the Aero Motorsport car.
Using the cobbles there on the right-hand side. Now that is a bit of a risky move. When I was running around the track earlier on in the week, that did not look a nice surface to drive on. But it's made it through.
It's a very busy part of the track, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah.
And I was saying that's Cobb Ledegar now aboard the 57 car.
And the Kessel cars, or the car guy Ferrari is racing the 97 hard.
That is Cobb Ledegar, the 97 car, and the 57 car is for position.
It's Johnny Adam.
It is Johnny Adam. Le Mans winner, of course, in GTE for Aston Martin. Proud factory driver for the British make.
Yep.
And a new era for Aston Martin coming into 2021 with the end of last season of their World Championship winning GT Pro squad. The factory driver squad move on and now will be supporting the customer racing efforts for Aston Martin. All of their current squad offered, all bar one accepted, to come back as factory nominated drivers for the 2021 season. The only exception being Alex Lynn, who had got a Formula E drive in the bag, and good luck with that, Alex. But they've even added to that roster, and we've got young Valentin Haseklat, as we said earlier, as their new academy driver moving into the factory nomination column.
Well, it looks like the 57 car, getting Com Laudegar in there, they've committed now for him to possibly finish the race.
Yeah.
It's quite a long way out to do that, but it could be a good strategy.
Yeah, Kessel Racing's 27 team manager, who will be trotting off to see Mr. Freitas. Just been summoned to race control for a chat about something we've not seen out there. But meantime, as the G-Drive racing car makes its way past Johnny Adam, who's fended off for the time being at least, Tom Ledegar, who's in the yellow missile behind, lock up ahead of the pair of them. The level at which these guys are operating in these conditions. It is going to be warm in those cars at this point.
Is. It is going to be. It's an aggressive sort of environment, and something that you have to take into account when you're sitting there pounding the laps off and thinking about how long you're going to be in the car. You're going to be in there for 2 hours, you know, with tyres that are degrading, the heat and the intensity of the racetrack. You know, you've got to take all of that into account.
Give us a kind of an idea, a yardstick somehow, of just what the mental load is, the physical load is of this as a racing discipline.
Oh, you know, for 2 hours, it's something that you can operate in. It's when you start getting over that 2 hour window that it really does. You've got to be thinking about how you're pacing yourself and how you're using yourself in the car. And hopefully you're hoping that the team has and the car that you're driving in has got a reasonable cooling. You've got a drinks bottle in there. You're able to keep yourself relatively relaxed. You're comfortable with your environment. You're comfortable with dealing with all the traffic that's passing you, whether it's LMP3, LMP2, you know, how you're handling that. And you're also comfortable with the balance of the car, because if you've got an uncomfortable car balance, then you're going to be more nervous, you're going to be using more mental energy, you know, those faster reactions and trying to catch the car all the time. And so it comes in all that preparation in the week leading up to it. And also, you know, how you prepare yourself mentally, physically, how fit you are, how you prepared yourself in the days leading up, how you've hydrated yourself, what you've been eating. And who you have around you, you know, for your mental state. You know, it's all of these things that are put into the melting pot.
I guess the other question is this: it's a team sport, without a shadow of a doubt, and in addition to which you've got here lots of customer racing, privately owned teams, privately funded teams, but there's also a lot of interest from the manufacturers involved in these efforts. What is that atmosphere like? I mean, is it fairly tribal? You know, what is the level of professional and personal respect between those factory drivers?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's going to be out there racing against, you know, whether you've got a Giancarlo Fisichella or a Johnny Adam or a Nicky Katzberg. They're in the GT class. You know, they all know one another. They all respect one another, but they all want to beat one another. You know, there's that sort of quiet respect that they have, what everybody's achieved for their manufacturer at certain times. But it's you know, you want to win.
Absolutely. There we go with the team at the moment that's been leading almost from the start, the 40 GPX racing car. I think that's been one of the most impressive runs we've seen so far here. That car running well, 13th position overall now for Axel Jeffries. And remember, we said earlier that was a 35-second, I think we said that was. It's now 44 seconds to the good over Robert Renard in the chasing number 99 Precut Herberth car. The
only thing about this car is whether, when they're going to put Alan in the car, and how much confidence they have in him and his pace.
And how long did you say he's got to do?
55 minutes.
Right, so we are 40 minutes plus away from the point where that will be necessary by regulation.
So you've got to be thinking that they're going to get him to finish.
And again, if you're joining this as something, a new discipline for you, mixture of drivers in these cars, between full professionals, some of them backed by the factories and paid by the factories indeed, yet semi-pro drivers and gentleman drivers. Gentleman drivers, basically people who are not professional racing drivers, utterly passionate about it, very motivated by that, with high skill levels.
And often relatively experienced as well. You know, they've done lots of different races.
Now, the way the regulations work in sports car racing mean that the regulations decide what you can't do is to put, you know, someone like an Ollie Gavin in the car for 3 hours and 55 minutes of a 4-hour race, and then put your slowest driver in 5 minutes. There are, by regulation, maximum and minimum times depending on the rating of that driver. And there's a rating system controlled by the FIA. So when we talk about these maximum minimums, we'll try to explain that as best we can. Realise we are talking to a big global audience with the Asia Le Mans Series this year for a variety of factors, good and bad. If you're at home and if you're in lockdown, we're with you around the world. We're delighted to join you in your homes this year and enjoy the show. There's going to be lots of it. We are an hour and 38 minutes away from the end of this race. There is well over 12 hours, 13 hours of racing still to go in this season, and it's all going to be done within the next 10 days.
Yeah.
Up the inside there of the Aero Motorsport car moves the 26 car as it goes on its way.
Ollie Milroy just getting a little nudge to respect the track limits on the exit of turn 16, and He's in the McLaren 720S.
Yeah, and that's a car in a good
pushing
run.
on, yeah.
The 26 car Yifei
Yep.
is a minute and 42 seconds still ahead.
Yeah, it's, Ollie's having a good battle with the with Gomez, Marcus Gomez in the Hub Auto Mercedes. So they're back and forth, only a couple of seconds between those two. And they're fighting over that last spot on the podium in GT right now. But yeah, really, I'm looking at the 40 car GPX Porsche in GT to see how their strategy plays out when they put Alan in the car, and whether that offset is going to be enough, and whether one of the pre-cut Herberth Motorsport cars, the 99 car with Robert Renauer and his brother, I think Alfred.
Yes, twin brother.
Yeah, needs to be getting in the car. Robert is gold in his rating, and Alfred is silver. So let's see what how that all unfolds.
Well, that causes conversations over the table at the Renauer household.
Yeah. Sure.
Knowing my relationship with my siblings, it certainly would in our house. But it's a fabulous team, and
yes,
well drilled, well run. They didn't have the best of runs, I'm afraid, for the 3-car effort they put in here for the Dubai 24 Hours. But it's good to see them here with the pair of cars. One car running very competitively indeed, running in second place. The other car, the number 93 car, with Antares Au at the wheel of the car, is in 11th position at the moment. So both cars running well up the pack, and lots of swings and roundabouts still to negotiate here before this one is done. So, hour and 35 minutes of action still to go.
Just a little bit of a correction here with
Sure.
Mr. Maldonado. And well, Maldonado is Pastor's cousin.
Oh, I thought he was brother.
Not his brother.
It's not Pastor texting you, is it?
No, I don't actually have him in my contacts.
Really?
Do you have his number?
Yeah, probably. My apologies to Mr. and Mrs. Maldonado. In fact, both the Mr. and Mrs. Maldonados for that. That should neither have been incorrect, and hopefully that wasn't too nasty a surprise. We will confirm what we've been told, that they're cousins. I thought they were brothers, but there you go. Pastor's still a nice bloke, either way.
Very nice bloke.
There you go. There's a 54 car. That is a colour of car that fans of the WC will be used to seeing. It is indeed the same 3 drivers that would be driving the 54 in the FIWC. The VestaJet-backed AF Corsa car. It's Francesco Castellacci, famously the man with the most Italian name on the planet, at the wheel of the car at the moment. Thomas Fleur has had his first run, and we've had the talents of Giancarlo Fisichella as well, so they've already worked through their drivers.
I think he's just gone a lap down.
So there is the number 40 car, and leading well. That car in the hands of Axel Jeffries. We're waiting to see just at what point Alain Ferté will be introduced to it. But happily, we could actually join the man that dominated the GT class at the start of this race. Zara is down in pit lane right now with Porsche factory driver Julien Anlauer.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, here I am, GPX, in this garage right now, talking to Julien, who was vested right now they're leading in the GT race. Sorry. Julien, how was it out there?
So yeah, I was in the car for the first stint for the start. Went pretty well. I had to stay a little bit out of the troubles, and I think we did pretty well. Now Axel is in the car for the second stint. He does a double and he does a mega job, so we're pretty happy with the situation. We have different options for the end of the race, so we'll try to take the best opportunity, and yeah, looking forward to see how it goes.
Awesome, we're looking forward to it as well. Best of luck to you guys and your team. Graham, are you guys seeing what's happening out there?
Okay, well, I'm interested to see what the different options are for the number 40 car, because does that mean that Alan's not going to get in? But surely he has to.
If it's a nominated driver, he has
to get in. Yeah.
I mean, there are penalties if you don't put a nominated driver in, which, as I recall, the wording of the regulations are penalties up to and including exclusion.
Yes. So I can't really see what that is, but so Axel is on his second stint now.
Yeah. Well, the only option surely is whether or not you put Axel in to the end of that stint, where you would guess he's getting a little fatigued, or whether or not you put in, Ferte in earlier.
Yes, possible. I mean,
that's the only option I can.
They're running out of time here, and he's got to do 55 minutes. So I hope they're not boxing themselves into a situation that they really can't get out, because they've been the class act in GT throughout the race.
So let's just go through some of the running order. You've got the running order on the left-hand side of the screen there. G-Drive Racing still do lead this race. It's still 1 minute and 42 seconds. Yeah, that has not moved more than tenths from Yifei Ye. It's a great run for the Chinese driver on his debut here. In LMP3, Manuel Maldonado, not the brother of Pastor Maldonado, apparently, is now 1 minute and 26 seconds ahead of Leo Weiss, and Weiss having a good run at this. Although, as I say it, what's just happened to the Phoenix Racing car? He's just dropped 2 positions.
Yeah.
So that is a battle we need to be looking at in LMP2.
Yeah.
So Colin Noble jets up to second position.
In P3.
In P3. So P3, Maldonado leads and leads comfortably. Colin Noble 90 seconds back, just ahead of Malte Jakobsen, just ahead of Leo Weiss, who's just lost 2 positions on that lap, and Adam Atiki is in that battle as well.
Yep.
So we absolutely need to be looking at the battle for second position in LMP3 right now, as that little bunch, and there they are. That's Colin Noble, that is Malte Jakobsen, Adam Atiki, and then George Weiss, almost nose to tail, but with GT cars and an LMP2 car in the mix. So cracking battle there for very significant positions and points.
Yeah, absolutely. They're certainly going to be in a fight. In a fight for those podium positions, and Colin Noble is driving well. Leo Weiss, Adam Atiki, he's still hanging on in there, even with all that damage on his car.
Yep,
he's doing an absolutely solid job.
He is indeed. Malte Jakobsen, by the way, got a good run out of the turn at the end of the main straight, and I think has made up a bit of ground on Colin Noble. Whereas Adam Atiki might just have been a bit more bottled up. There is Colin Noble, second car on that little train. Then it's Jakobsen right with him. Atiki is a couple of cars further back in that trail, and then George Weiss dropping back a little here. So this is absolutely one to watch right now.
I'm still trying to fathom out what the GPX strategy is.
I can only think it's when do you put Ferte in? It must be that. I don't suppose they've got an issue on tyres.
No, I mean, to me,
so
the drive time.
Through goes the G-Drive car from Noble. There you are. That is second and third in LMP3. Ignore for a moment the G-Drive car.
Yep.
Gold and white car there. Then the orange and black car.
Atiki flashing the lights.
So he's now just got one GT car between him and his target, which is the battling pair there. Atiki looks up the inside, can't do it there on the 54 car. There's George Weiss with a couple of GT cars still to play with. And then up the inside of the 95 Aston Martin goes the 93 Precott Herbeth car.
Yeah.
So it's all happening right now. So Colin Noble, Malte Jakobsen, Adam Atiki, Leo Weiss. I keep saying George Weiss, it's his father, I think.
Did we find out what happened with the 93 Herbeth car? You know, it's right there at the bottom of the timesheet. What did I miss?
I think they may just have started the slower driver. But because Klaus Bachler has Klaus Bachler been in that car? He's in it now.
He's in it now.
There you go. That's why that car is now making progress. He's been stellar this week, actually. He's been absolutely excellent. It's a drive-through penalty, by the way, for car 11.
Yeah.
That is the Euro International Ligier for overtaking under a yellow flag. That car sits 6th in the overall order.
Klaus Bachler just done his fastest lap of the race.
So Bachler, another of those drivers that's on the fringes of that kind of Porsche factory family, and often turns up. Clearly someone has had the call to say, you might want to look at this guy. So that's a class act.
Yeah, so there's Colin Noble.
So Noble
still in that midst of that battle.
So ahead of them is one of the 2 BMWs. Colin's going to be looking to get by that at a place that suits him.
Yeah.
is he going to be given the opportunity to do that with Jakobsen still hunting him down? And Atiki, I think, is now through the traffic and is looking to hunt the pair of them down. Can Colin do the BMW on the straights? That's going to come down to just what the BOP process has dealt out in terms of ponies to the M6 GT3. He's in a position where he can take this to turn 1, and that's about as good as it's going to get, I think, in terms of a place to go by. Now leaves Jakobsen to do the hard work through the twisty bits with the BMW. How quickly can he do that? Not through the first, not through the second. Squeezed there, that's going to cost him time.
Yep.
Not the third either. Now this is going to be frustrating for the young Dane. Testing for him.
Yeah, take a breath.
Yeah, another one of our racing teenagers here, but an old head on very young shoulders.
Car 11 has a penalty, drive-through penalty for overtaking under yellow flags.
Black and white flag as well, I saw, for one of the GT cars. The 57, that is the car guy car.
Oh, is it Mikko Jensen still?
It's, I think that's now Colin Ødegaard. So,
of course, yeah.
Atiki not at the moment making the progress I thought he might to the back of this little train. So Colin Noble doing a good job.
Yeah, he is, because they didn't have a great run in qualifying. They were another car that sort of looked to somewhat underperform, but maybe they were just focusing purely on their race pace,
so
not worried about strictly qualifying.
Key number to look at here is the gap to the leader. It's 90 seconds, almost dead for Colin Noble against Manuel Maldonado. Colin infinitely more experienced in an LMP3 car, so now we're going to see in real world time the speed of Manuel Maldonado against an established star in LMP3 cars in Colin Noble, who's won races in LMP3, multiple races in LMP3. Malte Jakobsen, who's been scoring podiums for RRM Sport, has been, I think, one of the revelations in the LMP3 class in the last 12 months. Expect him to be rising and standing through the next year or two. Put in some storming drives in the Road to Le Mans races at the Le Mans 24 Hours and support the Le Mans 24 Hours this year after pretty lowly starting positions, was in contention for podiums at the end. And then we see Adam Atiki, who I think we both agree has been one of the stars so far this week. Where is he? Still hasn't passed the BMW, so maybe that car is still carrying some handling issues after the clear contact it suffered early in the race.
Malte Jakobsen going well here in the 15 car. He's at the moment quicker than Colin Noble is on average, but interesting to see whether Colin took tyres at the last stop and how they're going to manage their tyres through to the end of the race, because they only get 10 tyres.
Indeed, yep. This, by the way, that's Charlie Robertson with his back to us at the front of the garage with the Ginetta.
Yeah, there must be some head scratching going on there. Trying to figure it out. It's a not a nice situation to be in there, where you know that your car, you're out of contention, you're not really in it at all, and it is just being sort of an extension of either drivers getting just a little bit more experience or just doing a little bit of testing on the car, just trying to get to the bottom of what the problem is. There's all kinds of different things that you could be running through right now, but most of all, you're sitting there hurting a bit at the fact that you're not in the race.
So, yep, we'll wait and see just what emerges for that team moving forward. They've got work to do. Guess is the major game there, by the way, is getting Miro Konopka as much prototype experience as he can before he emerges on his LMP2 program for the FIWC.
The Jota team manager has been called to see Eduardo.
Is that bad news for them?
We still haven't got to the bottom of exactly how they lost their time.
I'm as certain as I can be that he stopped under green flag running, and I was wrong, and I didn't see him pitting on a full course yellow.
Yeah.
It's the only way I can see he could possibly have lost that kind of chunk of time in that period of the race. So here's the 18 car. This is
it's going to open the door for the Phoenix car to possibly get back on terms with the Jota car if they have an issue.
Yep, 90 seconds is the gap. And by the way, Phoenix car is being caught again by the number 25 car. Car's had some traumas through the race so far. So the 25 car is not out of the hunt, as most of the GT cars in the pack descend upon us in short order. Drive-through penalty it's going to be for car 11. That's still the same one. Have they not taken it?
No, I don't think they have.
So there.
Track limits. So that's the reason for the 28 car. I'm pretty sure it's a track limits issue.
Right. Black and white flag for
Yeah.
them.
So Stoffel's being given the final warning.
So he's pushing too hard. This is going to frustrate Adam Atiki.
Yeah, he's got caught up in that battle for the GT, that last spot on the podium for GT there.
He's got a gaggle of 6 GT cars he's dealing with.
With the P3 car, that's not easy.
No.
Haven't got the power to blast through, and trying to get behind them on the brakes. All of these ABS cars are tough to pass, and you can see Atiki's not really making any progress.
So this is hurting him at the moment. Remember, that gap between the 3 was, well, about a second and a half not that long ago, and Atiki is now 10 seconds back. That's what traffic has cost him.
Well, I think also Atiki might actually have a problem.
Yeah.
I've seen the car smoking a little as it's been coming off some of the slower speed stuff.
He's still carrying damage, isn't it? That rear right corner. They've not replaced that that bodywork. So it is a bit fast and furious stuff as well in that pack ahead of them. He's not got a lot of room to manoeuvre. So
it is a multi-class racing, and trying to get through this traffic, it is a key part of it. But when you don't quite have that performance, or you get in behind another in a gaggle of GT cars, and you just lose a little bit of aero off the front of your car, you just cannot get a run on them that you need. And Atiki is doing all he can to get past the Mercedes here. He'll get him into turn 1, but then he's got to get the Ferrari, and then the next Ferrari.
And of course, all these cars, with the balance of performance that applies, very different kind of values apply. Whether or not that's the way the cars have, the ultimate power they've got, the way they can put that power down.
And there's Duncan Tappy closing in on Atiki. You know, he's been quietly working away, Duncan has, after they had a problem at the start, I believe.
Absolutely right, and he's just 6 seconds back, and if he can deal with the traffic better, and maybe this is where the problem, if they are carrying a problem, is going to come back into it, and Duncan Tappy not out of this, is he?
No, I think Atiki's car is wounded. That's what's causing the problem, because Duncan's just making short work of them, really.
He is, isn't he? It just looks altogether more comfortable in that traffic. The United car here goes to the inside.
There's every chance that Atiki's used his tyres up, and that you know, with the damage that's on his car, he can't. He hasn't got anything left to battle with.
It's a mark, isn't it? Oh, that's contact there, and that's the 54 car turned around.
Yeah. Not sure if he just tagged the back of the Mercedes there. Might have just snuck by without any contact. Might have just tagged the right rear.
There's Atiki, but that's actually allowed Duncan Tappy to clear that traffic. So he's got nothing between him now and the 33 car. This is the battle, emerging battle now for 5th place. Tappy, last time around, was 6 seconds back from that car. It isn't now. And there is the gap. There's Atiki.
Yep. There
is Duncan Tappy.
That is the battle there for in GT. Second, third, fourth, no, third, fourth, and 5th.
With Gomez, Milroy, Klasseklot, Nicky Katzberg a little further back. That's.
Oh, Nicky did get in the car.
Nicky did in the car, so he'd finished the coffee.
Yeah. Or maybe he just had to drop it and jump in. Let's see what the cat can do.
The cat?
Yes. Yeah, he was always complaining about his neck. Daytona, he said his neck was sore.
Really?
After Daytona. We're all looking like he's mad.
So, my apologies, the car I thought was Tappy wasn't, so he's still bottled up here. That is Duncan Tappy.
Yeah, when you get in the gaggle of these GT cars.
It's GT drivers, they're terrible people.
Oh, need to have a word with them.
So, just looking back, the Jota car, by the way, has taken that drive through, has taken that penalty. Or is that penalty? It wasn't a penalty, was it?
No.
We've not seen it. It's in the pits.
Yep.
We saw that 54 car turn around. Let's have a quick look and see what happened with that.
A replay on it.
No, that didn't really see whether or not there was contact, or he did it by himself. But it was an odd place to lose it. It was the Car to the outside. If it was anything, it was the AMG that hit him. I don't think there was contact with the 57.
I don't know. The jury's out on that one. I can't. It's not. We haven't seen enough of it. And I think that maybe Eduardo will take another look at that. Maybe they've got another angle, but it's not conclusive.
I'm absolutely certain that Francesco Castellacci will have a point of view on that.
Without doubt.
So the number 28 car as in and out. And of course, that means that FAA gets a bigger edge for the moment.
Yeah, I think the G-Drive car is
looking dominant.
Yeah, it is.
And it should be said, actually, it shouldn't be this. We had a couple of errors there from Sean Galeal.
Yeah.
It was the very ambitious move up the inside of the Phoenix car when the two were battling for the lead. And then it looked like unforced error with the spin.
Yeah.
That's cost them more or less a big chunk of that. And then unfortunately, they were just unlucky, I think, with the timing of their pit stop. That's what I'm calling, and I'm sure Twitter, Reddit, Discord, everything will correct me if I'm completely wrong.
Bound to have an opinion.
That's fine.
So still following this LMP3 battle here with Colin Noble and Malte Jakobsen.
He is catching. He's taken more than 5 seconds out of Maldonado.
Yeah.
And I think Colin is into the end here.
Yes, he is. He is into the end, and Malte Jakobsen as well. The two have been yo-yoing backwards and forwards and on their lap time. And if they're smart, the two of them, they'll just try and work away, and trying to get that lead down with Maldonado. This could be a bit of a tall order, though.
Very different characters, this pair, by the way. I mean, Colin, mildly dour, I would say.
Okay.
Very focused, but deadly serious about his racing and super quick. Malte Jakobsen, he's got that kind of bright, bushy, teenage way about him.
Yep.
Very well prepared by the team that look after him, and looking forward to bright days ahead, I'm sure, for his career, as indeed Colin is.
Yep.
We've already seen Colin make his debut in the WEC at the final race of last season in GTM. And I strongly suspect these are two names we're going to be talking about for some years to come yet.
Yeah, I'd say that the 23 car, the United car, is still out of reach. It's an LMP3. They've really, with Aaron 15 to go, but they'll have one more stop.
Right, just writing that down. Ollie Gavin says.
Yes. You heard it here first.
Ollie, not yet familiar with the phrase "the commentator's curse." I'll be writing that down so I can show it to Richard Dean later.
Richard will come and tell me.
Absolutely. Oh yes, he will.
Yeah,
in words of at least one syllable.
Yeah.
So you're right. It's 75 minutes to go. LMP2, a mighty advantage, and a mighty advantage earned, frankly, by G-Drive Racing. Kept that car out of trouble.
He's just done his fastest lap of the race.
There you go. We heard from Rennie Binder, I thought did a really good job of just keeping out of trouble and just kicking in the laps, lap after lap after lap, while others made errors. Team that possibly will feel aggrieved is this one. This is the Phoenix Racing team, led the race and were rather bundled out of that lead.
Nicky's in the car now.
Yep.
So see what team can do.
Absolutely. You'll be
boom.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, never short of how can we put this, volume on social media, Nicky.
He's extraordinary.
He's a force of nature. But
him and Jordan Taylor seem to be the.
Should have a tweet off, shouldn't we? Really.
Yeah.
But Nicky, a delight to be about. He really is, and he's another young man, by the way, that recent fatherhood has served him well, and it's a delight to see him having the success he's having.
It's great to see him in a P2 car,
isn't it?
Yep, brilliant.
Real talent there, and let's hope that takes him forward even more.
They've got a lot of passion for the sport. The whole family have.
Yep.
With his father, Kurt, who I drove against for a little while in the mid-90s. Yeah, I'm that old. Yeah, but it's brilliant to see Nicky in it. He's been brilliant in GT for the Aston Martin team. 64 cars in.
64 car. I think that might be more or less on. Is that a driver change? We've not seen Narain Karthikeyan yet, have we?
No, the door's up. Narain will be in it to the finish, but they'll have to do one more stop after this, won't they?
They will. So about 40 minutes on fuel for these cars, and so that's not quite where they wanted as a fuel window, but that's affected, of course, by that full course yellow, and they had a bit of a penalty earlier, didn't they?
Yeah.
So
going to full service.
It's not gone quite the way that Racing Team India would have wanted, with Algar Pro handling that car.
But as you say, this was all thrown together in the last minute, and
it was,
you know,
it was, and you know, ultimately they're learning. Absolutely. Naveen Rao, I think, will take some learning points from that. He's had a little bit of P2 experience at Sebring, I think, last year. And Naveen Rao, by the way, who's the gentleman driver in this trio, telling me about his experiences in lockdown. He has a place in the States, the Thermal Club, which is a club that's actually a very nice racetrack. Oh, and side by side, that is for second position, and that's Colin Noble.
They are. Wheel to wheel.
Stumbling a little, I think, through the traffic, and rather bounced there by Jakobsen. Jakobsen makes the move. That's a cracking move from the young Dane.
Yes.
Great stuff. Colin will not be happy with that, but he'll be not happy with himself rather than with Jakobsen. That was great stuff from Jakobsen.
Jakobsen looked like he was just sitting there waiting for that opportunity, and when it came, he pounced, executed.
Great stuff.
Delivered.
More of that, please. So that is Colin Noble down to third position. That move, I think, started as they come off the final turn. That was Jakobsen, though, stumbling off the GT car ahead. Just had to catch the rear end of the car. Is that going to give, as the lead car comes in for what I suspect will be the final driver change there, is that going to give Colin Noble an opportunity at the end of that main straight? And then Habsburg getting aboard. I won't say their full name again, I've done it once. You watch that pit stop underway. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, goes the 25 car with the latest driver aboard that car,
Franco Colapinto. Yes.
We'll bide our time with young Franco.
Yeah, we might.
I think he's a heck of a talent. Let's see how this goes in race conditions. Narain Karthikeyan certainly is aboard the Racing Team Indian car. So Franco Colapinto, who has 16 seconds to find on Nicky Team.
Oh, this is going to be a good battle.
Isn't it? Now that, right there.
Yeah, that's what we paid our money for.
Well, here you go. So you've got three sorts of P2 drivers on the professional end of things. The established stars, the guys coming out of professional GT racing, which we are beginning to get to the stage where that's what we can now call a trend, and the young single-seater guys looking for a career track. And we're about to see two of those go head-to-head. The 26 car comes out. It is indeed Ferdinand Habsburg.
Seeing the fastest guys in the machines right now.
Yep. Sean Galale, by the way, back aboard the Jota car. So it's Habsburg, Galale, Nicky Team, Franco Colapinto, Narain Karthikeyan, Carl Tilley, Neil Muston is the order in LMP2. Manuel Maldonado from Malta Jakobsen. That gap is coming down. It's under 1:22 now, with an hour and 9 minutes to go. Colin Noble, who is right to the wheel tracks of Jakobsen. Leo Weiss has dropped back to be 30 seconds back from that group. And Adam Atiki, by the way, has dropped back behind the Phoenix car. So it does look as if that car is carrying a problem. Duncan Tappy, meanwhile, is getting on to terms with Atiki. That is your top six in LMP3.
Yeah.
In GT, Axel Jeffries now has, what is the lead there, 41 seconds. It's more or less what it was with Axel Jeffries in the number 40 GP X Racing car. Ahead of the 99, Robert Renard pedalled Prekka Herberth Motorsport Porsche. Porsche 1-2 more or less from the start here. The McLaren up into third with Ollie Milroy is 67 seconds back, but has Marcus Gomez right with him. But that's the McLaren having taken that position, I think.
Yeah, you've got to be. Surely we're going to be seeing the GT, all the GT teams coming in for a pit stop shortly. They've got to be very close to their fuel window here. So
this is going to be where that all kind of pans out as to who's had the professional time and who's still going to burn some of their gentleman drivers' time. It comes now. So that is.
So the 40 cars won't pit until it has to put Alan Furte in, but the others will all be pitting very, very shortly.
Behind that, there's a battle underway at the moment. Valentin Haseklot, the young star for Aston Martin in the number 88, Garage 59 Aston. That is the lead of the 5 Aston Martins we've got here. Under pressure now from Nicky Katzberg for fifth position rather. We'll watch how that one goes out. Here's the number 11 Euro International car.
Battling to get into the car there.
Turn 11, this is the sole Ligier P2 car in the field. LMP2 AM entry. Remember, this is scored in the overall order in P2 for the purposes of the championship position as the Euro International team. For the first time here, by the way, in its, let me think.
Oh, they're down to 2 drivers, aren't they?
They are.
Yes.
They're going to be feeling it now.
Yeah, I think Neil was that, oh no, was it John Corbett getting back in the car?
John Corbett gets back in that car, so it's the 2 Australian drivers as the G-Drive car side-to-side contact there, I thought, between the D-Station car and I think that's the 60 Formula Racing Ferrari.
Yeah.
And the near full factory AF Corsa colours. Through comes the G-Drive car, deals with that traffic admirably.
So Franco Colapinto is now, he's 14.7 seconds behind Nicky.
So that is the gap to watch.
Nicky's just responded with his fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, and they're catching Sean Gallagher.
Yes.
And we've still got over an hour to go. I know that's a big gap.
There's still a big gap though, isn't it?
But what it comes down to here is pressure plays. Pressure tells at times.
Yep.
They're looking to basically pressure the more experienced P2 driver ahead, only marginally more experienced P2 driver ahead, into worrying about what's going on behind. Up the inside goes the 99 car to put a lap on the 77 D-Station Racing car. Robert Renard heading for home.
Now Ferdinand Hatzberg just has to be smart here. He's just got to keep executing and just all those, making sure that there's no low percentage moves here.
Yep.
Just making sure that he is looking after his car, clicking off the laps, keeping your car out of harm.
Yep, the driver of no little talent out of the DTM, of course.
Yep.
Ferdinand.
Another one looked after by Jamie Campbell-Walter.
It is indeed.
Yeah.
Has had experience in LMP2 at the Rolex 24 Hours. Didn't get in the car, I don't think, this year.
No, I think the car failed just before he got in it. Prior
to that, raced for Jackie Chan DC Racing, I seem to remember, and so a Jota Sport had built car. Super guy.
Yeah.
And dealt with that traffic, I thought, splendidly. That bodes well for whatever is going to come in the future for Ferdy.
Be interesting just to see how Franco Colapinto in the 25 car manages to deal with the traffic, the ebb and flow of things, not just running fast laps in practice or qualifying, how he manages to deal with the GT traffic, the LMP3 traffic.
So he is more or less 2 minutes off Sean Gallagher right now. That's another marker, if you're watching, gaps to watch for, with the car in between being Nicky Team. This is the number 40 car, still leading in the hands of Axel Jeffries. Will pit, I would have thought, reasonably soon.
Yeah, I would say in about the next 8 or so minutes. So we're looking at, mostly close to 4 or 5 laps he's got left to do.
And then we'll see just what Alan Therte can bring to the party in terms of pace.
Yeah. This is not the strategy I thought that these guys would play out.
You thought they'd put Alan in the middle of the race?
That would have been my choice if I was running the team.
Hoping to sit down with Mr. Therte at some point during the travels here, and plenty of tales to be told, I'm sure. This is that
GT battle that's still raging away. So we've got the McLaren.
I think this is a couple of back markers between the McLaren
and the Mercedes.
Now.
Yeah.
So Ollie Milroy's done a very good job there in getting clear air. He, by the way, is well over a minute back from Robert Renard. The Porsches are not under pressure here.
No.
Just looking back down the order to see where we are with the third of those Porsches. It is Klaus Bachler. He's well down the field, making good progress in terms of his times, but he's the professional driver picking up the baton from the amateur drivers that have been in the car before, so he is not going to feature. It's not going to be Porsche 123, but who is going to be in the position to take that final podium slot here if these cars finish untroubled? Is it going to be this car, the black and red Inception Racing car, run out of UK by Optimum Motorsport. Sean Goff and Bas Leinders looking after that operation.
Yep.
Incredibly busy squad last year. There is the final thing.
Final stop.
There you go.
There is Alan getting himself ready to jump in.
Yep, skipping across the pit lane and belying his 62 years there. I hope I can skip across the pit lane.
Same here.
And climb into a car thinking I can do another hour and 3 minutes in the sunshine.
They've got 45 seconds or so in hand over the Precourt Herberth Motorsports.
Of course, still have to make a stop.
They still have to make a stop, and Robert will be handing over to his brother, Alfred.
Yep. So, in goes IRONFORCE. Car prepared beautifully. I mean, they've not got far to push the car from the the workshop, but it just looks fantastic.
Yeah. Beautiful car.
So remember, don't have to hurry here. This is, remind you again, mandated 110-second stops here, so you'll see the car probably come off the jack's own weight.
Looks a little tight there when it came over. When he pulled it up, he's sort of right by about half a metre than the team would really like. He's a bit tight on the refuelling rig there, so the mechanic was struggling to get that right rear on. These are all the things that they run through, when you practice, go through everything.
So no delay there, so time that to more or less to the moment they needed to. Not seen any pit stop penalties actually for time, and we are just 90 seconds away from the final hour of this race. Skip by 5 seconds stop and go, by the way, to car number 28 for gaining permanent advantage by constantly abusing track limits. That is the Jota car. That is drama. That's good. Now there's two things. It won't lose him the place, but is that going to get in Sean Galil's head?
Yeah, well, Sean, he's we'll have to see, but I think that must have been through what Stoffel was being warned about, because the team manager was called up there some time ago. The penalties have been a little not slow, but it's a bit of definite cadence about them.
Time.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you see the golden hue now as we're getting to the evening here.
It certainly is going to load Sean up with some pressure.
Indeed.
This last hour coming up.
You've got to pick your moment, haven't you, as a team manager, to tell him that. As the G-Drive car looks to pick a... just as I said it.
Yeah. The 66 car is not looking in its mirrors. It's just looking out the windshield. And that's what happens. You've got somewhat tired drivers in cars.
So we're waiting for that Jota Sport penalty as the G-Drive car makes its way by the GT leader. That lead, by the way, the GT lead is 1 minute and 48 seconds. So hour 3 of 4, and it's been a close run thing in more or less every class in the traffic galore with this big GT field. Pick up Herberth car, the number 99 car, maintaining the momentum it's had through the middle of this race to sit in a very good second position, but not able to challenge the pretty peerless run we've had from the number 40 GPX Racing Porsche. Hans Axel Jeffries handing over just as we get into the final hour to the evergreen IRONFORCE in LMP3. Massive battle for the podium positions. Colin Noble it is that's coming towards the end of this race in third. Malte Jakobsen executing a fantastic pass on Colin Noble, but up front and cruising on to fend off the pair behind is the number 23 car now in the hands of Manuel Maldonado. United Autosports looking good for the last hour of this race. LMP2 we've got the battle between the 5 or 6 cars. Phoenix Racing, though, emerging into 3rd position, pushing hard on Sean Galel, who owes us a penalty earned during that 3rd hour. But again, well ahead at the moment, the number 26 car, now in the hands of Ferdinand Habsburg. And that car holds something like a 100-second lead, thanks to more or less faultless run from the G-Drive Racing crew. The Aura 01 looking well set for a strong run to the finish.
So it looks like my old teammate Patrick Ujala is going to be spending some time driving through the pit lane after not respecting blue flags. And I think it was Patrick who was in a close battle there with the Aston Martin and the G-Drive car when the G-Drive car was trying to get by it. And so I think Patrick is going to have to serve a penalty driving through the pit lane. Yeah,
spend some time thinking about the things he's done.
Yes.
What a shame. Okay, 93 car we've got on track at the moment, on camera at the moment. That is Klaus Bachler, pushing hard to make up positions in the second Herbeth cars. He's 15 seconds back now from Alessandro Pierre Guidi, another driver you'd expect to be far further up the order. But whatever's gone on there with those 2 cars, they've got, it seems, far too big a hill to climb.
Yeah. Probably
in no small part, Ollie, a mark of just a pretty faultless run from the cars at the front of this pack.
Yeah.
And if you've managed to put together an error-free run in this class, there's been ground to make up, and we did see, certainly it appears to me that the right call was, the luck went in this case to the number 40 car, that we didn't have issues at the start of that race that allowed Julian Andlauer to use his pace.
Yep.
We didn't have a full course yellow in the first half of the race. That meant he could build up that advantage. In comes the class leader in LMP3, and I think that's Jota car ahead of him. Is it? No, it's not.
No.
I thought that was Jota coming in to take their penalty.
So it's a 23 car coming in to do its final stop.
In fact, the Jota car has taken the penalty because that gap is under a minute now.
Yeah.
So he's lost something like 40 seconds to Nicky Team, but still has 57 seconds.
Oh, the 23 car overshot its pit.
And that shouldn't be too much of a problem with the timed pit stop, but not what you want.
No. Just got to go through your procedure now, not get flustered. Just do everything that you've been practicing. But sometimes when you try and rush it, you get flustered and you start making mistakes. That belt won't go in, or there's something going on with a seat insert, or you can't get the radio plug in, and all of a sudden it's got frantic. And from a very calm, cool and collected pit stop, you've gone to a sort of complete panic.
So the good news for the opposition is that there was a mistake there, it looks like, in the United Autosports pit stop. The bad news is they've got Wayne Boyd to plug into that car. And Wayne, of course, is the reigning champion in the European Le Mans Series in LMP3, was the class of the field without a shadow of a doubt in 2020 in Europe. And that's why, by the way, he overshot it, is because all 3 cars went at the same time.
Yeah, so it's kind of an odd setup there. They've got the thing, the car behind pointing out.
So that the car in the middle is the aero-backed car. That would be Jim Maguire's car. The one at the back, I think, is the 2.
I'm sure they might get a penalty for that, because I don't believe you're allowed to refuel with the car on an angle like that, with the nose pointing out. Okay. I'm not sure of the absolute regulation, but I believe. So
Phoenix Racing just going by the pit lane as out comes the number 57 car guy machine. 57 now in the hands of Comledo, still in the hands of Comledo car. So Phoenix Racing now, it is 56.9 seconds, but being caught by Franco Colapinto.
Yeah, now the Colapinto has, it's yo-yoed a bit, and it could just be going a little bit with traffic. But yeah, Colapinto is fastest lap-wise, he's a second.
But did I say it was 2 minutes was the gap between second and fourth? I think I did. It's now 1 minute and 10 seconds.
After that penalty. Yeah.
So this is going to be an interesting next 20 minutes or so to just see if they've got an ability to attack in the latter part of the stint they're currently on, because all these cars will need to pit again 40 minutes or so on fuel for the LMP2s, 53 minutes to go. What tyres have they got left?
P3s will be good to the end though, won't they?
Yes, they will.
Yeah.
Yeah, anybody pitting now is good to the end in the other two classes. But what tyres have they got left for the LMP2s? What pace have they got left on at the end of the stints on the tyres they've got? I think we're going to start to see that. So whilst there are gaps that are pretty beefy, this is, I think, where the psychology comes into it. It's kind of who's the stronger in the head here at this point. You know, we'll wait and see as we wind out with the LMP3 battle. Wayne Boyd emerges back into the lead, by the way. And Colin Noble, by the way, has gone back ahead of the RLR M Sport car. That's another driver change. Bashar Mardini has got back into the 15 car.
There's something with the 25 car. Every time off a slow speed corner, it's just venting something.
Yeah.
Every time off a 14, I've seen it throwing something out, and that could still be that they're burning extra oil, or there's something odd. We'd have to look into that after the race. The 25.
Warning for Rafael Marciello in the AMG. Still battling hard.
Yeah, he's looking for that. He's battling for that final place on the podium, isn't he?
His lap times are good. I think he's just on an outlap, actually. Just completed an outlap. But
as the I believe the M6 of Nicky Katzberg will have to. Oh, he's just going to come out of the pits actually himself. Nicky has.
So it's been a tough race for some of these GT cars, and you know, marginally dispiriting, I suspect, that the plan for GPX paid off just so spectacularly well at the start of this race. It's unusual for the GT teams to do that.
Yeah, he just managed to jump out in front, didn't he? And it looks like it's they are in the lead, the 99 car of the class, but they've still got a pit stop to come, I believe.
Yeah, Brigitte Herbeth is actually leading this race right now, but does need to stop. So Alain Ferté out in the number 40 car. At the moment, number 99 car leads, but I'm pretty certain still owes us a stop. So keep an eye on this. 50 minutes to go. We know these cars can go long on fuel, but they do need those 3 mandatory stops. And I suspect if we check down the timing and scoring, he's just stopped twice. If not, then they've blindsided us.
Yeah.
So nice to be able to talk about a different class leader in GT. Not that that's anything against what's been a faultless run from the Form team here. $50 minutes to go. Number 99 car. It's familiar black livery for anybody that's a regular follower of endurance racing in Europe and beyond. Still Robert Renard at the wheel of the car, so we've not yet seen Alfred Renard yet there. Franco Colapinto up the inside of the...
Yes, they're still owing us a pit stop. They've only done 2. That's the 99 car.
So that's another 110 seconds to take out of that advantage for starters.
And also the 60 car.
Yep.
Still owes us a pit stop, as well as the Charlie Eastwood.
99 car pushing on though. Robert Renard seems to be enjoying himself out there. He's put in a very good stint indeed, and there's been no question on pace that he's under pressure from the cars that have been battling away behind.
Interestingly, the 88 car has now got Maxime Martin back in it.
Yep.
So 54 cars, Giancarlo Fisichella. The 88 car's got Maxime Martin, and the 34 car's got Nicky Katzberg.
Yep, just put in his fastest time of the race, by the way, 158.076. So he's looking to do what he can to catch another. Well, in fact, ahead of him, we've got 5 factory drivers ahead of him. So ahead of Katzberg is Charlie Eastwood. He's just 9 seconds ahead. Ahead of that, Rafael Marciello just 2 seconds ahead. It's a bigger gap ahead of that to Ben Barnicoat and Davide Rigon, who I think owes us a stop. As does Nicholas Nielsen, who pits as I say it.
Yeah.
So
I'm not sure about the Rinaldi car with Rigon. It is showing three stops, but
if that's the case, they would have to check as to whether or not there was any kind of penalty there for him earlier. But
23 car LMP3 leader. He's comfortable to leave Wayne Boyd at the wheel. It's looking like a really good situation for the 23 car in United Autosport.
So 23 dominating this race in LMP3. We're going to go down to Zara, who's got Manuel Maldonado with her on pit lane right now.
Thanks so much, Graham. Here we are with Manuel Maldonado, car 23, who has been leading the LMP3 class. Manuel, are you feeling the heat? How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's been great. I just finished my first stint in endurance race, and it was really good. The team has been doing an amazing job so far, leading the race from lap 1. My team Rory has been doing good. It's tough out there, it's really hot, a lot of traffic. It's all new to me, but nevertheless, I kept my head down, focused on the job ahead, and now it's just time for my team to finish the job and bring it home. Fantastic work from the team, and yeah, I couldn't be any happier.
Awesome. Thanks so much. What a privilege it is to be talking to Manuel Maldonado. How are you guys up in the commentator box, Graham? Oliver?
We're doing great. It's 46 minutes to go. Great to see the young Colombian clearly enjoying the switch he's making this season. Lots more to come for him. And yes, the 23 car at the moment is looking very good indeed. Wayne Boyd with just under a minute and a half's gap over Colin Noble, who is pulling away reasonably rapidly now from Bashar Mardini in the RLR M Sport car. I think despite that, RLR will be pretty pleased with this. They were forced into a late change in their driver squad. Again, kind of COVID-related travel restrictions for James Dayson, putting him rather out of an opportunity to do this. And if James, if you're listening, wish you were here. Canadian driver, pleasure to be around in Europe last year. We were hoping we were going to see him in Asia this time. And I'm afraid he joins a pretty lengthy list of people. I'm afraid that COVID travel restrictions have rather overwhelmed their plans. We'll see you whenever you can come back racing, sir. Pretty certain the 55 car does owe us a stop. It has had 3 stops, but one of them not up to the 110 seconds mark. So let's wait and see if that is right. And that was...
That's a 15 car, I believe.
It was a 15 car. I don't think there was contact. I think he just went wide.
Went out around on his own.
I think he possibly got the rear wheel over the curbs. So is that going to put that position in any doubts? It will, because Duncan Tappy, I think, is close enough that by the time the 15 car was recovered, that, by the way, Ollie, is a fantastic example of the commentator's curse. Just about to say RLR M Sport would be pleased with where they are. And I'm now going to get Nick Reynolds from RLR M Sport coming up here with a pretty sizable steel bar at some point. So apologies there to everybody from the fabulous little team from Bolton. But that, I think, was Bashar Mardini probably looking too long in his mirrors at the P2 car.
Yeah, I think he was maybe unsure exactly where he was going to go. And
ran a bit wide.
Yeah.
So unfortunate. Let's wait and see what happens with the... So that's the 99 car making that pit stop. Robert Renauer from the lead comes in now from the GT lead. That will give the lead back to the GPX racing car. And times, by the way, from Alan Furte, pretty respectable. About 2 minutes against 158s, 157s, 159s from the factory talent around him.
It's sizing up now for a really great battle in P2. Franco Colapinto is slowly closing Nicky Team down. He's got the gap down to 8.5 seconds.
That's halved.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a cracking run from him.
Yeah, Colapinto is got about, on average, about half a second on Nicky Team every lap, it seems. Just looking at the averages here.
But I would say that Sean Galale has consolidated that gap to Nicky Team. I think he's holding it. I think he's pulling out a few tenths here and there. So that speaks to the mental strength of Sean Galale, and that's to be admired. Not easy when you can see there's an attack coming and there are errors creeping in. But you've just got to get your head down and get on with the job in hand.
Exactly. He most probably had quite a chat to the team manager or the people around him, giving him some support, just to try and get a solid second stint. So it's now that gap between Nicky Team and Franco Colapinto is down to about 8 seconds. I'd say about 1 per second a lap.
Catsburg, by the way, making good progress at this point. Remember, Nicky was way down the order, 5th position at the moment.
Maybe that coffee helped him.
Probably. Must have been a big coffee.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
The cat, as we're now going to be calling him personally. But 26 car we've got with 26 car we've got with Ferdinand Habsburg at the wheel, 103 laps. In the bag, 2 minutes and 7 seconds now to the good, after, I'm not going to say it, a good run so far. This, though, is the young pretender. This is Franco Colapinto, Argentinian racer, 17 years old. What can you say about a 17-year-old who can get into a car like this, downforce car, close to 600 horsepower, weighs about as much as a family packet of crisps, and can go hunting down a reigning FIA world champion, albeit in his first run in LMP2 himself, and both of them in the hunt here for a podium position in a top-class international motor race.
He is doing a fantastic job, remarkable job. I'm not sure if this 25 car is going to see the end of the race, though. The amount that it's smoking, it's venting something out the back, and I'm thinking that they may well be having to make another stop there. They're venting something there, and it's never good. 7.5
seconds now. He is behind Nicky Team. Nicky Team just under a minute back from Sean Gallale after not a fault-free race for the Jota Sport car. We had the incident with the Phoenix Racing car that took them out of the lead. We had a spin by himself, it looked to me, by Sean, and then a penalty just a few minutes ago that saw the car down the pit lane again. Colapinto dealing with traffic in a very mature fashion.
Yep, just passing Ben Barnicoat there in the McLaren 720S. And he's currently sitting in 3rd place. So Inception Racing.
Yeah, that's a good run from the Inception Racing crew. They'll be very pleased indeed with that after a disappointing Dubai 24 hours. Just looking to see what's going on. That is pulling away from Rafa Marciello.
Yeah, he is.
So that's going to be an interesting battle to the end here. Nicky Catsburg quicker than the pair ahead of him as well. So Nicky Catsburg could get into this. We've still got time enough for that BMW to be part of the story around podium positions here. And behind that, Maxime Martin is certainly not out of it, and he's quick too. There are multiple drivers, multiple cars. You called it right at the start, Ollie Gavin, that with the quickest drivers in the cars, multiple makes, that we could get this to a grandstand finish.
Yeah, I mean,
in the last 45 minutes.
It's certainly sizing up for it.
It is,
you know,
most certainly. Other than the Porsches, by the way, which frankly have bossed it all the way through. But what have we got now? So Bricot Herbert, that car emerges. Alfred Renault is 39 seconds back from Alain Ferté.
That would be quite...
That's a mountain to climb.
Yes.
But it's not 1 minute and 39.
No, but it's 39 minutes to go.
Correct, so a second a minute. Or, in other terms, one minor issue or stumble for the driver ahead.
Yes.
To get under major pressure. It is a drive-through penalty, meanwhile, for the number 89 car. It's a car some way down the field. That's the Garage 59 Aston Martin in the hands of Martin Kirchhoffer for constant abuse of track limits.
Yeah, this is going to get tough towards the end here. These cars have been on these tyres for a while.
Yep.
By the end of this race, and that's when mistakes can happen, and stuff just starts to go slightly awry.
Yep.
Using a little bit more of the road.
Alain Ferté, who was around when this was a new livery for the Gulf Racing. I'm being slightly cheeky, Alain. Totally sorry about that. You're right, totally right.
25,
topping it up again.
Yeah, going for it more.
Now that is going to drop him out of that battle, and that's a real shame. But this will be his final pit stop.
Yeah, and Nicky Team will have to do the same. So,
but this will be a slightly extended pit stop as a result of that, I believe.
Yeah.
So remember,
they're going for 2.
Oh dear me, yes.
Obviously, he's venting plenty.
So that is going to cost a few seconds. That will drop him back from it. That's a darn shame. But let's just see how quick he can be.
Yep.
I think the answer is remarkably quick.
Yes, I didn't see whether they took all 4 tyres.
Didn't see. We cut to it, I think, as they were doing the left-hand side tyres. Didn't see work going on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
So that certainly will reduce the pressure on Nicky Team. Remember, though, that the cars ahead have all still got to stop.
Yeah.
We're now in the fuel window to the end of this race for LMP2.
There's Marvin Kirchhoff.
Yep.
Sort of stumbling over his name there.
Oh, yeah.
He's just served his drive-through.
Yeah, he struggles with yours, to be honest with you. He does.
Yeah.
89 car, the 77 car, is that? The 77 car going slowly? I think it is. That did not seem to be fully up to speed on the exit of that corner.
Station car.
It's Tomonobu Fuji, who does know how to drive this car quickly. Race-winning driver in Super Taikyu in Japan. The team, the reigning champions in the, I think it's the STX class that runs GT3 machinery in Super Taikyu. Endurance series that covers GT and saloon cars, touring cars. Still, that 57 car guy car, every time I've seen that car, it's been driven like he stole it, whoever's been in it. So
maybe a fly in the ointment here for the United guys in the 23 car in LMP3. The team manager needs to go to see Eduardo.
1 minute and 22 seconds is
the stewards. He's got to go and see the stewards immediately.
I wonder if that was to do with the pit stop. We saw the car being pushed backwards.
Yeah, pulled backwards, or the lineup, or
maybe.
Yeah.
Let's hashtag wait and see on that one.
Yeah.
But could that be amazing news for the Nielsen Racing team, who, I think we were saying at the top of the show, just had an enormous struggle earlier in the week, particularly on the 8 car, but no less trauma for the number 9 car for part of this weekend as well, and sitting now in a very strong second position. Colin Noble under no real pressure from behind, although Duncan Tappy is quicker, significantly quicker in fact, running out of time to catch the Scot. So Tappy 33 seconds back in 3rd position, and last time around a second and a half, or slightly better, quicker than Colin Noble.
Yeah, what have we got here? We've mostly got, what, 17, 18 laps?
Yes, something like that. So the gaps that we have at the moment, remember the top 3 cars always pit stops. It's 2 minutes and 5 seconds, the lead battle. And it's been like that for a while, and that's really come through error and trouble for most of the P2 teams here, with the exception of G-Drive Racing's 26 squad. That car now in the hands of Ferdinand Habsburg, and have basically run a faultless race.
Yeah, I think the 25 cars had a problem the whole race that they've been managing. So I don't think they've necessarily made too many errors there, but nearly everyone else in P2 has been involved in an incident, 1 or 2.
But the order, 26 and 28, that's the Jota car. Sean Galale is in 2nd position. He's got something like 2 minutes on Nicky Team in the Phoenix Racing car.
Yeah, Sean will have to come in for another stop, won't he?
He will, yep. And then the G-Drive Racing 25 car, we've just seen that car making its final pit stop, something like 100 seconds back from the Phoenix car. With the 5th place car, this is the Racing Team India car, now in the hands of Nureen Karthikeyan, who put this all together with his backers, 43 seconds back from the young Argentinian. Then we've got the 2 LMP2 AM runners. Andreas Lascaratas is aboard, and I must keep doing this right. It's the ERA Motorsport, it's not ERA Motorsport. The Greek driver has a lap advantage, 2 minutes advantage on the number 11 Euro International Ligier. They're the top 7, they are the LMP2 runners. Then we get into the LMP3 runners as we watch the 89 car in the hands of 89 car that's the car of Marvin Kirchhoff. It's been one for track limits issues. LMP3 United Autosports in control on track, but potentially in trouble with the stewards. 1 minute and 23 seconds ahead of Colin Noble in the number 9 Nielsen Racing Ligier. The order, by the way, top 7 cars, all Ligiers, both the Ginetta and the Duquesne in trouble. The Duquesne having, by the look of things, retired. So Colin Noble in the number 9 Nielsen Racing car sits second. 33 seconds back, Duncan Tappy in the second United car. This is the number 3 car. Bashar Mardini sits fourth in the RLRM Sport car that was up into second in the hands of Malte Jakobsen. Fell back in the hands of the Emirati flag driver, and then a spin as he attempted, I think, to allow a P2 car through, dropped him off the provisional podium. Fifth is the Phoenix Racing car, which has flown high in this race despite losing one of the 3 drivers shortly before race with a back problem for one of his co-drivers. Andy Merrick up into 6th in number 2, the third of the United Autosports cars. GT has been well dominated by GPX Racing, but Alfred Renard is making some progress there.
Yeah, he is. He's cutting a good couple of seconds a lap out of what Alan Furte has got, the lead that Alan Furte's got. And it could be close.
There's time. Yeah. There's time for that to be interesting by the end of it.
Yeah,
so it's a Porsche 1-2. Alan Furte from Alfred Renard, GPX Racing from Precoat Hairberth, 14 from 99. Third position and a fine run from this car. Ben Barnicoat at the wheel of the Inception Racing number 7 McLaren 720S GT3. And then behind a group of cars that are just positioning themselves for what could be a grandstand finish in this class. Hub Auto Racing's number 1 Mercedes in the hands of Raffaele Marciello. Nicky Katzberg, the Cat, in the number 34 Walkenhurst Motorsport BMW M6 GT3, which for periods of this race looked nowhere, is right in there. Those 2 cars, 6.8 seconds back from the McLaren for the AMG, 9 seconds back from the AMG for the BMW, and a further 7 seconds back, Maxime Martin in the leader of the Aston Martins, number 88 Garage 59 car. It's shaping up to be potentially quite a finish here. Yeah,
certainly with what's going on in P3 with the 23 car and their possible, their visit to the stewards, and let's see what happens with that. And then in GT, with what we've got with Alan Furte and Alfred Renard, I think that both those two Porsches, I think they're going to be pretty close by the end here.
I mean, Ollie, you're a long-time professional driver. How many times can you recall the team manager being asked to go to the stewards, and the result of that being that the stewards were saying, "We just wanted to say what a splendid run you're having"?
Yes, it's usually not like, just pop up for a cup of tea and a biscuit.
It's not normally bad news, is it?
Yeah, generally it is when you're being summoned immediately.
Yeah. So here we've got the number 66, the
Patrick Kujala.
Indeed, fresh from his drive-through penalty.
Yeah.
He's driving on in spirited fashion again, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Another half an hour.
Yep.
And
car 57.
Yes.
Odegaard reported for abuse of track limits, constant abuse of track limits.
Well, that's going to be a penalty. That will mean that there's at least one place lost, and that place will be lost to the 55 Rinaldi racing car, and that is Davide Rigon, another factory driver at the wheel of that car. Keeping an eye as to where the dramas will come here. They surely will.
Yes,
because they always do.
Again, if you're looking at these lap times between the 40 car and the 99 car in GT, those 2 Porsches, it is now down to 25 seconds that Alfred is behind Alan.
And all of a sudden, 2 minutes has become 2 minutes and 2, and almost 2 minutes and 3, and 1:59 has become 1:58 for the chasing car.
Yeah.
So the gain is accelerating.
Yes.
So 29 minutes to go, and all of a sudden that is looking on. It is a drive-through penalty, by the way, for Colin Odegaard for track limits.
And I think that the 99 car, the Precoat Hairberth Motorsport, has played a blinder here with a strategy, and they've only just had that stop there with Alfred, and they've put new tyres possibly.
And he's fresh.
He's fresh. Get good tyres on for the car at the end. That's one of the reasons why he's making such a massive gain.
They'll be hoping against hope that they get a full course yellow here to kind of stop the rots, because at the moment it's going in one way and one way only. Recovery in time there last time around from Alan Furte, back to the 2 minute bracket, but still losing time. So 1:59.4 against a 2 minutes 0.6, so it's down to 24 seconds, 28 minutes. Now remember, when we first pointed out that gap, it was a second a minute. and he's done better than that.
Yeah.
We're now 28 minutes, 24 seconds. So we will keep an eye on that one. We'll keep an eye too on the progress of Raffaele Marciello, Nicky Katzberg and Maxime Martin in pursuit of Ben Barnicoat. But it genuinely could be any of those 4 men or 4 marks that completes the podium. Does not look to me as if real drama willing we're going to see anything other than a Porsche 1-2 here. The number 11 Euro International car.
That's that delayed stop of the 25 car. I think it's taken the pressure off Nicky Team now for third on the in P2.
It's away from the driver. It's Antonio Ferrari, the team principal of Euro International, grandson of Enzo Ferrari. I'm pretty confident of that. More confident than I should have been about the fact that Manuel Maldonado was, other than the cousin of Pasta, and wasn't Colombian but Venezuelan.
Do you want me to get it up again for you?
I think we probably should.
Yeah, just in case, double check.
So if you're using my comments here for the Wikipedia pages, you're going to need to edit.
Yeah, Manuel is Venezuelan.
Venezuelan, yeah.
Not Colombian.
No, mixing up my coffees.
And he's the cousin of Pasta.
Yeah.
Not the brother.
I feel ashamed. 27 minutes to go. This is Ben Barnicoat. We've not seen enough of this car. The McLaren 720 SGT3. The first time we've seen this car in the Asian Le Mans series. Not the first McLaren. We've had the previous car, the 650 SGT3, taking the title some years ago in the hands of the now defunct, I'm afraid, Clearwater Racing. Sad to see them depart the international scene. They were firm favourites with the fans with their fabulous liveries. But this team, one of the busiest in motorsports, I reckon, in the very much condensed 2020 calendar. Talking to a couple of the team members around the time when we had a one-off appearance by members of this squad. In fact, Ollie Milroy and Brenda Reeb, as in comes the 26 car. This is the final stop inside the final half hour as the 57 takes its drive through behind. 17 consecutive weeks on the road for Optimum Motorsport with those McLarens.
Wow.
And that's some commitment to the cause for their customers, and for that matter, for the guys who spun of those cars, do everything else with those cars, and their families. So away goes Habsburg. That was drama-free.
Yeah.
And that's what you want at this point in a motor race when you're holding that kind of advantage. No surprises, no dramas, no snaffus, no nothing. Just get the car out as through come a couple of battling P3 cars, and I think that is a battle. That looked to me to be Andy Merrick right on the tail of the Phoenix Racing car. It was, that's the 5th position, just ahead of these guys on the road.
Not getting much respite. The Ginetta has unfortunately been pinged for speeding in the pit lane again, and it's rather frustrating end, I'm sure, for everybody in that operation. Maybe they've got an electrical issue. Oh, and the hub auto's in, and I think that they've maybe got a bit of an issue here. They're working their way around all of the. Oh, they're working out, and
oh, you can see Philip, the body language, couldn't you?
Philip, the team manager, he's done the dreaded hands across the throat, saying that they're done.
Well, they're certainly out the battle. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they're done. That's a shame to see.
Oh, very sad, because that was getting into the mix for a potential podium finish. But yeah, I think that's game over. Driver is getting out the car, and that's a sad sight at this stage of the race. No one wants to see that in the last 25 minutes.
Yeah, Raffaele looked like he'd been struggling a little bit with the pace, and I think that they've just had a problem. This is maybe...
Is it brakes?
No, I think this is maybe something that came from that tiny bit of contact from the Ferrari.
Okay.
You know, when the Ferrari got spun around, I think at turn 10, and they just had some really light contact. Maybe it's from that.
So there you go. That's one car that is going to be. I think we've got a couple of dramas here. We've got multiple cars, I think, in trouble for not selecting pit stop times. Now the 11, that car is out of contention for significant places. That's the 7th place car in P2. The 33, that is Sandro Matiki's car. That's a CD Sport car in LMP3. That has dropped way down the order. That car must have been in trouble, because that's dropped all the way down to 33rd place, and that was the car, you remember, was in contention for podium position. And the 93, which is Klaus Bachler's car, in Pricot Herberth, that car 16th in GT. They have all been reported to the stewards for not respecting pit stop times. The dramas for the teams, not necessarily any of them in significant racing positions right now, but we're now with a real world battle. This is a position for a points makes prizes slot, and also with the G-Drive car going up the outside, as that I think that is there, to just drive by the battle for 5th place in LMP3, as Andy Merrick is trying to get onto terms with Jan-Erik Sluten.
And we're looking at that battle for 1st and 2nd in GT. It's now down to 19 seconds, and it's 2 seconds a lap that Alfred is taking out of Alain.
I think he's going to catch him.
It's going to be really close.
So Andy Merrick looking to put the German driver ahead under pressure, runs a little wide in the United Autosports car, but gets the power in pretty quickly, and the chase is very much on, beginning to be able to see these headlamps far more clearly than we did earlier. Sun is still up. It does go down here like it's been pushed off a cliff, but certainly not as bright out there as it was.
And these boys in P3 are really going to be battling with tyres right now. You know, they'll have used every last little bit out of them, and it's going to be just hanging on.
They are catching Basel Mardini. That's the next car up the road, so this is not a battle for 5th, it's a battle for 4th.
Right.
And remember, the points are going to matter here. There's Mardini, there is Schluten, and there is Merrick, and there is the second of the G-Drive cars. That is Colapinto, who, by the way, is doing a fine job of closing in again. 33 seconds back after that longer pit stop, remember? He's in the 147s. That is at least 2 seconds quicker than anybody ahead of him, and he's 4 seconds quicker at the moment than the leader.
Yeah. You have to say Ferdinand Hansberg will be
he'll be in cruise mode.
Absolutely, just looking after everything.
But,
you'll be hearing all those noises, all those little things.
That's 1 position gone, so Mardini loses those 2 positions. This is now the battle for 4th. Merrick got a good run through that corner, I thought. Got the power in quickly. And is he going to look to the inside here? I think he's going to I don't think he's quite close enough.
No, he's not quite.
Is one of the downsides of running in Aligier against Aligier.
That run off the corner there. Yeah, might get a chance here up into 12. Good drive off 11.
Flashing the lights.
He is.
At which point, of course, the Phoenix driver will immediately pull over and load by.
Yeah. The United cars seem to have pretty good drive off. See. So I wonder if Richard's managed to work his magic with the stewards.
The 23.
On the 23. Richard Dean.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
My guess is we'll see in the next 15 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Late penalties not unknown here.
Indeed.
Andy Merrick doing a fine job here.
He is. He just needed a not sniff out. He did that classic thing of just looking as he came into the final corner. If he had just stayed in the wheel tracks and looked to get a really good run off of the last corner, he would have then had a far better chance to towing up behind and putting the pass in on the number 4 car.
We're going to get some penalties, by the way. We talked about those cars being in trouble. There's going to be a 7 second stop and go penalty for 11, 1 second stop and go for 33, and 1 second stop and go for the 93 for those pit stop times. That will be the number of seconds they were short on their mandatory pit stops.
Yeah.
But 90 minutes to go. Through comes 25 car. Still chasing hard here. He's taking time out of Nicky team.
Yeah.
He's running out of time.
Yeah.
But this will be this young man just finding out what it takes to bring the pace out of the car deep into a stint.
He's
What's his average lap time on these stints?
He's, well, in the previous stint he was a good half a second quicker than Nicky, and Franco is the same. He's a good half a second quicker than the Nicky team.
Yeah.
So, and they're the quickest 2 cars on the track.
So not sure that's going to make much of a difference. There is too big a gap, but the gap is coming down 32 seconds now to Nicky team. Not the Nicky team, by the way, has been slow in this car. He absolutely has not been. I think if we were in a position here where he was chasing a gentleman driver to the finish here, we might be a very different result.
Yeah,
but the strategy has played out that's going to support, I think, the cars ahead. Sean Galale has done a good job of getting his racing head back on.
Yep. No, he has. He was strong in his second stint in the car. After when he jumped back in, he was faster than Nicky. In fact, Nicky team, and the only person quicker than him was Franco. So
in terms of the battles in GT, as we watch the Ginetta, it does not look a happy car there, does it?
No, it doesn't.
11 seconds the gap now behind Ben Barnicoat to now Nicky Katzberg is the chasing driver. So BMW, Volganurst Motorsport, going to sniff around this.
Yep.
It's not done yet.
Might even get a podium here.
He's getting a warning on track limits.
Yeah.
15 car Bashar Mardini just pushing hard for home here.
On average, Nicky is about half a second quicker than Ben Barnicoat in this last stint.
So he's got what, 8 laps?
Yes.
It's not enough, is it? And the 2 G-Drive cars on track together in the final 17 minutes of this race. So that'll be one for the album.
Yeah, formation finish.
26 car, of course, leading, 25 car in 4th, and Colapinto, I think, will want to drive by and go here.
Yeah. But I'm not sure the team are going to want that, because he'll go by and spray their windshield
Good point.
full of oil. Oil's all going somewhere.
There's lots to play for here, by the way, for the young driver. The interesting part of the ELMS entry list was that only 1 driver each nominated for either of the 2 G-Drive cars. I do know Roman Rusinov is here genuinely watching a couple of the new drivers to the squad. Yifa Ye is new,
Yep.
Van Habsburg is new, Franco Colapinto is new, Andrade is new, and I think decisions might be made on the basis of this. Through the inside he goes.
Yeah,
That's
had
a
to go
25
let
car.
him by.
Just let him run with it.
Yeah.
55 car comes through. car we've not seen much of in this race. That is the Kessel Racing car that's entered under their own name. Giorgio Roda, that's one of 3 GT Am entered cars, and in fact at the moment that car is 3rd in those 3. That's a subclass, if you like, is being led by the Rinaldi Racing car, the 66.
It's going to be down, that GT battle is going to be down to 14 seconds now between the 40 car and the 99. So it's going to be close. 15 minutes to go.
So getting quite gloomy out there all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not been much of a change in the temperature, 21, 22, 23 degrees all day.
The track will be dropping in temp for sure. Just be how you've got your tyres set up for that. And the teams will have tried. I mean, they had a night practice the other day, didn't they?
That's that level of closure, 11 seconds now is the gap with the number 99. This is the leader. This is Alain Ferté. Is losing time to the number 99 car, and is losing time just quickly enough that this is going to be very, very close.
Yeah.
He's going to be caught at this rate, probably on the penultimate lap.
It's going to be extremely close. And he just needs to be keeping it clean, really. You know, using all of his experience here, Alan.
He's capable of about 2-minute laps in clear air, but with traffic, that's dropping to 2 minutes and 2 seconds.
It's getting a good flash from, I think that's Fisichella behind him, trying to unlap himself.
But behind him, Alfred Renauer, 159s, 158s at times.
Yeah.
Pushing hard.
It's going to be qualifying laps from Alfred.
It is. So this is the major position that could change in the dying moments of this race. And that would be pretty dramatic, wouldn't it? I'm not sure, other than around the pit stops, they've been headed for a single lap.
No, they haven't. They've been dominant.
Through goes the Phoenix Racing car. That's Nicky Team heading home. Under 30 seconds, by the way, back now is Franco Colapinto from Nicky.
Yeah, but Nicky will be sitting there thinking, okay, I've just got to drive this to the finish, making no mistakes. Don't get pinged for track limits. Don't get yourself in any nasty scrapes. We've locked down a podium here, and it's good points.
Yep.
Adam made a mistake there coming into that last corner. He's run wide now.
What was that time? 2:02 the last time around. 2:01.1 better. But where is the 99 car?
Alan's also on older tyres than Alfred is.
He's now been warned on track limits as well.
Yeah.
And the gap is 10.2 seconds. 1:59.9 plays 2:01.1. It's too big a drop off, isn't it? Still Fisichella can't get by. There goes the RA Motorsport car.
Is that Giancarlo still trying to get past him?
Yeah, what you don't want is Giancarlo to lose patience and have a bit of a dig in here, and
just throwing up the inside.
Yeah,
it's.
This is not helping Alan Furte either.
He's got mirrors full.
It's.
Alan's just got to be using his experience.
Let's
just
watch in the background because we're going to be able.
Yeah, you should be able to see here.
You should see the black Porsche will be the next car along in the overall order. There it is. It's half the length of the main straight now.
Yeah.
He's catching him quickly, and it's now under 12 minutes, but it's under 10 seconds. And he's not got traffic between him and the 54 car that's sitting on the rear end of the Porsche.
It's a clean run now for the 99. When you can see the car, that's just an extra carrot.
Absolutely.
He just keeps reeling you in, and when you're making ground on him, all of a sudden, that's when you're maybe feeling a little bit hot or fatigued, or you've got that little bit of a problem. It just pumps your confidence.
And remember what's at stake here for these teams. Prickert Herbeth Racing, never been to Le Mans.
Huge.
GPX Racing, several members of that team have sniffed it, but looking good, certainly around this circuit. And we've got another race tomorrow. Same machinery, same track, same strategy. We'll find out.
I'm sure GPX will run the same strategy tomorrow. I don't think GPX will run the same strategy tomorrow. No. This is too close.
Do you think Furte for the middle stint?
That would be my bet.
So cross the line again, 10.2 seconds it was last time, it's under 8 seconds now, and that rate of closure is accelerated. Made a bit of a mistake there.
It's got in deep there, turn one.
But so you can almost afford to make the odd error here.
I think they're all going to count though. They are all going to, this is going to be super close.
Meantime, Andy Merrick has made it past the Phoenix Racing car.
Finally got it done.
He got it done. He is not close enough to make an impact further up the order though, so it's they're still looking. Wayne Boyd from Colin Noble, that gap pretty static. Duncan Tappy 42 seconds back. Big gaps now actually there. That's going to come down to bringing those cars home.
There you go, there's the gap again between the 40 and the 99 in GT. Giancarlo's just sitting behind the 40 car now, and just filling his mirrors. We'll turn his lights on full beam in a minute, just to just to really get him going.
So Fisichella, by the way, sitting down in 11th place, and with no real prospect of making an impact on Charlie Eastwood's TF Sports car ahead.
Yeah, the Ferraris have dropped away today.
Renault are being warned about respecting track limits though, so race controller got their eye on this.
Yeah. And that's the only way I think that this race is not going to come down to that sort of last lap, is if one of them just oversteps it and gets at the ultimate drive-through.
So Habsburg cruising to the finish here. Colapinto sprinting to the finish, under 26 seconds now on the back of Nicky Team, but under 9 minutes to go. That's not going to get done on pace. There's the 26 car. It's flaming away by the side from the side pods.
Yeah, Colapinto is easily the fastest car on the track right now. nearly a good second clear on average
but
over all of the other cars in front
of him. But the reality is that's all he can do to prove his worth here.
Yeah, of course.
You've got to push.
Yeah.
At the moment, Habsburg is doing what an endurance driver should do at this point. Colapinto has got...
I'm sure he's being regularly reminded about that.
I'm sure, absolutely.
On the radio.
Yeah, thinking he was on the radio there. Yes, I think so. David Leach, the technical director at G-Drive Racing. Stewie Cox, the team manager, looking after these cars. Roman Rusanov, I'm sure, is having a say too. So 2 minutes and 2 seconds is the gap with 8 minutes to go. Another minute further back, Nicky Team, 29 seconds. Further back is Colapinto.
Yeah, this is going to be super close in the GT ranks. It's now underneath 7 seconds between the 40 and the 99.
Colapinto's been in and out the pits.
Has he?
That must be fluid again.
Yeah, it's got to be. Venting in the whole race.
Meantime, in LMP3, Wayne Boyd comfortably ahead of Colin Noble, comfortably ahead of Duncan Tappy, comfortably ahead of Andy Merrick. That's a 1, 2, 3, 4, by the way, for British drivers at the moment.
Yes, fantastic to see.
And United Nielsen, United. It's all come the way of the guys from Yorkshire, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Nielsen Racing will be correctly delighted with that form for second place car.
Colin's driven well, actually.
He has.
His last stint. He's been comfortably the fastest guy on track as well.
Yep, saw off with the exception of that extraordinary passing manoeuvre from Walter Jakobsen. I think he'd be punching the air with the form he's seen after troubles earlier this week.
Yep, without a doubt.
In GT, under 7 seconds now, the gap for Alfred Ranauer to work on Alan Furte. Ben Barnicoat.
He's just dropped to 5.5.
Yeah. Ben Barnicoat is 90 seconds or so behind that battle, but he's going to be more worried about Nicky Katzberg, 8.5 seconds back, but not catching regularly. I think he's looking better in traffic, I think, than the McLaren, but not making an impact in clear air.
No.
Which I guess you'd expect in a balanced performance. It really comes down to what are they doing on the tyres they've got underneath them. That's the battle for the podium positions. And Katzberg has seen off, I think, the challenge from Maxime Martin, running 4th and 13 seconds back.
Every last little second, every last little sort of position on the track, and that moment that you're getting off the corner is super important now for Alfred Ranauer. He can see the 40 car in front of him.
The one thing I'd say here is he's beginning to get some LMP traffic to deal with, and like that,
yes,
that's not going to help his cause, is it?
You do not want that, no. And it just throws you off your rhythm a little bit. You know, he's just then turned into that left-hander. He's put a big streak of rubber down on the road. He's oversliding those rear tyres. He's just got to stick to his rhythm, keep calm. He's slowly reeling him in. We just can't lose that rhythm.
Absolutely. One poor lap could make a difference.
It is. It's going to, for sure.
So the last time around, 2 minutes 0.8 from Verte, 1:59.3, so another second and a half it was taken out on that previous lap. What's it going to be here? The gap was 5.4 seconds on lap 111. It is going to be at the end of lap 112.
Close.
Here we go. 3.6.
Yeah.
It's enough, isn't it? But he's got to get by.
He has, but little mistakes like that, understeering through turn 1 by Alan Furte, and all of a sudden the 99 is going to be right on him.
Absolutely. Well, I think they'll find out how wide a Porsche can be.
Alan may be using all of his experience with that. Oh, he's gone round. No! Alan's spun.
How did that happen?
He just got it on the curb, coming through 6 on the exit curb.
Oh, that's a horrible way for him to finish.
Yeah, it's really not nice. Not nice at all. He just got it on the exit curb, coming through 6, and just lost the rear end.
Is he going to get the car rolling again? He's got about a minute and a half before the McLaren gets there.
Oh, he's just gifted it.
Oh.
Precourt Herbert will be happy.
Yes, punching the air, I'd have thought.
They'd like to have seen a race at the end.
Oh yeah.
But oh, that's a shame for GPX. They've run such a great race.
It's still there, still stopped. And I think Ben Barnicoat's going to take that position, you know.
Could well. Is he moving again? I've seen those images. Seeing those images. It's down at 7. 6 and 7. He's still there. Oh, he's moving now.
Moving now. Where is the McLaren? Where's the McLaren? It can't be far away.
He is.
It's number 7 car.
Yes, and no, he's got going again. He has got going again before he's got passed. Yeah, he's not got passed by the 7. So he's still sitting second.
He's trying to get the rubbish off his tyres now, and that will be, I think, rather reflective on Verte after this. There it is. It's the length of the back straight.
That's unfortunate. But it did put a lot on Alan in that last stint by putting him in the way that they lined it up. That surprised me, GPX, and it was kind of a high risk strategy.
And that, by the way, is the gap between the McLaren and the BMW chasing, the two BMWs together on track. But, so through into the lead is the number 99 Precoat Hairbirth car, Alfred Renauer, with a big advantage over Alain Verte after that error.
I'm not sure that there was something that came up from the curb as he ran over it.
Really, it was a strange one, wasn't it?
He started to lose the rear end, and then he got on that exit curb, and then it seemed like something moved or shifted, or he ran over something. And it's possible that it could have been a bit of carbon fibre from the accident early on from the Jota car and the Phoenix car. He ran over that, and it was just enough.
Well, we're into the final 90 seconds of this race, and this is the leader, Ferdinand Habsburg. Great run so far, and this should be
the last lap.
G-Drive Racing will be well pleased with their new look, their new service provider, their new driver squad for the Asian Le Mans Series. It's unlikely, I'm not going to say as easy, but as straightforward as this tomorrow, with two of the strong contenders. Well, taken out the lead battle by, the 28 car took out the Phoenix Racing car for the lead battle.
Yeah.
It will not be something that this 26 car can manage from the front quite as easily if those two remain in the fight.
Yeah, and if the 25 car has a trouble-free run and they manage to fix the problem that it's got, whatever it is.
That's looking good, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
To my mind, in terms of the pace we've seen from these cars, there are 4 that could be in contention. But, clock is running down. LMP3, Rick Boyd with a mighty minute plus. That's looking good.
Yep.
GT, that drama in the last 3 minutes for Alain Verte, handed what had been a dominant run from GPX Racing to the chasing Precoat Hairbirth car. It's still looking like a Porsche 1-2.
Yep.
Ben Barnicoat's 16 seconds back at the completion of the last lap. By the way, that lost 76 seconds for Alain Verte.
Yeah, he looked like he was struggling to fire it up.
He did.
Just get it going again, find reverse, or just find a gear. But this is fantastic for G-Drive.
It is the 4 hours plus 1 lap. That is the final lap now for G-Drive Racing. Just trouble-free next, 110 seconds or so.
Absolutely.
There's Alain Verte ahead.
Yeah, Ferdinand will be hearing all of those noises you hear when you're in the car at the end there. You know, whether it's a bit of a vibration or a feel, or is the gearbox sounding strange, or is the engine?
Checking up.
Yeah. Ooh. Yes, it's never nice. Alan sitting there. Oh, is that the 93 car?
No, that's the 40.
40, the 40.
That's the 40.
Yeah.
But we'll go by him on the straight now.
Yeah.
Into something more of what might be described a comfort zone. But whilst those early race incidents maybe robbed us of a closer race at the front, it's always good to see a team executing as well as these guys have.
No, they've had a great race.
So looking to go very much the way of G-Drive Racing, United Autosports and Pickup Herberth. In fact, the Pickup Herberth car has just taken a place from the 6th place LMP3 car. So it's been a very good run from those guys.
And I think there's going to be a drive-through penalty for the 40 car for constant abuse of track limits.
What, for Alan Furtek?
Yes.
That could cost him second place.
It may well do.
Now, there will be, if he doesn't take it, there'll be a time penalty instead.
But he can't take it now.
So it's a matter of just exactly what is that time penalty. Could that be?
What's the gap? Oh, it's 15 seconds, but through the final corner. Number 26 G-Drive car takes the flag. A great win. Absolutely
fantastic win for G-Drive Racing. The hour is 01 for Ferdinand Habsburg, bringing that car home. Yifei brilliant in the middle part of that race to fend off Stoffel van Dorn, and a great and controlled opening stint from the Austrian Ronnie Bender to complete, to just execute that. Jota Sport come back past with second place. That is Sean Galale and Stoffel van Dorn. Nicky Thiem will bring home the Phoenix Racing number 5 car to the finish to complete the podium, with Matthias Kauser and Simon Trummer waiting for the LMP3 leader to come home. Not quite there yet. Brigitte Herberth, we wait to see what happens with that GPX Racing car, because the cars behind are so close.
Yep.
It could drop it off the podium, you know.
Yeah, it could. And they're over the line, aren't they? The GPX car, and so's the McLaren.
So we'll wait to see how the timing adjusts at some point here, because I think it's possible that they may lose a podium position here.
I think that they could drop off the podium.
Yep. What we're sort of talking about here is what will be the time penalty for not taking the drive-through. It's how long is a drive-through? I think it's 30 seconds.
It's got to be something in that region.
And the two cars behind, Ben Barnicoat 11.5 seconds behind, and Nicky Katzberg could make it to the podium for Valkenhurst Motorsport. And that would be a big result for them.
Absolutely.
After the week they've had so far. One heck of a drive. Now home and winning LMP3, Wayne Boyd for the number 23 car from United Autosports. Also home, Colin Noble. Nielsen Racing bring home a second position. Duncan Tappy makes it 2 out of 3 on the podium for United, with Andy Merrick scoring 4th place. There are 3 cars in the top 4. That is some team in LMP3.
The car 93 car is also going to serve a penalty.
Yep.
It's going to be added to its race time for constant abuse of the track limits, but they're not saying the same at the moment for car 40, so let's see.
So we'll wait and see what happens with that.
Yes, just a bit of news on the Hub Auto car. They had to retire due to broken front right suspension.
So it's suspension for the
after contact with the Ferrari.
Ah, right. So clearly that was end off. Cars stream back into pit lane. Night beginning to fall. Dusk, really, here in Dubai. Well, it didn't lack for incident. It didn't lack for action. At the end, we got drama.
We did.
Much of the kind of the real racing for position was not necessarily for the wins in the major classes, other than that drama for Alan Furter at the end. But if that's what we've got to look forward to for another 4 hours tomorrow and then 2 more 4 hours next weekend,
it's great racing.
It would have been a trip well worth making. It's been a great start to a delayed start for the Asia Le Mans series. We're looking at new forces in this championship, new drivers coming to the fore. I've been pretty excited by a number of the new faces. Franco Colapinto, clearly a star. Nicky Thiem, I thought, did brilliantly.
Yep.
The trio in the 26 car executed beautifully. It will be good to see how they do under pressure.
Yeah, I feel that the 26 car wasn't really pushed today.
Yep.
They just drove.
Absolutely
just executed, did their job.
That's the way the order actually reads in terms of the overall finishing order. LMP3, well, United Autosport did what they often do, which is they get their strategy right, and there's no drama in terms of their on-track performance. They'll bring it home, and it's very likely to be on or around the podium, and if it's on the podium, quite likely to be at the top.
Yes.
Which is exactly what they've done again.
Absolutely. It looked like there was a little bit of a snafu in the pits there at one point where they had all 3 cars in at the same time, and that looked a little bit congested, and they had cars jockeying around. And I believe that Richard had to go up and see the stewards at one point, but obviously that was explained away, and they come away with a fantastic result here today.
But what we did get in that middle order, which eventually delivered that second United car to the podium, was a great battle between United, RM Sport, at times that CD Sport car. We don't quite know what happened to that car at the end. And the Nielsen Racing car, the number 8 car, the number 9 car rather, the defending champions come home with second position. And we'll build, I'm sure, from there.
Absolutely.
So that was a great battle. As far as the GT battle was concerned, as we look at the overall order now, that confirms G-Drive Racing, they're ahead of Jota and Phoenix Racing. The LMP3 order, United's 23 car ahead of the number 9 Nielsen car and the number 3 United car. And, big gaps there eventually because of the way that actually all worked out. GT provided the last gasp drama. That was the mistake, I think we can say, from Alan Thurte under pressure from Alfred Renard, who did a fantastic job of just continuing to turn that screw.
Yeah, he did.
They'll be utterly delighted with that.
Yep.
We'll wait to see what the final order produces by way of whether or not there'll be a time penalty for what we saw on the screen, which was a track limits induced drive-through for the 40 car. Are we going to see that yet? We're not. But we would expect, if that track limits drive-through is converted, that's going to cause potential problems, certainly whether or not that car finishes second, third, or indeed fourth.
Yeah, for me, it was a rather high-risk strategy by GPX in the 40 car to put Alan Thurte out there at the end. He is very experienced, but it's getting dark.
Yeah.
Being able to see out there. When as you get older, it gets harder to see at night.
It does.
And you have to take all these things into account. And I think come tomorrow, I think that they may well run an alternate strategy.
Well, that's going to be interesting. See what lessons are actually learned in terms of the way these teams actually approach it.
We don't want to take anything away from Precourt Herbert did, because they ran a fantastic race.
At the back end of the timing screens, remains to be explained exactly what we had in terms of problems with DKR engineering. Spent a long time in the pits and then stopped out on track. Not heard anything from Nielsen Racing about the fate of the number 8 car. ARC Bratislava's Ginetta was troubled certainly throughout the latter part of that race.
Looks like it had brake issues and then some form of handling issues as well. It just never looked happy on track, did it?
But what we're going to see tomorrow, a slightly later start, I think, for tomorrow's race, which means we're going to get a little bit more darkness at the end of that, which will bring to an end the first half of this season, remember. And then we're going to get into the excitement of just exactly how these points are going to start to wander forward. Not much of an issue at the moment. We don't yet know what the tenor of the season is going to be. But you can see from that long shot, the night really does come very, very quickly indeed. So that's the end of the first race of the first 4 hours of Dubai. We've got another one tomorrow. Let's take a look back and just see how that all panned out from this afternoon to this evening. Well, bright sunshine after a foggy start at the Dubai Autodrome, and the record 36-car grid got underway with a first corner lunge from Sean Galel, shaking up the order. The number 7 McLaren didn't seem to be in the running at first, with a dominant display for the GPX Racing Porsche, but a very last-minute spin from Alan Thurte handed the win to the number 99 Precourt Herbert car. Alfred Renard bringing home the car that had been anchored by his twin brother to a great win for the German team in the number 99 Porsche. In LMP3, third place for the number 3 United Autosports car. Another push at the end. Great run too from the number 9 defending championship winning car last year from Nielsen Racing, but they couldn't touch what was a dominant display from United's number 23 car. Wayne Boyd, the European champion last year, looking to see what he can do to put his name on another ACO Rules trophy for 2021. In LMP2, Rather assaulted at the start of the race, the Phoenix Racing car bundled out the lead by this car, and a few problems didn't stop, though, the 28 Jota car from coming home in second place. Couldn't touch, though, an absolutely stellar display from the number 26 G-Drive Racing Aris 01. They would come home the first winners of the 2021 season. G-Drive Racing with Algar Pro, they topped the times. So night has fallen. We will move to the post-race proceedings here, which because of the COVID restrictions here in the United Arab Emirates will mean that we're not going to be going with full podium ceremonies. There'll be some prize givings outside the garages of the winning teams. We hope to bring you a couple of the winning drivers up to the studio, but for the moment, cracking stuff from the whole field. I thought challenging conditions to get here, challenging conditions to prepare in these circumstances, in this most unusual of all seasons, and we're going to see what we can do to get a couple of our winners in. And the first of those, I can tell you, is going to be a man that's had no little success in the last few weeks. Remember, we've got LMP2, but also LMP2 AM to contend with here at the Asian Le Mans Series. Delighted to be joined in the booth by, well, LMP2 AM winner here, but I should also say congratulations to both yourself and Dwight Merriman. ERA Motorsports. I keep doing that wrong. It's ERA. Right, so I said it right, I said it wrong. Carl Tilley. That wasn't easy. Didn't look easy.
No.
Tell us a little bit about the race. Tell us a bit about the challenges, and tell us a little bit about what you're going to change for tomorrow.
Bit of a rough week so far, to be honest. We had a ton of braking problems all week. We finally seem like we might be making headway with it. The car was a delight to drive, so a big thank you to both Era Motorsport and Jota, who are looking after the program for us this week. Yeah, it was a weird one for me personally. I'm not sure I've ever driven around so slow. We were just fuel saving the whole time. We knew we were about a lap down on the number 11 car at one point, so we managed to eke out an extra 5 laps from the stint through fuel saving, and yeah, it paid off. So.
It's been an epic couple of weeks for you and the team. The Daytona win in LMP2,
yep.
You know, and a very competitive class. Confirmation during that race that yourself and Dwight will step up to a full season for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, yep. In LMP2. Confirmation yesterday that we'll see you back. We'll see you in the European Le Mans Series with EDEC Sports. And delighted to see Ryan DL coming back into European competition.
Yeah, we dragged him with us.
Absolutely right. And of course, this full season effort here in the Asian Le Mans Series.
Yep.
Just how many entries for Le Mans are you trying to win? This is great stuff.
All of them, I think is the answer. You know, obviously a Le Mans entry is never a guaranteed thing, and it's such a special event that we're doing everything we can to try and help support the ACO and hopefully getting an entry.
Great to see a new force, a new effort into LMP2 racing. Great to see the passion from Carl and from Dwight. Great to see the car very brightly coloured as well. We do like a bit of a blue car around too. And an LMP2 AM victory, and that car coming home in 6th position overall. It's great stuff. So thanks very much for your time, Carl. Go back and celebrate, I'm sure, with the team and with Dwight. And we will hopefully see you tomorrow for maybe another one of these.
Sounds good. Thank you for having me.
So Carl Tilley, there from the Era Motorsports Orica team, supported by Jota, bringing back the LMP2 AM win. And we're shortly going to be joined by a member of the United Autosports 23 squad that brought home that dominant win in LMP3. The 23 squad with Wayne Boyd anchoring the car home. Rory Penton it was that had the opening stint, but a new addition to the United Autosports family. And we're going to have a word with Manuel Maldonado. Manuel, it's delightful to see you. The second member of your family to join in endurance racing. We were delighted to see your cousin.
Yeah, my cousin.
Cousin, I got that wrong in the broadcast. I apologise to the Maldonado family.
Worries.
But great to see you guys here. You've got a win already on your debut. Tell me a little bit about the emotion involved in that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm over the moon to be here, especially with United. They've done an amazing job. And to be doing this in my first race of endurance, to get the first win, it feels amazing. It could have been better. I got to congratulate the team for doing such an amazing job. Definitely coming here, we didn't really know what was going to happen. But yeah, to come off with a win, we just couldn't believe it. And I'm more than happy. My teammates have done an amazing job. Rory at the first stint was really good. Me in the second stint, and then Wayne to finish the job and bring the car home. It was amazing to see.
How difficult is the transition into endurance motorsport from working in disciplines where you're the sole focus of the team? It's a single driver thing. Here it's not. You've got to compromise. How tough is it to transition?
Yeah, it's definitely very tough. You know, all the years I've been racing, it's definitely been all about me, all about pushing as hard as you can. Definitely the mind has to change and adapt, but we've been doing so fine thanks to United for helping me all the way. And yeah, we just carry on from here. It's obviously a different mentality, but as you can see, we've done an amazing job in the first race, and we just got to carry on doing the same.
Rapid fire season here in Asia, 4 races, 10 days. And after that, an exciting season to come for you too with another programme with United Autosports. You're going to LMP2.
Yes, absolutely. You know, we've been taking this to learn the normal procedures for endurance races, which is all totally new for me. And this championship couldn't be any better, you know, before the European season starts, to come into Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Get a lot of track time. Yeah, it's definitely a great championship, and got to say that Asian Le Mans have put a really good show here, and we just got to carry on to do more in Abu Dhabi.
Great stuff. Great show from the Asian Le Mans Series. Great show from Manuel Maldonado and for the United Autosports team. Fantastic stuff, and we will see you again for another 4 hours tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So another spectacular display from the dominant team last year in endurance racing, United Autosports, with a brand new look crew in the LMP3 team, albeit anchored by Wayne Boyd. We're going to be joined by yet another race winner. I'm delighted to say that as we get him sat down in front of a microphone, it's the man that was witness to one of the real dramas of the end of this race, Alfred.
Hi.
Tell me, Alfred Renard from the number 99 Prickett Herberth Motorsport car, that looked hard work at the end. Tell us a little bit about the chase before you tell us about the drama that unfolded in front of you. You chased hard.
It was quite hard. I had to push all the time, the last 45 minutes, because we had a gap about 40 seconds. And it was clear for me that we have to take maximum attack. And in the end, it works out pretty well. Unfortunately for the GPX guys when they spun around, but in the end, it's hard racing, and for sure he was pushing a lot.
Tell me about the mindset. You've got to catch him, but then you've got to pass him.
Yeah.
Did you think that was where you could get to at the end of that race? It looked like you would have a lap or so to get that move done.
That's what the guys from the pit lane, my engineer, told me. So probably it's the last lap.
Yep.
When we have the chance to catch him, yeah, it's always difficult to overtake someone he was not slow. He did 59ers, and yeah, it's always hard. You have to find a gap and take a risk maybe.
It's a big race win for, I know, a proudly family team, established by your father, I seem to recall. Where does this rank in terms of the successes so far for this team?
For sure, our biggest effort was winning the GT Masters title, but after this one we had the victory at 24 Hours Dubai, but this is the same as here. This season beginning victory means a lot for us. We have a good combination for the next races, and we're looking forward.
We're not going to ask you yet what the plans would be if you won this title, but of course there's a massive prize at the end of this. That is the pot of gold at the end of the motorsport rainbow of Le Mans. Is that the dream for yourself and your brother?
Yeah, for sure. It's always a dream for everyone, I think, for every race driver. And if you can go for it, you have to take the chance. And that's what we are looking for.
Great race. Drama at the end. We always get drama at the end of endurance racing. For now, thank you very much, Albert.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So I think I'm right. We've got overall winner and another debutante in endurance racing. I am utterly delighted to say congratulations, Yifei.
Thanks a lot. First of all, I have to thank the team for doing the fantastic job, for preparing the car perfectly, so we have them in the best condition possible. Yeah, for me it was quite a challenge because I haven't driven the car until Tuesday, so it was the first experience for me this week. So without doing any testing pre-season, I'm pretty happy with my qualifying result. First of all, yesterday, and then today we had a flawless race from my teammates Rene and Ferdinand, so very happy about that. And a bit unlucky for our sister car. We could have finished maybe 1-2, but sometimes you don't always have the best luck in racing. But happy with that. First sports car race for me and first win. So looking forward to the race tomorrow.
Your role here, after Rene did a fantastic job of actually just coming through the chaos at the start of that race, your role was to basically, I guess, demoralise Stoffel van Dorn, and you did a fantastic job of making sure that he realised he couldn't catch you. Were you conscious that that was the job in hand?
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of the stint, my engineer told me that it's Stoffel in the car, and he was basically about 35 seconds behind me. So having in mind that there's a very quick driver right behind me, but having to save the tires to make them work for 2 stints, so I have to push, but at the same time not taking risk in traffic, because that's how it happened to the leaders in the beginning. They fall out of the order. So not take too much risk in traffic, and then manage the tires well, and at the same time pushing. And on the second stint, my lap time was still up there, and then I was looking at the Jota car and catching, and was quite excited about it. Yeah, I know it's a very good driver in front, and then I have to say, the car is fantastic from the team to drive. So big credit to them, and I'm very confident about our pace, and hopefully we can do the same tomorrow.
There's been a fantastic history in the Asian Le Mans series of success from Chinese teams, Chinese drivers, Jackie Chan DC Racing, of course, for many years. Offer you this, a word or two to family and friends at home, a big audience back home in China, in your own language.
各位新年快乐，感谢大家的支持。明天的比赛我们继续努力，加油！谢谢，新年快乐。
Fantastic stuff. Yifei, the whole G-Drive Racing team, congratulations on a faultless run that just kept everybody else at bay. And we get to do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much. See you.
Thanks very much for that. Okay, we're not far away from wrapping up. And, well, what can I say? It was a very different 4 hours of Dubai, in a very different place in the world we expected to be racing. We've been delighted to bring you the action from the opening race of the Asian Le Mans series. We know there's been a big audience around the world and the many streaming services that are taking this live. We get the opportunity to do it again. And in fact, we're going to get an opportunity to do this again with one more interview. So, final interviewee that joins us in the order. I'm just going to make sure that Patrick actually realises he's got to be quite close to that microphone. Patrick Garlett from the Rinaldi Racing team. That was pretty fast, pretty furious, and very close in GT. You bring home the car for the GT AM victory, but tell us what it was like in that pack today.
Well, first of all, I want to thank my team, Rinaldi. They did a great job. Very happy with the result, first race of the season. So we can be very pleased. And it was a very tough race. Conditions were quite hot, so as you guys can see, I'm quite tired at the moment. And let's say I'm going to sleep very well tonight.
We've got to do it all again tomorrow, a little later in the afternoon, so maybe a little cooler towards the end of the race. Will the team change anything about the strategy?
Yeah, well, right now it's hard for me to say, so I guess tonight we will sit down and view the race and try to have the best race tomorrow and try to win again.
You come here looking for a class win, you take a class win, that's what can be done in these circumstances, and we see where that finishes in the overall order. Well up the overall order, by the way, in the 19 car class. for, let's face it, let's remember, for an AM-class car with Patrick's assistance, 12th out of 19 cars. The cars have got to be quite happy with that.
Yeah, I'm happy. I think if we didn't have the drive-through, we could have been a few places higher.
Yep.
So tomorrow we try to finish. I would be happy if I finish inside the top 8 overall. So I would say job is done. We got the win in the class. That's the main thing at the end of the day. And
all good.
Okay.
Tonight we celebrate, we rest, and I'll say from me up in the booth, Ollie Gavin has left us for the moment to allow the guys to come and talk to us on air. I'm going to leave you for this evening. Remember, we do this all again tomorrow. Look for your local broadcast times on your favourite streaming service, and we're going to hand you down to say goodnight to Zara, who's down in pit lane.
Thanks so much, Graham. And yes, what an incredible start to the new season, 2021 Asian Le Mans Series. Gosh, I mean, here we are, right? 2021. Everything's so different. The format is so different now, but thanks so much. I had a lot of fun here in the pit lane, hanging out, talking to the different the drivers, and I hope you have also been thoroughly entertained. It was a very hot day. Race 1 is officially over. Race 2 will commence tomorrow. If you'd like to know more about the timing on that in your local city, be sure to check us out on our social media, but also on asianlemansseries.com. I'm really sorry. It's been a really long day for us. Zara Jurett here. Good night. Take care. See you tomorrow. Thanks for watching.